In here this morning and wish everybody a good morning. And as I call us to order, the first order of business is to have everybody rise for invocation. Please remain standing after invocation for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and our Texas flag. Commissioner Gonzalez this morning will lead us in invocation.
Lord God, Heavenly Father, we ask you today just give you thanks for everything you've given us, for our health, our mission in the Commissioner's Court. We give you thanks, Lord, because you have always been there for us when we ask you. We ask you to pray for those that need your prayers, those that have passed. We ask you to pray for this Commissioner's Court that we continue to move forward. Pray for the audience that they're here and understand what's going on in Commissioner's Court. Lord God, you know we always looking for something better, but it's up to you what we get. I'm asking you, Lord, at this time, just to continue to give us the strength that we need, the courage, the wisdom, and the knowledge. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
At this time, we'll note for the clerk that it is August 10th, 2022. We are in Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom on the third floor of the Nueces County Courthouse located at 901 Leopard. I do certify that all commissioners are present and therefore a quorum has been established. For the clerk, I noticed it was 8:40 when we started. And I'd also like to turn everyone's attention to item number D and ask if there are any announcements on disclosure or conflicts of interest at this time with any item on the agenda. You can, if you discover later that you do have a conflict, if you would please disclose, because it will refrain you from voting and we will ask you to refrain from discussions on such items. Okay, hearing none, we'll move to our safety briefing and ask that you give your attention to our risk manager, Mr. Timothy Everest.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. We're meeting here today on the third floor of the Nueces County Courthouse, 901 Leopard Street. The restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the third floor atrium as you exit the courtroom past the Human Resources Office. Please note there's a fire extinguisher located in the rear of the courtroom. In addition, there are 5 fire extinguishers located throughout the third floor atrium area. In the event of a cardiac emergency, an automated external defibrillator, or AED, is located on the atrium wall next to the Human Resources Office. In the event of emergency, the participant responsible for dialing 911 will be Connie. In the event of an evacuation, the egress route will be down the atrium stairs, exiting the Pan Street entrance, and assembling in the parking lot across the street. Should there be a need to shelter in place, court attendees will remain in the courtroom. Depending upon the severity of the incident, the courtroom's double doors will be secured and remain secured until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. Our shared safety topics for this month is August is Children's Eye Health and Safety Month. That concludes my safety brief.
Thank you, Timothy.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll move to public comment at this time, and I'd ask, Deputy, do I have anybody waiting outside or inside the courtroom to give public comment? We'd love to hear from you at this time. I'll also ask Connie to look online, but I see no virtual icons, and it is an unusual day. There is no public comment. We'll move on then to, I like this part so much, it starts our day off right. It's the adoption of certain resolutions and proclamations that have been noticed on our agenda, and we'll start this morning with recognition of Steve Chapman of the Cal Allen Wildcats, and this is about the best it gets when you are the winningest coach in Texas high school baseball. We're a baseball family myself, so this one particularly hits home for me. I think South Texas has become, as they say, infamous in all the right ways for baseball. And so at this time, I'll turn to who will be reading the resolution. I think I will, is that right? Since Ida is not here? If you would permit me from the dais, normally we come down there. Whereas this year, Coach Steve Chapman became the winningest coach in Texas high school baseball with a total of 1,116 wins. Whereas Coach Steve Chapman's 40 years of coaching at Cal Allen, he has led the Cal Allen Wildcats to 31 consecutive playoff appearances, 29 district titles, and 3 state championships. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby recognize Coach Steve Chapman for his accomplishment in making history as the winningest coach in Texas high school baseball. It's duly adopted by the vote of the Commissioners Court of Nueces County on this 10th day of August 2022. I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
With the second, we'd like to call for discussion and ask Coach Chapman if he'd like to say a few words.
I appreciate y'all having me down.
You can just approach, only because we've got lovely people online.
What's that?
There's a mic right there, sir.
Let me adjust the mic, sir, so you can.
Yes, and thank you very much. I really appreciate y'all having me down here for this honor, and I'm greatly honored to be here and appreciate the fact that I get to be here. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Coach, and I know maybe some of us might want to say a few things. Commissioner Hernandez, this is your precinct.
Yes, ma'am. Coach, it's a well deserved honor that we're giving you, that you're getting. And we really I personally appreciate what you do for all the young people at Cal Allen High School. Between you and Coach Danaher have done a tremendous job that will never be forgotten. So thank you very much, and continued success.
And thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Coach. This is always the best part, when we get to say all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. It'd be a great honor. I have the resolution in its formal state, and we would love if you would allow us to take a photo with what we consider a Hall of Famer.
All right.
Coach, congratulations. That's an amazing accomplishment. We really appreciate you coming down and doing this, and echo what Commissioner Hernandez says. You've done a phenomenal job out there, and it's appreciated.
Thank you, Brent.
Yes, sir.
I couldn't have done better myself, Coach. Very good. Congratulations.
We all agree.
Thank you.
Do you want to have him come up? Yeah, come on up, Coach. My nephew just pledged amen. Just he decommitted to Arizona.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
There'll be, some of them will be freshmen next year.
Coach, put you right there by Commissioner Hernandez. As they say, baseball is life.
That's pretty much what it is. I thank y'all again.
Well, the boys come and go, but the one consistency has been you. So I know you're humble about it, but the truth is that coaching matters, and not just because you win, because of all those lives you touched. It's incredible.
Yeah, well, thank you very
I
much.
I just wish, we were just one, unfortunately, we all are divided into all these schools. So we've always been, ranked Texans right here. But
One
but
thing
we cheer
about
for,
South Texas is baseball.
but we cheer for everybody.
And my guy, my number one guy, coach is ex-Trojan, Jose Lopez.
Oh, yeah, Jose. Sir,
We appreciate it. Thanks,
again,
Coach.
an
Good to see you.
honor. This is
You
for
bet.
you.
You bet.
Take care,
Thank you very
sir.
much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Y'all have a good day.
You too.
Very good, Josh. Just so everybody knows, that's winningest coach in Texas high school baseball ever, anywhere. That's pretty amazing. I mean, come on, that's like, yeah, round of applause for that.
And if I'm not mistaken, didn't
Man,
GP have the winningest football coach in history?
It's a good question. Ray Akins, I don't know,
Yeah.
back in the day, I don't, that's a good question. I don't know.
So we need to look that up. Anyway,
Now, Danaher's in that list
Danaher's in
somewhere,
that
too.
league as
Yeah.
well. We need to have a plaque
Danaher may have.
downstairs. Well, anyway, it's a feel-good for
It's
us,
amazing.
and it's wonderful for South Texas. And in the
Winningest coach
in
ever.
the continuing spirit of excellence, item G2 is in recognition of Ray Allen for his service to the Nueces County in the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries program. And again, if you would indulge me from the dais, I'd like to read the following Commissioners Court resolution. Whereas Mr. Ray Allen has served as the sole executive director of the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries program for 23 years, Mr. Allen has also been the driving force behind the organization's growth and success. Mr. Allen was an original member of the Nueces Estuary Advisory Council, the Nueces River and Corpus Christi Bay and Baffin Bay Basin, and Bay Area Stakeholders Committee. He has also served the Policy Committee of the National Estuary Program and was the founding chairman of the Coastal Bend Bays Foundation. Mr. Ray Allen was twice appointed by the Governor of Texas as the Coastal Citizens Representative to the Coastal Coordination Council. And whereas Mr. Ray Allen has grown the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries program staff to 17 individuals, he has developed diverse and innovative partnerships that have furthered the CBBEP's mission. He has guided efforts to maintain water quality in our bays and estuaries by preserving and restoring thousands of acres of coastal habitat, and worked with staff to establish programs that addressed our local issues, such as land conservation, education, outreach, and coastal bird conservation. Mr. Allen has been instrumental in the establishment of freshwater inflows to the Nueces and Corpus Christi Bays, and a champion for the importance of freshwater inflows throughout the region. Whereas Mr. Ray Allen led the CBBEP in creating the 11,000-acre Nueces Delta Preserve, along with establishing an investment fund for its future. He has also developed the CBBEP into an organization that is known and respected at the local, state, federal, I'm adding this one, international levels for its knowledgeable staff and great conservation work. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that we hereby recognize Mr. Ray Allen for his dedication and his service to Nueces County and to the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries program, duly adopted by a vote which will be taken shortly of the Commissioners Court of Nueces County on this 27th, actually on this 10th day of August 2022. I'd like to make that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And how about a call for discussion? Ray, would you mind? And there, you're joined by awesome members of the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuary staff. You're allowed as well to praise. But Ray, you've come before us so many times to deliver important announcements, updates. We feel like we are one of your partners in the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries program. But there's no doubt that under your leadership, it's not just the Delta. Really, I mean, as they say, planet Earth thanks you. Because of what you've done, we're in such a better place now to continue the mission that you laid the groundwork for, Ray. Thank you.
You're very kind, Judge. Thank you. And Commissioners, thank you this morning. I do have a few comments. One, I wanted to tell you that our bays are healthy. They continue to be healthy, but it's a challenge. We continue to see growth around the bay systems. We continue to see more industrial expansion, which is great for jobs and great for the economy. But, you know, there's an impact on our natural resources out there that we have to be aware of, plan for, and address whenever we can. And one of those big issues that everyone is aware of today, and that is the availability of fresh water. We live in a very dry part of the state. Drought is a regular visitor to our shorelines here, and we just need to be as prepared as we can for future water supplies and to make sure we have those needed freshwater inflows to our bay system. When it comes down to crunch time, we know what we'll lose out, but let's keep things going. I do want to say our relationship with Nueces County has been tremendous over these many years with the program, and 23 is like a long time. Our relationship with both coastal parks and inland parks, with individual precinct commissioners has been wonderful. We've done a lot of great projects. I take a lot of pride in having a wonderful staff, and you all want to stand up for just a second here. I just embarrass you all. I show up and get credit. These are the people that do the real work. You know how that is. Thank you. You can sit down now. Aren't they well trained?
Yeah.
Jeez. Well, that wasn't planned. Continuing to build on the relationship, addressing flooding issues, wastewater issues, non-point source pollution problems out in the district. Those are all critical efforts, but something close to my heart is public access. Letting people who live here and come to visit us have easy and nice access to our bays and estuaries. And that's where our relationships with your Parks Department are so strong. Getting people out to enjoy the resource, that's the first and most important step in protecting it, is letting people love the resource. So let me just, on a quick note, I want to acknowledge that while I have some great staff, I have a wonderful wife.
Sir,
who
I was
couldn't have
hoping you
done
were
this
heading
without Vicki. Thank you, Vicki.
Vicki.
And I'm turning the keys over to Dr. Kirsten Stanzel here,
Right.
who will be taking over in just a few days. I'm counting them down. I don't plan to move too far away or not be available. I'm hoping to do some volunteer work after I retire. What a great community we live in, and Judge and Commissioners, I appreciate all that you do, and believe me, I know it's hard to keep everything moving forward, but I do appreciate what everyone does, and thank you so much.
Ray, thank you. Commissioners, would you like to add?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Chesney?
Judge, I didn't really know that there was an organization without Ray Allen, so I don't really know how we're going to do this. And I mean no disrespect to the outstanding people that are in the room, but you've certainly been the face of this organization for so long, and it's been an honor to work with you in so many different capacities that I've served in the community, and you've always been there to help, whether it was on the city council or the commissioner's court or whatever, and I could always pick up the phone and call, and you just were always a very level-headed, realistic person in this role, and it's hard because we have so many competing forces here in South Texas with our environment and with our industry and with business and with it's hard to balance it. I know you've taken your shots from some of those groups, but you've always been someone that I felt like would just give a straight answer and didn't have an agenda behind it, in how you approach things, and didn't go too far off the cliff, if you will, when things got tough, and that stabilizing, kind of just calming nature that you had. Your technical skills, obviously, we could talk about all day, but that was really important because you always came up with solutions, and you never felt like it was just so bad that it couldn't be fixed, and you realized, look, the industry is here, the environment is here. We've got to figure out how to make it work, and not fight each other. And that was just always what stood out to me about you the most, Ray. I mean, was just that ability to work with everybody, and to figure out how to make it work. Wasn't always perfect, wasn't always exactly what you wanted or what I wanted or what anybody wanted, but again, that's the spirit of working together, and I'm just not one of those ones that feel like compromise is a dirty word, and you figured out how to do it with grace and style and class and intellect and all of those good things. So I really do appreciate all you've done and meant for this community and meant for the bays and estuaries, because it is, and at the bottom line, when you come up here, and that's the greatest thing when you say our bays are healthy, and that's what we all want. We all want growth. We all want those kind of things, but we want our bays to be healthy. We really do, and
Exactly.
sometimes I don't know how to make that happen. I rely on people like you, and knowing that you did it in the way you did it, for so many years is just so much appreciated, and I thank you for your service, and I hope you'll be around, and I thank you for all the sacrifice your wife made in that position, because you were a public figure. You weren't an elected official, but you were a public figure. You were the face of that organization, which is a very prominent and important organization in this community. And I know that was probably tough on your wife a lot and your family, and or maybe it wasn't, but maybe he was just tough. I don't know. Maybe I'm not, but thank you sincerely. It's much appreciated, and I'm glad you'll be available to help. And I know you wouldn't turn it over to someone who wasn't going to do an outstanding job as you are, and we welcome your participation and continued presence, and look forward to getting to know you as well. So, but thank you, Ray. Today's all about you, and as it should be. And
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Modes?
Thanks, Judge. Ray, thank you for everything. As Commissioner Chesney said, once being on city council and here, I know you've always worked closely with those organizations, and in my early days, not realizing how fortunate we were to have a group like this that's an advocate, that is a group of experts that we can rely on and help us bridge the preservation of our nature and what draws people to our community to live here or to visit, and also the reality of what we have as far as a workforce. And that's a very fine line, and I know that, yes, there are times that has been a challenge for you. I've read and seen as well. But I thank you and your group for all that you have done, and it's great, it's reassuring to hear that you will volunteer. Now, I'm sure it's just which group is going to be fortunate enough to have you and your time and your expertise. But thank you for your work, and congratulations on your much-deserved retirement.
Thank you, Commissioner. Very kind. Thank you. I'm here for the photo, Judge.
I'm ready. I just want to say, I'd like to hear, the one thing that I think I'm going to miss is the voice. When we're in meetings, so a lot of us have, very distinct voices. Obviously, we're individuals. That goes without saying. But there are others whose voice is unmistakable in a room. And so I'm going to ask for y'all's best impression next meeting. I want to hear you sound like Ray Allen. But the truth is that he's taught you guys well, and I think we're on a great course. The one thing, Ray, I'm going to ask of you is that we have a legislative session coming up. We have always had on our legislative agenda, and I bet we will again, to increase funding for your great organization, because it has not had that funding. And so we would only ask that you come out of retirement maybe one day next January to walk the halls with us so they can hear the voice and know that this is absolutely a much-needed funding for this great program.
Certainly one of those unfinished challenges, Judge.
Unfinished, absolutely. But anyway, here's the best part. All those in favor of this incredible recognition for an incredible individual signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. We would love the honor of taking a picture with you, and then maybe staff.
Let me say one thing, Judge.
Sure.
Mr. Allen, I don't know you as well as everybody else does, but I know I've spoken to you several times. My passion, it's in the western area of Nueces County, where everything starts and winds up where we're supposed to wind up, But Chesney spoke for all of us, I think. He said everything that we were going to say, so there's not much for us to say. But other than that, I just want to thank you and your family. Enjoy your retirement, while you can, and, whatever you can do for us, we appreciate it, but don't feel like you have to be committed. You do what you need to do.
Thank
Right.
you, Judge.
God bless you.
Commissioner Hernandez wants to offer a few words as
Yes,
well.
ma'am. Mr. Allen, I've only been at this job for about a year and a half, so I hadn't had much of a chance to talk to you. But from what I hear, what I've read, you deserve your retirement, and I wish you well. I don't be a stranger to us. Help us out when you can. And like an old Kenny Rogers song said, you picked a fine time to leave us, Lucille. Because we're going to need you. So with that, thank you very much, sir, for your service.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you all.
Thank you. Team, let's do this. Maybe Ray, you join us, and maybe let the staff also come up for a photo as well. Okay. And I think, does anybody have the formal resolution, Kara, for Ray? Oh, Commissioner Chesney, you framed it.
I did.
Okay, we've got it right here. If you would join us up front. Do you like that idea? Put Ray here and then the staff up front? Does that work?
Big photo.
I'm gonna miss you.
I'm not going too far.
Yes, I'm on the far side.
Where do I stand?
Yes, yes. Few more weeks. That's right. We got some good friends. We out.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, tall people in the back, tall people, Jake in the back. Good to see you. Forever in the front row. Hey, Here, I'll give you So, okay, just when you think that you've done well, official photographer's asking us to come down because it's not working with the glass. So everybody down and up front. So up, down, and up. So all of us, Peyton? Okay, sorry. I know, sorry.
It just sounded funny.
Yeah, we'll just stay back. We'll stand up here. How about that? Pull everybody back this way. He's got it.
I'll be in the
Call us
back.
in the back.
No, I'll stay in the back.
History, guys, history.
Glad I made you laugh.
Go.
Okay, so.
Priscilla seems to have it down pat.
Yeah.
Okay, one more.
There it is.
1, 2, 3.
And that's how it's done.
You could hear it, you knew that they were changing it up. Anyway, guys, well, thank you, gosh. I know you're not, I know y'all are ready to go in.
See you, Ray. Thank you,
It
buddy.
is a
Appreciate
powerful.
all your time, man.
City council,
Absolutely.
all those other places.
Absolutely. Thank you for everything.
Come back and visit us.
Same job. Been at the city, been over here. Good deal. Thank you.
We probably should have, oh, good, you're still here. Well, Dr. Stanzel, you kind of heard, it would be nice, we'll put you on an upcoming agenda, just so the court gets to know you and maybe some of the projects that you want to highlight. We can work on it for maybe a September agenda. Okay, thank you. So we'll move on and,
Judge, can I?
Yes,
just
of
before we
course.
go- So there's several on here that so that I don't delay when we get to them, that I don't have backup in my agenda for.
Go ahead.
That if there's someone that could possibly provide that backup before we
Let's do
get
it.
to them. And I gotta make sure I check the right ones here. I don't have backup, I don't believe, for A3, A7.
if you don't mind, just hang on one quick
I'm
second
sorry.
while you're on regular agenda, Commissioner?
ma'am.
Or on consent?
Regular, I'm sorry,
Okay.
should have been more.
On
clear.
regular, you need A, say it again,
I'm making sure that I didn't check it off the wrong way. 'cause I was-
A3.
Right, A3, A7, A9, and I think C1.
I think that IDA is
No, no.
working on some of those right this minute. Which other one?
Well, let me look, hold on. And the C1, 3, or C1, 3, C1. I don't have that either, so.
Michael came to me this morning and said he will have that shortly.
Okay, I just don't know how intense
It's
that's
just,
gonna be. I'm not-
it was a contract, I guess the county attorney's office was working on it, and it's my understanding that if we'll just be patient, it'll be with us here shortly.
Okay, and I didn't see, Dale, the P card back up in yours, or did I miss that?
I'm sure that we don't have that at the moment. We'll be coming to that soon.
Okay, so I don't
What
know how
number is that,
intense all of
Commissioner?
this is gonna be, so I'm not trying to delay them or
What number
P
was?
card, it was whatever, where the P card's
Okay.
backup is supposed to be.
All righty.
And then, again, depending on how fast I can look at this, I just
I'm with
want to
you.
give everybody notice that.
I'm
okay,
with you.
Fair, all right.
All right, I'm going to move on. You're about to get something here, let's see, okay? Just so, for the interest of transparency, what's being handed out is items 7 and 3, or just 3? Is this one 3 and 7?
No, those are different. This is from the city. Yeah, this is just for the hospital district.
Okay, just for the hospital
Yeah,
district.
this is just I said.
Okay. Okay, guys, so you're still missing Commissioner Chesney. Forget what I said.
Okay.
This is not complete. This is from the hospital district only,
Would-
okay?
Okay, and then I guess it is pretty lengthy. Is there any time sensitive
I'll
matter?
tell you what, how about if I, let me just ask, if you don't mind.
And
Item number 3, Ide and Jenny, 3, do we need to table 3A3 because of lack of backup right now? 3A3?
Not from our office.
Not from your office, but it's not,
So where's the backup? Oh, it's not
Is
from your
that
office?
is that the document that was sent?
I didn't get that document back from your office.
That should have been forwarded again this morning, I believe.
okay,
So I guess I'm gonna say, can we please table that
Till
till
August
August
17th?
17th, please?
Right, let me take it right now.
Motion to table
I'll
3A3.
second. There's a second by Gonzalez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, and then.
What
Judge-
about item number 7? It's the interlocal, the hospital district. That's what this is.
Is it,
Just today.
Okay,
So
so
then
can
I
we
would-
table this
please?
till August 17th? Is that your motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a second from Gonzalez?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, on item number 9,
Which item was that?
that's
3A7,
7.
that was 3A7.
3A7.
Yes.
On item number 9, I was told that Scott Mears was going to join us and that we did have this in order, but for this, I'll have to turn to Ide or Jenny. On the task order number 1,
I have 9, hold on. I've got the estimated cost, but it's the, was it 9?
I think that has the backup, and
I
I
have the
think
backup on
Scott's
9.
coming to present.
Yeah, we had a backup on
No, we have backup on 9. I'm sorry,
Okay,
Judge, that was
so
one I
I'm
have
gonna,
also.
I'm gonna scratch that one out as a potential table.
You didn't have the cost, that's what we needed, the cost.
It's in there, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
got the cost, too.
All right, Commish, I'm gonna take
3 and
those, you
7
can
for
keep
now.
reviewing.
I'll keep reviewing.
All right?
Thank you.
I'm going to go back to where we were, which is H1 on our agenda. And I need to figure out like an adage, you know, they say like the men in blue. Well, Chief, what do you think a good way to describe?
Man in brown.
No, the men with the stars, maybe. The men with stars are here today, representing the great state of Texas, in recognition of Nueces County Sheriff's Deputy David Garcia receiving the 2022 Texas Peacemaker Award from the Sheriff's Association of Texas. And this is quite exemplary. And if you would permit me, the Sheriff's Association of Texas describes the Texas Peacemaker Award as an honor to a law enforcement professional that is exemplified over their lifetime of public service and extraordinary dedication to the public good and community which they have served, and whose approach to law enforcement has been not only to maintain order, but bring justice. The recipient is someone that brings out the best in people, recognizes the dignity of others, and serves as a role model and mentor to younger generations of law enforcement officers. This is a distinction that belongs to one man, one law enforcement official, and he happens to belong to us, to the Nueces County Sheriff's Office, to this courthouse, and in fact, so often to this very courtroom. It is with great distinction that we recognize Deputy David Garcia for the Texas Peacemaker Award recipient. Sheriff Hooper, Chief Cook, may I ask you to say a few words and then allow deputy, if he would like. I know he has special members of his family here today to acknowledge.
So first of all, I want to thank Commissioner Matez for shining the light on this great accomplishment. It was back the last week in July, we were at in beautiful Fort Worth, Texas, for the annual Sheriff's Association of Texas Convention. And there were about 180 out of 254 county sheriffs present. And we were just so honored that one of our own was selected from all the deputy sheriffs and all the elected sheriffs in the state of Texas. And there's no one more deserving than David Garcia. So in 2001, David had a critical incident where we almost lost him. And a really neat thing for me being up at that convention was I got to meet a state senator from Senate District 22 named Brian Birdwell. And we almost lost Brian Birdwell in 2001. He was in the Pentagon when the plane hit. And to be blunt, both these gentlemen had a foot in the grave in 2001. But what defines David and defines the same thing that defines Senator Birdwell is they did not let that single day in their life define who they are moving forward. And so for the next 21 years, you got the impression with David and also that senator that they wanted to be defined by the days after that event. They want to be defined by what they might very well do tomorrow. And so I was proud to talk to him up there at the board about David and what he does every day in this courthouse. David has an extreme commitment to his family, to his faith, and to this agency and to this county. And he demonstrates that every single day, whether he's relocating homeless people from the fallen shelter, the Fallen Heroes Memorial, or whether he's answering questions and giving directions inside this courthouse. He is, even though I'm the elected, he is very much the face of our agency inside this courthouse. And I remember that every day, and I'm extremely appreciative of what David does. And short of calling him Saint David, it's great to see him reach into his pocket and offer a prayer card and sometimes even a rosary to people in need. And that's just touches me every day. And we're grateful, very honored, David, that you received that recognition statewide, and very honored that you're a member of our agency. Thank you, sir.
And Sheriff, nothing would give me greater pleasure than to do this, but certain things just aren't right. So I'm going to bring this to you. You need to present this to him. Hold on.
I'm gonna let him talk.
That picture's just too perfect. Yes, I want you to give it to him, because that picture's perfect.
Get behind him.
Let's get behind him. Can we do that?
Yeah.
And we want you to speak, David.
Yes, yes, yes. I just wanted to make sure
He
you.
gave a great speech up there. That's cool. Mike, we're on, my friend. Oh, Martin, sorry.
Oh, wait, for paparazzi.
Wait. Yeah, we got,
Yeah.
those hats are covering us.
Cheeks are getting tired, hurry up.
Oh, sorry. All right. Thank you. I don't want you to get.
Let's both count out.
I know. Well, yeah, I mean, go figure.
We need to recognize that in like some way.
Well, we had Danaher down here, but
No,
we
but
could
I
do a
mean
plaque.
on a
Yeah,
plaque or
cool.
something. Why not? Until it changes.
Right.
Deputy.
Thank you, Judge Canales and Commissioners, very much. And thank you, Sheriff Hooper, Chief Cook, Chief Bettis, my Captain Garcia. Every morning I wake up and I thank God that I'm the blessed man, very blessed man. Every day I wake up and I thank God for all my blessings. I thank God that I have a beautiful wife, Patsy, and my Laura. She's also a county employee. She's a probation officer for us. And her wonderful husband, he's my godson, Dr. Eric Spacusa, and he's a doctor and he works at the Health and Wellness Clinic. So he's helping our community also.
That's right.
So I'm very blessed to have such a wonderful family. But my family doesn't stop there. When I come to work, the sheriff, Chief David Cook, you know, my captain, and all my other brothers and sisters at the sheriff's office, they're my brothers and my sisters. That's why I'm here, because when I was in my lowest time in my life, when I was fighting for my life, they were all out there praying for me, supporting me. Commissioners, I know all of you very well, and all of you also have always been there for me. And Commissioner Jag, I know you prayed for me when I was shot. Commissioner Hernandez also, and your son, your family. Commissioner Mares, Commissioner Chesney, all of y'all. So I thank all of you for always being here for me. So this is my family, and I'm very proud to live in Corpus Christi, which is the finest city in the world, not in the country, but in the world. And I work for the finest community and for the finest county in the state of Texas, and that's Nueces County. And I'm proud of all our citizens here because our citizens also support us very much here. They support our military, and they support our first responders, our firefighters, our paramedics, and our law enforcement officers. And I'm very proud to say that this community is a beautiful community to us, and that's why it's an honor for me to serve for 37 years in this community, because it's my family. And I love everybody here because everybody has always been wonderful to me and my family. And I thank all of you for being here today to see me get this award. It really means a lot. I've received many awards in my time, but this one means a lot because it represents what I do here in this community. And I hope that we can hire a lot of more young men and women to come work for us because, like I said, we do have the finest department in the state of Texas. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to say something, David.
Deputy.
David.
He's coming.
Can you come back
Commissioners.
up here, please?
Commissioners want to have a few
David.
words.
You know, David, I've known you and your family for many, many years. And we've had many cups of coffee and, you know, and breakfasts and everything else. You know, that award is you. That award is you. You know, it couldn't happen to a finer person. You know, a finer person. And Sheriff, you know, you talked about inside this courthouse that he represents you and everyone else. I've seen David where you're right. He goes above and beyond to help somebody not only for directions, but to get them to where they're going. And even going outside to show them how to get to the bus, how to get somewhere else. That's David. You know, and I know that at times, David, I know you have given also help to those that are homeless. And we appreciate that. You have something that a lot of people don't have. You know, and that's passion. You have a big heart. You know, so I want to thank you as a friend. Thank you as a brother. Thank you for everything you've done for this county, for this community. You know, and we talked about retirement, you know, and I don't think you're ready for that yet. So, and the sheriff is saying, no, not yet. So, but I thank you for everything you do for the people in this community, David. And thank you for being show kindness, compassion, you know, and always willing to go that extra mile. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
David, David, you know, when I see you, obviously this award was meant for you. Blessed are the peacemakers, right? I know that that's an important scripture for all in law enforcement, and is read many times over, especially when someone's fallen in line of duty. And I remember that day, and I think everyone in the community remembers that day when you put everything on the line. And I know that you are thankful to God, and I'm thankful to God that you are still with us. And Sheriff, you know, I know this community loves you, but I think if you put David Garcia's clip on a radio or TV commercial, that might really help us spike recruitment efforts, because people will realize that we do have one of the finest law enforcement agencies here, and people like David and others who have put years and years of service here to the county and put it literally all on the line. That can't be bought anywhere else. You know, I think that people see the commitment that you, Sheriff, and your command staff and others before you all have made, and that you know, David really just exemplifies that in his work every day. You can tell he's having a great day because he's doing what he loves. And so, David, we thank you for all you've done, and this award we know is something that, you know, you are a peacemaker every day, just in the situations you have to deal with here, de-escalating people in situations that could, you know, immediately get out of hand. And so I just want to thank you for all the work you do for us.
They said it all, David, but you know, there was a reason God kept you around, and obviously not to get that award, but for all that you have done, what that award represents, and you've touched a lot of lives in the time that He saved you on this earth, and we're very appreciative of everything you've done. Very, very grateful, and I echo my colleagues' sentiments.
Commissioner Hernandez?
David, I've known you for a long time. And I remember the night that my son called me and said what had happened to you. But he also said that you were trying to help someone, give them directions. And, you know, he just caught you off guard. But that's because you have a kind heart. You're a good man that's always trying and willing to help another individual. And I think it's going to be hard to, if you ever do decide to retire, to replace a person like yourself. And again, I've seen you worked out late at night when you were running, putting up signs for yourself. And, you know, you have this commitment to this community. And I think the community applauds you, okay? I see you in church just about every other day. So, David, again, thank you very much for what you do, and we appreciate you. And if it wasn't for you, my son wouldn't have had the guidance that he had when he came in to work for the Sheriff's Department. So with that, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. And, you know, when I was in the hospital, they had deputies guarding me. And when Rodney was there, well, Sergeant Hernandez, because he's a DPS trooper now, but when he was with us and he was working patrol with me, and when he would go there at night, I knew that I was in good hands, because I knew he was going to take proper care of me, and no one was going to come in there and try to hurt me or anything. So your son was always also there for me, and I've always appreciated your family very much and loved your family very much, because they've always been there for me. So thank you also, Commissioner.
Thank you. Appreciate those kind words.
Again, Deputy, I think it speaks volumes that your brothers and sisters are here with you. It was only fitting that Sheriff Hooper, a fellow law enforcement officer, and your boss give you that amazing recognition. Now it's time for, as they say, the world to know that we have a peacemaker amongst us. And I think that for law enforcement, that's sort of the greatest tribute that you could say about yourself, and that you are doing good in your community. So we are grateful, and we've always known that you had that spirit about you, and now the rest of Texas acknowledges it as well. Thank you for taking such good care of us. And when I say us, I mean Nueces. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Semper Fi.
Wonderful, wonderful. So we'll move on to general information reports. I do want to let you know that Ide has let me know that there are two requests. One, Dr. Blow, who needs to get back to the hospital at 10 o'clock. So commissioners, and Scott, I'm sorry, Scott, and you all as well.
Yeah, the National Weather folks.
Yes, I'm working, okay, hang on one second. Scott, can you allow me that, that's item number 4, okay? We're doing very well here on time. Let me see. Kathy, can you give us a report and be brief? I can always call you back later, and that way I can dovetail straight from you to Noah, because that kind of dovetails into our emergency reports. Yeah, you go ahead, and then we'll call on Scott Cross, Jasani Smith Foundation, Melissa, Noah, the whole works, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning,
Good
Judge
morning.
Canales and Commissioners. I'll be brief today. Nueces County participated in the South Texas AMSC AMSTET functional exercise on August 3rd, held by U.S. Coast Guard and Air Station at Richard M. Borchard Fairgrounds. We have great news that Novavax vaccine is now available at all health district-run sites. This Novavax is a protein vaccine that is for individuals 18 and up that have never received a COVID vaccination. And this is old technology. It's been around 30 years. There's no genetic material. There's no live vaccine in this vaccination. So we hope this encourages those of you who have not been vaccinated due to your concerns about new technology to consider Novavax as an option. Nueces County numbers are a slight upper trend. We have 95 new cases, 1 new death. The positivity rate for COVID in Texas is a little over 25%. COVID has rises due to the BA.5, and it's highly contagious. On to the monkeypox update. Biden administration has declared monkeypox a public health emergency, which allows us more funds to help mitigate this virus. This was done last week. Currently, in the County of Nueces, there are no cases of monkeypox. Worldwide, it has continued to spread. There's 9,000 cases in the United States, a little over 700 in Texas. There's 2 vaccines available, and there is medication, an antiviral medication, to care and treat for those patients. Cooling centers are open during regular business hours in Nueces County, available to keep our citizens cool when it's needed. Our weather is hovering around 100 degrees today. We're looking at 105 to 109 degrees with a little bit of a high humidity. We're hoping for some rain sometime this week. We've got 1 day of 50% chance. We're still in a deep drought here in Texas, and especially in Nueces County. Our maximum is 751 on the Keach-Byram Drought Index, with the average mean hovering around 700. The burn ban in Nueces County is scheduled to expire on September 6th. So Nueces County Office of Emergency Management will anticipate the recommendation to continue that burn ban for Commissioners Court, and we'll address that as the time comes. Do you have any questions?
I do not, but any questions from our commissioners? The only thing I would ask is that, and we talked about this yesterday in our call, allow the commissioners to know that the ERAP 2 program has now begun into our hands. In other words, we've transferred that from Haggerty to Nueces County, and is my understanding yesterday our training began. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. We had a training session yesterday with numerous attendees from Nueces County Office of Emergency Management, as well as Social Services, as well as the Grants Department. They'll have their follow-up second training next week. And then we will start taking over that entire program from, and Rebecca Rock is the chairperson for that program. So any additional questions you might have, I would direct her.
Fantastic. I just wanted to give you that update inside because it gave us that opportunity. Well, as we move to a discussion outside emergency management, but still focus on weather and related matters, I'll just ask if there are any questions, and if not, move on to the minutes approval. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You know, forgive me, Kathy, one last thing, and I mentioned this, but it was just quick. The governor also included Nueces County under his drought declaration on July 15th. So we should just know that we are inside that declaration. And that's, we're still, I guess, the only silver lining is we don't look as horrible as 2011, but I'm not sure that's really anything great, you know, to talk about. Drought is still highly serious in South Texas, and it gives me no joy to say that we're amongst the worst. So just keep us posted on our status.
Yes, ma'am. Will
Thank
do.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving forward, there are some minutes that Tara sent to you. They may not have been in the packet, but you got them on email last night, and I hope everybody had a chance to look them over.
So
And
moved.
you've got a motion, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. I'll move quickly through the consent agenda and ask if there are any issues. I think there's one that Commissioner Chesney already identified, right, Commissioner, on the P card?
Yeah, I can't remember which one that's supposed to go to. I just didn't, I don't have it with me. And then I just also needed to pull
Can
C,
you, okay,
2C.
2C gets pulled. What about the P? You don't have a reference?
I can't remember which one it was, Dale. Which one's P card supposed to be in?
Normally, P-cards are normal, report that we provide to you is not usually part of the consent, so there was no report at this time, so.
Okay, so it's not part of the
I
consent.
thought that the P card was supposed to be back up for, in one of these items, though.
Usually the P-card is a separate document that we provide for you since it's through a normal credit card transaction, so they really don't support any of the items, so I don't believe there's any of the
Okay,
consent
that's
agenda for
Okay.
So how, just for clarification, then, will you do that once a month, once?
We try to do once a month.
Okay, so just, I guess,
All right, so
that's
nothing
fine.
else, just 2C. Anybody else? Okay,
G.
G is in, okay, girl, got it. Anything else?
what did you pull, G?
G, letter G is in girl? Or in, okay. And so how about a motion for A through F and H through Q?
So move.
All right, and I'll second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Let's take it in order.
Judge, I just
2C.
needed to pull, the only thing I needed to pull out of C and table, because this was an issue, if you remember, we discussed on Dr. Fernandez's.
Yes.
So I just needed, I really wanted to pull
Table.
that invoice and table that, or take it to executive session,
Do it.
or whatever.
Let's take it to
Jenny-
executive, and then we can make a decision.
Okay, so then I would
Pull,
motion to pull C, or pull the Fernandez invoice out of C to discuss in executive session, and that not be voted on as part of C.
That's item 6 on the list,
It's,
if I'm correct, Commissioner.
I'm just looking at the invoice, it's,
Oh, the invoice, it's,
I've got the
here,
invoice.
I'm going to ask the clerk to help provide some clarity, because it helps in the motions.
Yeah, and
Go
in the
ahead.
minutes as well, thank you, Judge. Can you just pull C and then take whatever you
And then
need
bring
to
it back.
executive and bring it back and then
Okay,
pass
that's
it
fine.
in one?
Sure.
All right.
Be happy
I'll-
to.
The motion has been made, and I'll second.
So then we'll just leave C on,
Out.
leave C out for right now.
Okay, we'll leave C out for now. All those in favor of doing so and taking to executive session? Well, I don't even have to motion
Yeah,
that,
you don't,
sorry. We'll
right.
just take it.
So
Okay.
yeah.
That sounds good. So now we'll move to item G, and I'll move to Commissioner Modis. And actually, Tomas is here in case you need a resource on this item. This is the reinsurance renewal for Aetna, Boone Chapman, and shall we start with an explanation or just a question? How would you like to handle it?
So the reinsurance, I know when we deal with stop loss, at least from what I remember in the past here and in other organizations, if you ever change, there's typically a problem between paying the stop loss if you change. But because we're not changing, there's not going to be any issue of coverage. Because I know, like, if you go from company A to company B, then there's only a certain time that stop loss is covered, and then B picks up the rest, but that's not the case here, right?
No, it's not. It's,
Okay.
that really only happens, depends on what type of contract you have.
Okay,
And the contract you have is not that way.
it's not that way, okay.
It's incurred and paid. That's generally how it's discussed. Yeah. You do have three options. I don't know if you want me to give you an overview of it real
Yes,
quick.
please.
You essentially have three options to select from. I have had a brief discussion with the county auditor, and he and I kind of arrived at the same conclusion, which is you should take the one that has the lowest premium, even though it might have a little bit higher exposure. You basically, I can open it up and go from it, but through it carefully in more detail. But essentially, that would provide you a reduction in premium from what you're currently paying, but it would increase your exposure to some extent, but it's not significant, and based on your experience, we should not be of much concern about it. I can give you also the historical information regarding your losses, but over the last 5 years, you have basically had reimbursements by the same insurance company, Aetna, of approximately $1.5 million on when you've hit stop losses, and that's how we have it. They are over 5 years. They are $1 million ahead in premiums versus losses, but that's not a lot given 5-year period, and that's essentially what you have. I don't know if.
And on that, $1 million has always been the number I've ever known. Any time that I've ever reviewed or heard about coverage, about the aggregate, is that just the number that's always been there? It seems like it's been there for years. And does that continue to be the standard practice recommendation? Because we can get closer to hitting that faster nowadays than, as medical expenses rise as compared to maybe 10 years ago.
If you're talking about the spec or the aggregate, you have two types of insurances. Right. One is specific insurance, which is in regards to a claim, individual claim or per employee. And that's the one that we're suggesting you go from, I think it's, let me see, 375 to 425, that you increase your maximum losses, after which you would be reinsured fully, because that's really manageable. But that basically increases your spec liability by $50,000 per large claim. Historically, you've never had more than 3. Okay.
And the rates actually dropped, though?
Yes, sir. That's right.
I'm reading that right.
That is
okay.
Yes, you are correct.
I know.
So that's
like
the whole
it's
point. Usually the other way. So
that's the whole point. That's
okay.
We're increasing the liability to what we averagely. It's more than it's the liability is going to increase, but it's seldom hit it. Okay, historically. So you're essentially going to have a net reduction in premium. That is correct.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. And can we do something on the dental line? I know that I've heard some frustrations about that.
You did already. You did already.
Did we? We did?
Yes,
okay.
sir. That has
okay.
changed. Yes.
So we did change that. Good.
You're going back to
some questions on billing and other issues and
It-
delays on getting
It was a disaster. In fact, several of you in this room, I won't say who, but several of you had those same problems.
Okay.
And yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Motion for approval, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tomas.
Yes, ma'am. Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, doing very well here. So Scott Cross will honor your request for the National Weather Service. You bet.
Which item?
I'm going to call 3A4.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners.
Yes.
I appreciate this. I never really asked to do this, but for their time's sake, they've got to get back to the NOAA office. So
Absolutely.
This program, we wanted to present this to you. This is the first time we're rolling this out in a public meeting. It's probably the first time you're hearing about it. It's because we've been working quietly behind the scenes to put this together to benefit safety of our visitors and our residents going to our beach. It's going basically above and beyond what we already have. And so we've kind of partnered with the Johnny Smith Foundation, NOAA, National Weather Service, and Buckner, what's his organization? Ocean Positive. Is he online? Okay, he may or may not be. But so What this is about, this is a program with messaging and poster boards that's been funded by the National Weather Service. And so this is something that we've got these posters, and they've got a chip in them that you can use your cell phone on to get more information. This technology will also be presented, put up at our observation deck in Port A. That's that one safety feature we've talked about doing. And we'll have these at different coastal parks facilities. But I'm going to step back, and I'm going to let Melissa come up here with the National Weather Service and really get into the details, because she's the one who brought this to us. And then I kind of passed it off to Kawana at the Jashani Smith Foundation and said, okay, I'm a vehicle for delivery, but y'all take it from here. That's fair enough, right? Okay.
Good morning, Judge Canales and Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Melissa Huffman. I'm the Warning Coordination Meteorologist with the National Weather Service office that's here in Corpus Christi. What Scott so wonderfully introduced is a partnership that we have with a group known as BC Ocean Positive, the National Weather Service, the Jashani Smith Foundation, Nueces County, as well as Visit Corpus Christi. And this is all about beach safety. And so we have these signs that have essentially been developed to provide this whole picture look at beach safety. Essentially what it does is it provides messaging to remind folks to respect the ocean and understand its hazards, to stay aware while they're at the shore and pay attention to changing conditions, as well as to take 10. And so it provides a lot of instructive information for locations that people can visit around Nueces County to remind them of how to essentially maintain situational awareness while they're at the beach. And it's a really good job to not only inform residents on how to stay safe, but all of the visitors that come to our beaches as well. And so, like Scott mentioned, we do have this placard that if you hold your phone up to it, and I will try right now, but we'll see if it works. Essentially, if we hold our phone up to it, we'll have a web page that pops up that'll bring us to the BC Ocean Positive webpage, but then we also have a joint webpage that we've created with our organizations here in Nueces County that visitors can get local information on, whether it's rip current information from the Jashani Smith Foundation or weather information from our office or information about our Nueces County beaches. So we're out here trying to push as much information as possible to our residents as well as visitors to keep everyone safe while they're at the beach. And I do want to make note that this is the first county in Texas that has taken on this partnership. This is actually something they tried to roll out nationwide, and so Nueces County is a leader in the state of Texas when it comes to this beach safety initiative. So we just wanted to make the court aware of some of the wonderful work that some of these groups are doing behind the scenes.
Fantastic. Kawana, would you want to? Sarah Carney, welcome.
Hi, yes, that's all right. Yes, I'm Sarah Carney. I'm the VP of Public Relations with the Jashani Smith Foundation, and we are ecstatic to be partnering with NOAA National Weather Service and Visit Corpus Christi to be rolling this out. This is just another chapter in our work with the foundation on improving rip current awareness and really getting the message out and making sure that people know the risk when they decide to partake in activities along our coast. We love our coast, and we want people to be here and be visiting, but be safe. And so we are working now to get these signs out where people can view them. You know, great places like where they're standing in line and can really be reading through it. And in the future, we're also going to have this on our website as well. So our website will link directly to these signs.
Yeah. I have to say, I think the marketing is really creating saturation. I'm seeing it, reading it, feeling it everywhere. And that's what it takes in order to really get people to read it and absorb it. You can't just do it sprinkled. And so I think this is yet one more elevation, Kawana. It's just awesome. And we'll do that with our phones too. So fantastic. Kawana?
Yeah, no, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. We always look forward to coming and sharing our latest and greatest and new partnerships, because that's what it takes to help people stay safe at our beaches is the partnership. Yes, thank you for posting that up. These signs actually come in English and Spanish. We just unfortunately did not bring one today. However, again, this is just a wonderful opportunity with Visit Corpus Christi, Nueces County, NOAA, National Weather Service, Corpus Christi, Ocean Positive. This is how we will further our mission and enable us to reach more people by doing so. So thank you very much. If you actually want to test this out, I will tell you, if you have an iPhone, the iPhone, all you have to really do is find the sweet spot, and you come over here and you just kind of move it around, and it will pop up and ask you to open up in Chrome or the particular landing page, the page that, browser, thank you, of your choice. And then, of course, if you have an Android, you actually have to go in your settings and click on NFC. That will enable it'll enable your phone to read the chip that is behind the poster. So again, it's the latest and greatest technology. There's more to come. I'm not going to expose all our secrets today, but there's more to come. But again, Bruckner with Ocean Positive has been great. NOAA has been great. And there's more to come. We will continue to keep people safe and, again, change the mindsets, to change the decision-making, to change the behavior. Again, keep people safe. So thank you very much. We so much appreciate it.
Saving lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Scott, thank you so much.
Thank y'all for listening.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Melissa. One of these days, I really want to understand this Saharan dust. I'm trying to figure this out, but for right now, I guess gratefulness is what we've got. It's doing something strange, so I'm excited to hear more about that. It's keeping things calm. Thank you, everybody. Okay, getting back in our order, and I'm mindful, Ida, I'm watching my time. I'm gonna call up, let's see here, I'm gonna call up,
Judge, could we do?
3A1. And then again, the timing that I'm watching, fellows, everybody, up here is the 10 o'clock hour for Dr. Blow. But for now, the idea is Ida was going to give us an update on a discussion of the 1115 waiver, current status, eligible uses, and related matters. And you'll remember that last court, we said we need some time. And Ida, why don't you give us an update?
Yes, so I got the response, and then as expected, there are no restrictions on those funds, so we can utilize those funds how the county desires to do with this. So we're good using those funds. If we want to transfer to the city, we can do it. And I sent, yesterday I got the confirmation, and I sent the email to all the commissioners court.
So it'd be that 1.7 that we're talking about?
That's correct.
I would make that motion then based on that
Second.
representation.
Well, wait, because that's another item, guys. This is just, well, you're going to get that chance. Number 2, give me just a second.
This is just to bring the update that
Okay.
how we can use
And
those
so
funds.
Dr. Dante Gonzalez is here. And so that's just, I'm going to move on now to number 2,
Oh,
okay? For Kara's sake. Item number 2 is discuss and consider approving the use of the 1115 waiver funds for the year 2022, 2023 pursuant to Section 4 for the city-operated Corpus Christi, Nueces County Public Health District. And there's a motion and a second to transfer, and one would normally run at this point, Dante, since they're going to do that, but, oh, you're not so lucky. So give me just a second. Commissioner, can I have that motion now?
Absolutely. Oh, that's my motion.
Yeah,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
then second.
Yes, ma'am. The motion is to approve the transfer of the $1.7 million to the city from the 1115 waiver funds for the 1115 waiver programs.
Okay. Oh,
I can't hear
no,
you.
my
Sorry.
glasses just
1.5.
broke, Maggie.
1 point,
Yes, the
1.7.
1.7 was for a different.
I'm sorry, 1.5 is the number, I believe, right?
Yeah, we kept saying that last time, and now we're doing it again.
That
It's
was the- yeah.
1.5.
All right.
1.5.
That's what I
Right?
was gonna, yes, that's what I was just gonna
Right.
make a point of clarity.
Hey, and Dante?
Like, it was 1.7 if you want.
No,
It's okay.
sir. I'm not even happy about the 1.5, and I'll tell you why. I'm going to vote yes, all right? But let me tell you what I need. And what I need is to represent the people of Nueces County. You guys need to get an 1115 waiver administrator, and it cannot be the director. It cannot be. And so what I need to know, at least within, I'm going to give you 60 days, because that's the end of our fiscal year. I need to know what the city, because we've entrusted you all with the operations. But I don't see how you guys have lived up to your promise. We still don't have a local health director who has a background in public health. We do not have an 1115 waiver administrator. And these funds cannot be used for people that we've already paid for. What I mean by that is that when we approved last week the $1.5 million.
Sir.
I'm sorry, 1.7 million, you got me saying it right. $1.7 million for our payroll, okay, our pro rata share of it. That's to pay for everybody that's on your employee list. These dollars have to pay for new people, because when the 1115 waiver program was on last year, prior to the, separation, we had an 1115 waiver department. We had a director, and they had, I think, 1 or 2 people working with them. That needs to be reestablished. That's not so that, that's to benefit our county, because there's a lot of compliance that needs to be done, but more than that, there's a program to run. So what I'm looking for, and again, I'm gonna give you 60 days. 60 days this is a good faith vote on my part, that this city, county health district will get its act together and hire the personnel with the appropriate resumes to do this good work. Secondly, I'm going to ask within 60 days, a real detailed plan be delivered to this commissioner's court. Because these $1.5 million is not for, it's not for funsies. It's for the establishment of helping people who would fall in that Medicaid eligible category. And now we've heard, Dante, that you don't have to, it's not just for diabetes. It's not just for hypertension. It's for anything that develops that furtherance of public health for that underserved population. And quite frankly, we've seen nothing. And because there's not even an understanding of the eligible uses for the 1115 waiver, it frightens me that if you don't know what the permissive universe is, how can we develop a program that's the right one for our community? I believe that you can do both. You can hire the staff, but you may not use these waivers to duplicate services, because that's not permissive. In other words, these dollars were the right dollars for a program that existed with at least 3 employees under the 1115 waiver. Now, those employees don't exist. So again, I'm putting you in charge because you decided to represent, and we need that information back. And the truth is, the 60 days is a gift. It should be with us within a week. Because if you don't know how to use these dollars, we shouldn't be asking for the dollars. And I'm very, very mindful that we've always done great work in our community with the 1115 waiver. But trust me, we fought very hard to get those extra dollars. Finally, you have a $800,000 charity care program fund coming in. I'm still concerned that the 1.5 should have been, you should have deducted the charity care program from the 1.5. But nobody here seems to be interested in doing anything but giving you money without explanation. If you can explain to me within 60 days how the charity care program of $800,000, now giving you a total of $2.3 million, can be utilized in furtherance, that would be great. I think we should have deducted the expectation of the 800,000 charity care program from the 1.5. Those are my questions. Those are my requests. They are not made to hurt. They're meant to establish what the bar should be. And I find it, I'll be honest with you, commissioners, super concerning that you would just transfer $1.5 million without any of these in place, with no director, with no finance, with no financial backup, and quite frankly, no plan. And that is really not how we do it. That's not how public health is done. And I'd love for you guys to address all of those issues. And you had all week, from last week to this week, no email, no text, no flowers, no nada. So here we are, once again, in the same boat. And you all should consider mental health as well.
But Judge, I'm gonna see if I can remember everything, because I'd like to have an opportunity to answer some of the questions that you have.
Okay.
So I
Start
think
with-
you've made a couple of assertions there that are quite not true.
Okay, let's hear one of them.
First of all, we do have a plan. I
Where
actually
is
do
it?
have a plan, and I have it in front of me. So 60 days is, we've been working on this plan already since March 1st. We've had meetings with the state, we've had meetings with HHSC. And we developed, I think, a pretty robust plan on how we're gonna move forward. The second thing is, there is no $800,000 without some sort of work. We still have to put the work forward. There's a tremendous amount of work that still needs to get done. And the 1115 waiver is still active within the health district. There's still members in the 1115 waiver program that are still working under that premise. We're still providing the services. When the health department was closed, some of the services were not provided. Now that it's open, we've been able to provide those services back to the community. This is not redundancy in programs. This is things where the community relies on the health department to provide the services, and we have. So I'm quite frankly, I'm not sure exactly what numbers that it is that you're looking for. We do have a good plan. We're moving forward on charity care. And, I mean, I can provide all of you with the binder today if you want to see it.
I do want to see it, but you've confused me. Who is your 1115 waiver administrator? Last week you told me that you
Right
did
now
not
we
have
have
one.
Well, right now we have the interim director, which is Steve Vieira,
That's-
working under,
that's-
but he is the interim director,
Right,
right?
he's the
I'm also
interim
the assistant
director.
director there, and we're working together for the 1115
Right.
waiver.
So we've already taken care of your salaries inside our portion that we approved last week. If you do not have a separate 1115 waiver administrator,
Give it to
that doesn't make any sense. The $1.5 million budget a year ago included employees that were specific to the 1115 waiver. Now you're telling me that you and the interim director are in charge of the 1115 waiver. Why should we give you the same amount of money if you do not have the employees to, it is a duplication of services. Explain that.
Well, you have two different funds, right? You've already approved the $1.7 million, which is the county employees, not including the 1115 waiver employees. We have 1115 waiver employees that are still providing the services. So that was a separate fund. That, if you remember, that was a 1377 account. You're combining two accounts,
No.
which are two different accounts, ma'am.
No, I'm not. Our county employee was Louis Wilmot, who was the 1115 waiver administrator. The bottom line is you don't have an 1115 waiver administrator. You have yourselves that are doing the work. Is that what you're telling us?
Well, we're redeveloping the program that was left. So we're
Okay.
working towards that.
So this charity care program is going to yield you $800,000. Is that, I mean, more or less, 765?
Well, this program is gonna yield the amount of monies that we provide the amount of work that we provide in terms of uncompensated care. So right now, you're making a figure that is $800,000, and you're assuming that is the amount that we're gonna get reimbursed. We still have to put the work towards it. We still have to go to the community, and we still have to make sure that we're providing the right services, and then receiving the correct reimbursement based on the work that we have provided.
Seems
So-
like, Doctor, and you are the author of the 1115 waiver, right? So,
What?
You are the author of the 1115 waiver when you first started, right?
The 1115 waiver has been around for quite some time now. I've been around a little bit longer than the previous administration there that you keep referring to. I've never referred to his name.
Well,
But
his name was Louis Wilmot.
yes,
Let me-
physician
Judge,
assistant Will Wilmot, correct.
I think that we need to just go forward. I know he comes here, he don't come here to argue with anybody. If we got something to do, let's write it to the city and say, this is what we want, this is what we're requesting. I mean, to me, if you need 90 days, I would vote for 90 days. But, I'm just,
I do.
This thing that we do every time somebody comes here in the city is not right. We continue to bring up people that are not even here, people are not working with us anymore. I know you wish they were here, but they're not. So I think that we just need to continue forward. There's a motion on the floor, the second. We need to take a vote and move forward. If there's something you want to write to the city, ask them to respond, that's fine. And I thought Jeannie was involved in this thing also from the negotiations, so I don't know what happened. So anyway, I just think that we need to call for the question.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'll do that when I'm ready, because we're in the portion of discussion. We have a rule here, and it's a good rule, and that is that this would have been appreciated before. So technically, we shouldn't even vote on something until we absolutely have the opportunity to review this. And that's consistent with how we've been doing
This
everything.
is the charity care program,
This
Judge.
is-
This is
right,
not
correct.
1115 waiver.
This is not the-
Right, so where's he said, I have a plan for the 1115
charity
waiver.
care
Where is
program
it?
plan. Go ahead.
Ma'am, the 1115 waiver
You
is
said
the
this was
1115
it.
waiver. This is the program that is gonna supersede the 1115 waiver
Right.
moving forward.
But you're taking our 1115 waiver money and I want to know what that money's going to go. Is that in this notebook?
The same services we were providing before.
Is that in
the
this
1115 waiver are gonna
notebook?
be the same services we're providing now,
Okay,
moving forward.
but you've been in Parks and Recs for the past year, is that not true?
I'm not sure how that is relevant, ma'am.
What does it got to do, what does it got to do with it?
Commissioner, please don't interrupt me.
I will interrupt.
What does it have to do with it? Whether you just said he knows all about this.
I think the question has been called.
No, it's not. I want you to know that we are not being told accurate information. And I'm very upset about it because you made a promise, you representing the health department, you made a promise to this community that we were going to be better, that we were going to be more efficient, that we were going to have more services. And what we've seen is that we have no health director. We have an interim health director. You have nobody that has an MD qualifications post September 2nd working for your health department. And you have a charity care program that, quite frankly, you're acting like we're not going to receive the $800,000. We just got this today. But more importantly,
Have an MD
I don't think, no, we don't.
But
She's
Annette
going to be,
Rodriguez wasn't an MD either.
No,
They're
you're-
working on getting a health director. They've got a plan. They've articulated. Just be
they
clear.
don't have a plan.
Just because she says it doesn't mean I agree with it. I'm just trying to move this forward. She likes to beat on you for this. I don't agree with what she's saying. I don't agree
That's
with how she's
fine.
handled this. I apologize that every time you come in here, this happens to you. I think you've come in here, you presented information in an appropriate manner. You've responded to what questions I've had.
Can you explain?
I just want to say, the question has been called, which I believe Robert's Rules of Order
Actually, the
indicates it
question has
has
not
to
been
move
called.
forward.
I called the
But
question.
yes, it has.
You don't call the question.
Yes, Judge, anyone can make a.
Commissioner
vote. Everyone
Chesney,
can
that's
call the
not the
question.
rule. And just so you know,
Can I finish my?
you
train of
can,
thought?
if
Thank
you would
If you'll
allow
let
me
let
to
finish
have
my-
the rules,
Please let me finish my
let me
train of thought,
recognize you
and
so
then
that you can
Jenny-
finish.
Please, then Jenny can anticipate. Again, I just want to make sure when you leave, after this vote is taken, I don't want you to believe that she speaks for me. If she speaks for others, then they can let that go. But I don't appreciate how you've been treated or the demeanor in which you've been treated. I've had my questions answered, and I'm ready to move forward. Jenny, if you want to articulate how the call the question rule works. I didn't realize the presiding officer, when she doesn't want the question to be called, can just overrule that. So I'd like an articulation of that. Otherwise, we'll never be able to call the question because the
That's
judge
not
won't
true.
stop debating on the issue. So I do need clarification on that, Jenny, from you. But again, Doctor, I want to make sure you understand that I was trying to sit here and move forward because I've got my questions answered, but I can't sit here and I don't want you to walk out here thinking this is how this is how I feel about it. So I'm just articulating that I'm sorry that you had to go through this, and I appreciate you, and I think you've answered the questions, and I think you've answered them, and I think you've provided what we need, and I think you're working on a plan. I've had conversations with people with the city regarding this throughout the time since we've turned this over, and I'm comfortable with what you've done and how you're doing it. So I just want to make sure everyone knows that I'm not doing anything other than I just handle it a little differently than what's being done.
Yeah.
But I have had conversations, and I'm comfortable with this. We gave the county manager the opportunity for the week to go back and make sure we could do this in a legal fashion. We've done that. She says we can. I said last week I was comfortable with doing it then for the reasons that I've articulated. And now I want, if Jenny, if you can, and then you can go, and then whoever next can go next and go next. But can you please explain how it works when Commissioner Gonzalez did attempt to call the question? I'd asked to call the question. I'm just asking Jenny, please, to articulate
if you
Robert's
would-
rules on that, please.
Okay, thank you. And she can give advice, but the way it works is that when we call for
asking Jenny.
discussion, just hang on for a second.
But I'm asking
Robert's
Jenny.
rules does not trump
It does.
Texas law. We're in a discussion, and if you can't discuss the 1115 waiver when you're about to transfer $1.5 million
Questions, Judge.
of
This is-
Nueces
this is
County
an
money,
argument. This is an
there's a
argument.
problem. There's a problem, and the citizens and
Argument.
residents need to ask themselves,
Chastising people.
why are we transferring money when we don't have information? It's your money. It's Nueces County's money
Let's vote
to
for it.
make certain. And all I've asked for is a reasonable request so that you could bring forth a plan for the no one even here even understands the 1115 waiver because nobody explains it. Nobody explains it. It's just, we want to give you money. And all I'm saying is that we trusted you. in city county health to do certain things. And since last October, almost a year has passed when you all said, we want to make it better. And it's not better. It's not better because you are closing locations for vaccinations and consolidating. We have gotten many complaints, just so you know, Dante.
That's going on all over
We've
the
gotten a
country,
lot
so
of complaints with
it's
regards to
happening all
some
over
of
the
the
country.
services for the underserved population. And why I'm asking for a plan is that the 1115 waiver is meant to target that. And I want to see it, and I don't think on the day that you're asking to transfer the money is appropriate to bring the plan forth. But I wanted to make sure that we voted yes to transfer it and yes to have a 60-day opportunity. But if you don't have an 1115 waiver administrator on top of all the other duties that you have to do, I do not believe that this court should just accept that, or should the people of Nueces. You should want to put forth an 1115 waiver team. And what you're telling me is that you guys are doing it, but we've paid you for all of those employees in another bucket of money. Our regular bucket of money is paying, you said the people that are on payroll today, right, are doing the work, including yourself and the interim director.
Could I get an answer to my question? I did second Commissioner Gonzalez's motion to call the question.
Are
so I
you
would-
saying that I cannot ask
I'm
questions
asking-
on a
no,
relevant
I
matter?
was-
That's,
I didn't, Jenny, you didn't let Jenny answer
Calling
my
the question, yes.
I was
16.6, Robert's Rules of Order, which the court has adopted, but follows most of the time, should immediately close debate upon second. However, that does secondary to if that person making the motion and the second had the floor. So I'm not clear on when that was done, whether Commissioner Gonzalez had the floor. So,
He was,
I had the floor. And
he was talking and I seconded it, and then I asked questions and I asked
wait a
you,
second.
so-
That's not what the record would reflect. What the record reflect is that I was in the process of talking to Dr. Dante and asking these questions, and when they don't want to get the answers, or they think the answers are sufficient, why would you want to not pursue discussion on $1.5 million?
It's not a discussion, it's an argument,
Well, in your opinion,
my
It's
opinion.
kind of a beating, actually. It's just,
what it is that you guys are willing to just give away county money left and right without so much as even understanding the very program that you're giving it to.
Talking about giving money away, Judge.
You are giving money
Yeah.
away because you don't even have
You
a
do that all the
plan.
time. You do that
don't have
all
a
the
plan.
time.
At any rate, Dr. Dante, I'm looking for opportunities to see you all live up to your expectations. And I don't see that that's been done yet because we don't have an MP, we don't have anybody that has a public health background, period. We don't in the director position. We don't. And I think that's a huge issue. And I don't think that this plan has been presented that would merit an organizational chart that would merit your $1.5 million. But I think that you can get it to us in 60 days. Are you willing to get it to us in 60 days?
Work on it.
Because that's not what
You
this
can
is.
work on it.
that's not a part of the motion.
I mean, it's just a question, it's just a discussion. Do you think that we could get a real program for the people in our community who are poor and uninsured and chronically ill? Can we get that to justify the 1.5 million? Because this is different, sir. This is a totally different money. Do you agree that the Charity Care Program has its own different funding? It does.
I mean, there's different funding coming from different sources.
That's right. The 1.5 million is old 1115 waiver. This is new. This is what replaces the 1115 waiver, right? Charity Care Program
This is the program moving forward.
this is the program moving forward, but the 1.5 is old money, right?
to take care of the current.
Hold on a
need,
second.
to take
Is
care of
it,
the current need.
let me ask, is it old money or not?
So this is money that, I'm not sure where the money is coming from.
1115. Is it 1115? This is the new program. The old program is
So Judge-
1115.
Judge, if I may, I think we've had this program with the health department for a really long time. we've been able to provide different services, and I'm not sure what redundancy of programs that you're referring to. But what I can say is that when the health department was open, these services were provided to the community, not only inside the city, but most of the services were provided out in the county. These services not only included diabetes, it also included nutrition talks. It also included blood work done. It also included information, and I can give you a list of the different services that we provided on there. We continue to provide. We've since the reopening of the health department on March 1st, we've been able to provide services. I mean, we've been able to do almost 1,000 A1C tests just alone. We've been able to do the same thing, almost about 1,000 blood pressure checks on the community. We've been able to do almost 1,000 BMIs on the community. Well, this is separate from the services that we're already providing, which we're referring to as a similar account. It's not a similar account. This is the 1115 waiver account. We're also do things that are tailored specific for health education that come from the 1115 waiver. The community, sometimes they don't understand what services are out there, and we provide that for them. So you're asking for me to create a plan. The plan is to continue what we're already servicing right now, and then move forward on the 11
Dr. Dante?
towards what I've just given you.
I'm going to take the vote, and then I'm going to call you, and then I'm going to go sit down with you, because everything you just said exactly, last week you said we didn't have a plan. You said we didn't have a plan, that the people before us didn't have a plan.
No, ma'am, there was no plan. There was no plan.
No,
You
but
asked me
you
for a
just
plan.
said that we've been working and that we've been doing all these great things, and now you need more money when we've been doing all these great things. So I don't,
You asked me a question, I'm trying to answer it, but then you
Right.
asked me a follow-up question. I can't answer a question on a question. I'm answering your questions, and then you follow up with another question, ma'am. It's difficult for me to answer your questions when you give me one and then another one and then another one.
Cut him off and you started another round. That's
let me,
exactly
let
right.
me be honest with you.
Man does not have a chance to
You can
answer.
fool everybody up here, but you're not fooling me.
Oh, here
And
we
so
go.
the bottom line is that you and I will have to have a sit-down about the 1115 waiver plan. And despite all the good that you think that we're doing, we're not moving the needle. And we should have had a reorganization, given the 1115 waiver has ended and this new charity care program is beginning.
That's what I don't
And so what I'd like to do is ask you once again, so I can call this vote. Will you commit in the next 60 days to sit with me and whoever else wants to be involved so that we can get a real 1115 waiver program with real staff that's dedicated to this? Because we're already paying for everybody else our pro rata share.
Yes, you're welcome to come. You're welcome to come, and I can introduce you to the current 1115 waiver members that we already have.
Boy, here we go again.
No,
Judge.
and let me
All
just tell you,
right,
that
all
is,
those in favor signify,
I just need to clarify for the
no,
minutes.
it's not part of the motion.
Was the 60 days part of the
no,
motion?
it's just, no, Kara, it's not.
Okay, so it's just.
It's
announced.
called
Okay.
whether or not they really want to,
Okay.
they really want to share, they really want to create a program.
No,
I
I
think
was just asking.
they're
I appreciate-
double dipping.
I appreciate
They're
you
double
sharing.
dipping,
I
and
appreciate
we're
you
fools because we're
answering the
just giving it
questions. I'm
away
sorry you've been
without
treated like
doing
this.
any good vetting.
Call for the
This
vote.
was an issue that came up during the amendment,
Still come
and
for
it was
Judge.
never addressed. I've said this 10 million times. The only people that lose here are our people, our people.
They do not lose.
All
They
those
do
in
not
favor
lose.
signify by saying aye.
They do not lose.
They
And
lose.
You've done a great job,
Aye.
and I do not agree with anything.
Judge,
that
you
she
made a
It doesn't matter whether you agree or not, Commissioner
know
Chesney.
you
This
don't listen to
Commissioners
anyone.
Court
I get
is
it.
meant for real discussion, not rubber stamping, not rubber stamping
Oh,
$1.5
Judge,
million
what
deals.
doesn't matter is the fact
Dante-
that you disregard everybody's opinion.
No,
but
I
yours.
don't.
You won't let the man answer questions. You cut him off. It's what you do to us.
No.
It goes on repeatedly. He has presented a plan. He has answered the questions honestly. He has stood up there professionally and taken the beating way more than he should have, and I appreciate that. You
It's
have
a
not treated
beating.
him with the
Give me a
respect and
break.
demeanor that you say that we should have in this court. It's not appropriate, and it shouldn't continue like this. He has provided. I've called and asked them questions. They've answered my questions, and no one's rubber stamping it, Judge. We know you don't agree with it. You didn't agree with the merger. You're the only one of all of us who didn't. I get it. You never have. You never will. That's fine. I respect that you don't. But what I don't appreciate is that I don't want him to walk out thinking that that's the
He's
that
not
how was
walking out.
treated
He
was
knows,
that
he
was-
knows
that
everybody
was
else
part
is
of what
ready
this
to give
court-
away money without any vetting. He
And-
knows
and
that.
it has been
They
vetted,
know that.
and it
That's
will
why
con-
they come here,
and
because
thank
you guys
And I'd like to
require
finish my
nothing.
train of thought, and it
You
will-
require nothing.
And I'm going to
Judge.
try to keep respectfully
All those
talking,
in
even
favor
though I
No,
think
signify
Judge,
by
Judge,
saying
Judge, hold on a
aye.
minute, please.
can't even talk.
Judge,
Can't even-
Let's go, guys.
Judge, you made a statement that they were giving us inadequate answers. Well, this court has been giving inadequate answers to the public for a long time, okay? And it's led by you.
Okay, Commissioner Hernandez, we're going to stick to the subject matter. If you have something to say about city county health transferring $1.5 million, that's totally germane and relevant. But every time you go off topic,
Well, but I
you're
was
not,
trying,
you're
and
not you're not germane.
Judge?
I was trying
And if
and you
anybody's
cut me
giving
off.
money
Commissioner
away, it's
Chesney,
you.
go ahead.
I was
Commissioner
trying to
Chesney, can we
continue,
wrap
so-
this up?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So
Let's do it.
Again, Doctor, the motion was simply to transfer. You do whatever you want, and how you handle members of this court is up to y'all. I think y'all have done a good job. I think we are more efficient. I think we are providing services to those in this community. I think they have continued to do it. I think y'all have continued to work to change a system that, quite frankly, in my opinion, has been dysfunctional for many, many, many years, far past when this court was involved in it. And so I don't believe you can recreate something and change a dysfunctional system in 15 minutes. I think y'all have worked extremely hard and extremely diligently. I don't expect it to be completely changed at this point. My expectations have been met because I think you have continued to service this community, service the poor, service the people that need it the most. I appreciate those things. Is it perfect? No. Have you acknowledged as a city that it's not perfect? Absolutely. Every call I've had, every conversation I've had, it has been, we're still working to make it better. We're still working to improve it. We're not there yet. I don't expect it to be resurrected because this is a 25-year system that's been screwed up, okay? So I need to add some historical perspective to this. This isn't just this was screwed up. This has had dysfunctional problems for many, many, many years, and the fact that it got brought to a head was, I think, a positive. Maybe not the way it got brought to a head, but the end result was, I think we will come up with a better system. I think we are moving toward a better system. Do I think it's there yet? No. Do y'all think it's there yet? No. You've acknowledged that to me when I've had conversations with you about it, and I appreciate your honesty and your candor. I appreciate the honesty and candor that when I've had and made suggestions that people have said, we'll take those suggestions, as have other members of this court. So I think we are headed in the right direction. I think this community needs to understand that. I think this money will go towards continuations of services that are extremely important. And if they're not, you will face the ire of the federal government. You will face the ire of the state of Texas. You will face the ire of this court. At this point, I see no evidence whatsoever that that ire is needed nor necessary. So I appreciate greatly what y'all have done. Do I think we're done? No. Will I continue to have conversations with you nicely, politely, professionally? Absolutely. And I appreciate that the door has always been open at the city. Anytime I've called anyone over there, they've taken my calls and been more than willing to visit with me about it. And I hope that that will continue for all members of this court. But I'm sorry it's gone this way today because I think this is a positive. I think what we're doing is making public health in this community better. Are we there yet? Nope, I don't think we are. Is this rubber stamp? Nope. It's just I don't have the tendency to approach things the same way others do on this court, and I think you can still get things done by working with people and together and trying to be polite and nice about it. It's hard sometimes to do because everybody gets emotional. I get it. So I appreciate it, and I think we're on the right track, but I will be continuing to call you and others at the city when I see things that I would like to make polite suggestions to, but y'all are in charge. I get that. I acknowledge that. And I think you have answered the questions, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, now that the bromance is complete, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, Dante, you're free to go.
Doctor, thank you for your professionalism.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please get a public health director. We're under 2 public health emergencies. The next item is a item to receive calculations. Oh, you know what? That's wrong, because we're going to have Dr. Blow be advanced.
Which one, Judge?
All right.
Number 6?
So we're going to have,
Number 6. Item 6.
receive briefing from Nueces County Hospital District on matters relating to Christus Spohn Health Systems Corporation's notice of plans to initiate demolition of Memorial Medical Center, other structures, infrastructure located at 2606 Hospital. To help us talk about this briefing is Johnny Hip and Dr. Osbert Blow representing Christus Spohn pursuant to the master agreement. And Johnny, I'm not sure do we have any PowerPoint here or no? No? Okay,
No,
go
ma'am.
ahead.
And Judge, also Jerry Kramer is here, also the architect that's going to be on this project.
I see him.
I'm going to go ahead and introduce this, and then Dr. Blow would like to speak about the demolition and be able to answer questions if you all have any. So the
Okay.
background on this is back in,
Oh, I'm sorry, you're gonna get background. That's what I was gonna ask you. Go ahead, sorry.
I'm sorry, am I good now? Better? Okay. Back in 2012 and 2015, the hospital district worked through some agreements with SPON. The outcome of those agreements was the Hector P. Garcia Center that's there on the Memorial campus. SPON built a new facility on Shoreline. They transferred the Level 2 Trauma Center from Memorial to Shoreline. They kept the 2 residency programs that were being operated at that time, and they're still operated today. And as a result of those agreements, as y'all recall, the hospital district at that time was facing a situation where it had a facility that was way beyond its useful life. The facility, if you were going to replace the facility, it would require a multi-million-dollar bond, or not a bond, I'm sorry, a bond issue that would pay for it, and that would become the burden of the taxpayers. And so the decision was made both by the court and the hospital district's board to demolish Memorial. There was a mechanism exercised to try to change that decision, and there were not enough votes received to reconsider that. All that took place around between 2012 and 2015. So 10 years now down the road, we're to the point that all the things that we agreed to have taken place. The new Shoreline facility's there, the new trauma center is there, et cetera, et cetera. And it has come time for Memorial to begin demolition of Memorial. And that's been known in the public's eye for many years. And SPON's going to be undertaking, by the notice we're giving you all today, the steps to begin remediation of both the east and west buildings at Memorial, which is a prelude to demolishing the building. If SPON stays on the schedule, if they're able to, the Memorial facility will probably be down by year's end. The tentative plan, unless they give you some additional numbers now or dates, the actual demolition will occur probably around October. They're going to begin remediation work to get the asbestos and stuff out of the building as required by law sometime later this month or early next month. So with that, I want to, Judge, if it's okay, ask Dr. Blow. I know he has a few comments to come up. And then we have Mr. Kramer in the room if there are any questions y'all have.
Judge, I had just one for Johnny real quick, if that's okay.
Hold on just one second. Is it on this piece?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yeah, you almost got through it there, and someone had asked me this week, and my recollection was the initial vote on that was in 2013 for the Commissioners Court. Is that?
That's correct, Judge. We started in 2012. The agreements were done then. They were tweaked somewhat in 2015, but the vote here by the court was around 2013. That's correct.
That's all, Judge.
Yes.
All right. Do you want to move to Dr. Blow?
If that's okay, Judge.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I did want to say one more thing before Dr. Blow comes up. The hospital district has already removed all of the plaques, the memorials, the donations. The only thing we have to remove from the facility, there's a mural there that was in the entrance of the facility.
Yes.
So those plaques and things were in memorial to people. They were recognizing donations that were used to build the IC units. There's a multitude of those things. At some point, if there's a desire to return them to the appropriate families, we're willing to get that done and get it out there where everyone can have those back. But right now, we have them in the hospital district's possession, and they've all been removed from the facilities. That had been a concern early on about those things. And so Dr. Blow is going to talk, I think, a little bit about some plans they have to, for lack of a better word, decommission Memorial and go through the steps of that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Blow, welcome.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
Judge, morning, Commissioners. Actually, as I reflect back on the last 8 years, you know, it's always easy for me to know exactly how long this master facility plan has been because Nellie and I have an 8-year-old who was born literally a couple of days before the first community session that we had. And so it really is quite, I say, emotional to actually be here talking about something that we have been engaged with together with me in very different roles over the 8 years, and be here before you to talk about what I like to think of as a promise delivered and actually in many ways exceeded. So I would like to add a few comments to what Mr. Hipp said. And, you know, really, Memorial Hospital, and it is a bittersweet moment for a lot of us in the community, me especially, since my majority of my clinical practice and all of my clinical practice, for the most part, in Corpus Christi, was at Memorial. So it's good progress, but sad nostalgia. The Memorial, however, has meant a lot more to a lot of people since 1944. It was a hospital where I run into people and they were born, they were cared for. Some giants have walked through the halls of that building. And, you know, I think that really does deserve mention before we go into the sterility of a process accomplished. So we have taken steps to really make sure that we are always providing services and adding services. You heard Mr. Hipp kind of outline a couple of things. What I will say is that related to trauma, Memorial stood up the first level 2 trauma program in our coastal bend. It continued that uninterrupted through multiple transitions in this master facility plan and maintains that to this day. As far as the residency program, it had a family medicine residency program that is approaching its 50th anniversary, and added in 2006 emergency medicine. We not only maintained those, but expanded those in terms of the number of residents that train each year, and we also continue to train fellows. Related to our community service, I think it's very clear after COVID that Krista Spahn, having cared for over 2/3 of the COVID patients in our community, and the vaccine distributions, the testing, the monoclonal antibodies distribution, and everything that we did with the city county, in addition to our preventative medicine, our home health initiatives, and our diabetes education and pharmacy programs show that we are continuing, even through all of the disruption, both from a construction standpoint as well as several natural disasters. I mentioned COVID. We also had a deep freeze. We also had a couple of hurricanes in the mix. So I think we're doing quite well from a timeline standpoint. So we are on target, as Mr. Hipp said, to achieve that promise of having Memorial demolished and the green space restored. In addition to Mr. Kramer, I have 2 very important members of my team, and that's Rhonda Cloco, who will be leading in the coordination of the joint effort between the hospital district, and that person is yet to be identified, and Krista Spahn, to make sure that we work with you, Judge and Commissioners, and all of our political elected officials, and all of our main stakeholders in our community who have a tremendous heartfelt sentiment towards Memorial to make sure that when we do decommission Memorial, we do it with the utmost respect that it deserves, and because it has meant a tremendous amount to our community. The demolition, right, was Mr. Hipp already mentioned why we ended up doing this master facility plan with 2 old buildings, and it was the decision that was arrived at through multiple meetings and negotiations and agreements. But as I mentioned, the first of those was erecting the Dr. Hector P. Garcia Family Medicine Academic Center and the Quick Care Clinic. I think that was prudent, and I think it was very important for the community. And to this day, I had the pleasure, I think, of touring many of you through that, most recently Commissioner Hernandez. And I don't think I'm overstating it when I say, as one of my new orthopedic surgeons who entered our community in a private setting said, "This is better than my office." So that facility is truly a work of art. You walk in there, and I firmly believe that facilities have a sentiment about them. And I'm very proud to say that that facility embodies the core values of dignity, integrity, compassion, excellence, and stewardship of Christus Spawn, and our mission to extend the healing ministry of Jesus Christ to everyone. I further will support that by multiple, impromptu feedbacks that I've received when I've been in that building, and patients have literally come up and said, "I could not feel more supported and cared for and dignified." So I am very proud of that building and what that building has done, and what that symbolizes to the commitment of an organization that I represent now as its CEO. So with that said, I'd like to share some of the objective goals and accomplishments. So in this last a little over 5 years, that facility has seen 200,000 patient visits. 1 million nearly prescriptions have been filled. 4,000 individuals have attended diabetes education classes approximately, and approximately 4,000 have received medications, 3,000 of which through our medication assistance program in partnership with Texas A&M Corpus Christi. So it's no small feat. And I think we continue to do not just basic care out of that facility, but really pushing the limits to make sure that we stay up to date with the current challenges of healthcare and community service. So in preparation for demolition, Mr. Hipp mentioned that the county hospital district, has already been through the facility and taken the equipment, and that is true. That was one of the steps. But I do want to go through the order of what we needed to do in order to be at this point in time. We had to first build a Dr. Hector P. Garcia Memorial Family Health Center, transfer the level 2 trauma centers, as Mr. Hipp mentioned. Also transfer the 2 residency programs and maintain them, which we've expanded that facility. Also, I'd like to add that during this time, we've not only done that, but we've expanded the services thanks to the support of Judge Canales to help us recruit during an interview a young man who is a neurosurgeon and neurointerventionalist who has helped us stand up the first level 1 comprehensive stroke center in the Coastal Bend community. As you know, that has been a service that we've needed for many, many years, and I'm proud to say that we provide that at Shoreline. And we are also expanding our ability to provide and deliver care in that stroke patient population in the South, as well as our rural facilities as we move forward. The nationwide bid process took place in the winter of 2022 to identify the best contractor to perform the demolition. And as I said, I have some members of my team and another one whom I've really grown to respect and appreciate the very high quality of his work, and that's Kyle Rutherford, who is our system VP of construction. And you will see that we had a ribbon cutting of the Thomas Spann Clinic, and that was built in record time, and the quality of that facility is really unsurpassed here locally. And that is really and solely due to Kyle's leadership and the hard work of his team. So he's also here if there are any detailed questions that are asked related to this construction issue and demolition plan. I do want to say one thing. The date when the actual building will come down is still unclear at this time. I'm hopeful. It would be great if it were before the end of the year, but I'm doubtful that it'll be before the end of the year, since we'll be starting remediation here, and we still have one more service line to move over to Shoreline. I don't want to preempt our partner's big moment, but again, thanks to Judge Canales taking her time in helping us identify a nationally renowned behavioral health program, we were able to not just check off a box and care for the Nueces County Hospital District patient who has behavioral health issues, but we were able to take that line item in an agreement between Krista Spahn and the hospital district and county and expand our ability to bring a national company to our coastal Bend area to stand up a behavioral health program, manage our current inpatient one, and then now we'll be moving into the space at Shoreline and setting up their hospital within a hospital, and that will be here within the month of September. So that is a huge accomplishment that was really an unintended but very positive consequence of this whole master facility plan. So I share these things because I want to convey that yes, there are some in our community and many in our hospital district that refer to this as a contract. I believe I speak for myself and the people I know with whom I work and my organization when I say we don't look at it as a contract. We look at it as really our divine mission to make sure that while we are doing what we do, we take every opportunity to provide the very best for the community in which we live. And many of you I've received calls from time to time for assistance with people they've known, and the feedback I have received, I'm happy to say, has been positive. So I think we've really moved in a wonderful direction through a lot of chaotic events that could have really derailed us, but did not, because we maintained our singular focus on doing what's right for our patients and our community. So the next step is, Mr. Hipp said they took the equipment, which is true, and then now the plan. So the dates, once the behavioral health is transferred over in September, the demolition process will begin in October. And we will continue, as always, to be transparent and collaborate with the hospital district and the county to answer any questions, provide any information that's needed as far as the demolition process and the green space restoration, and also the memorialization of the decommissioning of Memorial. I will pause there. If there are any questions, I'm happy to stay and answer them,
Are there
or
any
have the
questions?
appropriate person answer them.
Are there any questions regarding the demobilization of Memorial Hospital and returning it to a green space per the relationship and the contract? I almost feel funny saying the contract after you gave such an eloquent example of our partnership. Guys, anybody?
It's been a long road, you know.
It has.
Doc and
Yeah.
Mr. Hip. I know we talked about what we have now, but if you go back when we signed in 2013, there was some kind of agreements also, you know, that we, and especially you, Doctor, because I know you are in the front lines all the time, you know. And,
Yes, sir.
And I guess I was recruited by you, you know, to be part of those front lines. And I think that we went to a lot of meetings, town hall meetings. Sir Hip, you remember all that, and you and I met also. But, you know, it's been a long haul, and it's something that Doctor and you and I have talked about this, and, you know, all of a sudden it's here, right? And we keep saying it's coming, you know, 3 or 4 years, but it's here. But I want to thank you and Mr. Hip and Commissioners, the Hospital District, the court at that time, for making the right decision. And, but I know we had our battles. It wasn't really battles, it's just trying to convince people that it was the right thing to do. And finally, maybe about a year and a half, 2 years, I think we started seeing where the people were really, were understanding of what was gonna come, you know, one-stop shop. We call it that, a one-stop shop, you know, and it is a one-stop shop. So, so I just wanna thank you guys for your commitment, for your dedication and.
Thank you, Commissioner. You know, you remind me of, you know, those sessions, which I sometimes do try to forget. Because they were quite challenging, but necessary. And I do want to say, as the judge just mentioned, you know, it's not a contract, it's a partnership. And I remember how passionate you were about that bus stop being right there at the Dr. Hector P. And I can tell you, I was just driving by there a few weeks ago, and with this heat that we're seeing, to have a bus stop with an overlay that's right there, so literally people are not having to walk down a long block. They just get off that stop, and they can just go maybe 500 feet, and they're in an acclimatized building. Makes a huge difference. So again, I thank you. It's been an honor, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else have any questions? Dr. Blow, I just want to conclude. I know you wanted to acknowledge.
I just wanted to make sure that
everybody,
if they were here and they don't have anything, they don't have to
right,
say
I just wanted to acknowledge your staff and obviously Jerry, who's going to be working on this demob. I don't have to tell you because we've talked about it 100 times, but since, as they say, we're talking to a wider audience today, that some of those legends that walked those halls were my grandmother and my uncle. And I'm grateful to the family for understanding that there was a new vision, and we've been a part of that new vision. And as you said, the Dr. Hector P. Garcia Wellness is not only a model for our own community, but for medical, you know, entities everywhere. Our work with oceans leads me to believe that really the green space is certainly contractual, but I hope that here with us today, and I acknowledge our acting chairwoman of the hospital district, Sylvia Tryon, is here, and you know, there is a vision that goes beyond green grass, and I know that that's forthcoming, and it's time to start planning and preparing that long-range goal. So as one building, or really buildings, come down, you know, a new vision rises up, and I think that hopefully leads to a healthcare facility complex that, you know, serves the community at large. We've talked about mental health and intellectual disabilities. We've talked wellness, public health. I mean, there is a reason why we get animated about public health. And there is a reason that you all carried the load of 2/3. And that is because of the role that the county and the hospital district plays with regards to those, as they say, more in need or more vulnerable, more unfortunate with regards to chronic illness and uninsurance. And that's why each and every program matters. That's why the duty is so high. And if you've never been involved in the healthcare space, then maybe it doesn't impact you as much. But we acknowledge the future as we also acknowledge the demolition. So I'm excited about what the hospital district will engage upon, and I hope they sort of read the tea leaves, that it's time to, and you've already imagined once before, so maybe it's time to bring back those renderings and, create a variation on a theme, maybe, because you guys have certainly done some preliminary work. The only question I have is obviously, the public may or may not remember this partnership and this contract, that it's coming up now. What can we do to create a public messaging campaign so people know, hey, it's coming down, but your 7th floor is being moved to another location that is, really expanded healthcare for behavioral health? I don't know if you want to, if anybody's.
I think that would be a really good campaign to include Oceans in the discussion.
Okay.
And, what they, as part of when they say we're moved, because really when you think about it, it's really not for them and it's semantics, but it's an important one. They're managing behavioral health service for us now.
Correct.
When they move to Shoreline, they are an independent hospital entity, and they will be providing behavioral health for the community. We, as Krista Spawn, through a contractual relationship with Oceans, will continue to provide the Nueces County Hospital District patient access to behavioral health. And we will be, they will be in our facility. So I think I would be remiss, and I would feel, I don't want to steal their thunder, and I think it would be better for them to say, hey, we've shifted locations, and we're in our brand-new facility, and have a lot of fanfare around their opening. And I think that will accomplish what it is that you are trying to suggest.
Okay. All right, great. Well, if there are no other questions, we'll move on. Commissioner Modas has a question.
This is a process that's been a long time coming, as you mentioned, 2014 or around about. The members of the court, or maybe it was just Commissioner Gonzalez that was serving at the time, and it was a totally different court makeup. But I remember attending those public hearings, and they were pretty passionate on the concerns of what that meant for the future, as far as a merger and a change, and kind of collectively putting all your eggs in one basket. And I think it's a bigger issue. I don't think it's necessarily that this merger was set into motion 8 years ago. I think, obviously, as a layperson, seeing that medical care is really, if you want to make a career, that's where you should probably go into, aside from engineering in this country, because our population is growing, and the need for medical care, especially through national emergencies, is ever growing and probably won't reduce. Aside from the old arguments, because I'll tell you from as a layperson in 2014, I did not agree with the move that was made. I worry of the way that we have so many people waiting long periods of time, and it makes me wonder, if that putting all those eggs in one basket, if that is indicative of what this motion was made 8 years ago. But aside from that, I'd say that, Chris Espon does excellent work. And so it is my hope that this is a partnership that obviously is necessary and is that chance to kind of reset. I think about, gosh, it's so easy to want to hold on to what you have and maybe just refurbish. But maybe that clean slate is something that will lend to the future for another opportunity. And so that's what I'm really looking forward to with this, is that even though services will be there, that maybe not now, but maybe in decades to come, that, you know, that location can serve additionally mental or medical health needs that we so desperately need in our community. So that's my hope. I think that, you know, obviously the mission that you mentioned is so dear to so many of us of Spawn, and it's a source of pride. You know, when you see Spawn Hospital, you know that it means quality, professionalism, and access to the entire community. That clinic, that facility that we have there on Hospital Boulevard makes a big difference in showing that not only one of the giants in our community in medical care for many years is remembered in that vision and continues, but that Spawn, Christus Spawn never gave up on that site. They put something that's beautiful. I remember the day we had the ribbon cutting, it was unbelievable, and it was just exciting to see all that's there. So I hope that with this, as we collectively start preparing the community that this is coming down, that we talk about what that beautiful new addition there on Shoreline means, how all those resources are pulled together in one facility now, and that the future means that perhaps we can look back at that location on Hospital Boulevard and realize that there's something that can come about, something that can be built brand new, and not that refurbished, but from the ground up, something that will be magnificent, and whatever iteration that may be. I'm not too particular on what it has to be or what I feel it should be, but what the community says, and obviously what our partners at Christus Spawn and the Nueces County Hospital District have to say. But I thank y'all for your work on this. I think it's going to be a chance for us to look at the future now and say, we need, and we fill in the blank.
Right.
And that is the most promising of all of this. Mm-hmm. And I do think that y'all have done some excellent work when we were there a few years ago with the ribbon cutting that she had there on the new section of hospital. It's the kind of quality health care that we need, that we deserve in this community, especially as indigent care is you know, going to continue to be needed in the future. So I thank y'all's work for this. I do hope and believe that this will be another positive step forward that will allow all the parties involved a chance to recollect and propose for the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Dr. Blow, I also want to express my thanks to you for giving me that tour when you did. What I got out of it, all the folks that work there are very compassionate about treating the people that go in there. And I did have a chance to speak to one of the patients that was waiting, and he spoke very highly. He said he'd been there once or twice before. So, you know, he was just glad that you all are there now, and I am too. Thank you, Dr. Blow.
Thank you. I'll pass that on. It'll mean a lot to the team.
Yeah, and this might be a last final question, but Jerry can nod. Is it really green? Like, is it really grass? Or is it just, when we say green space, we mean that it's a new space? Is it metaphorical or is it real? It's grass. It's real. Okay, that's really cool. Let's just hope we can get some irrigation on it.
We need to have a qualifier there depending on whether or not the sun.
I was gonna say, we may not have real, well, let's not plant it until we get water, but.
It'll be grass.
But I just wanted to make sure, because sometimes when we say green space, you know, there's this discussion of what that means, but, well, look, I mean, the future is, when it comes to, haven't we learned that without health, there's nothing? There's just nothing that matters. And it was said a week ago, and I wanted to die. I heard it said, because it just couldn't be anything further from the truth, but I left it alone, but I won't today. And that is that the Nueces County is not in the business of health. Oh, you better believe we are. That's all we are. If nothing else, by state law, by statute, we are in the business of taking care of indigent people. And we may not think that we get compensated correctly for it, but make no mistake, it is one of our highest duties. And thank God, truly, thank Him that we have Christus Spawn and the ministries of Jesus Christ, the healing ministries, that truly believe in that mission and that saw us through the most difficult public health emergencies of our lifetime. And quite frankly, it's still doing it every day. And so we are in the business of health. We're in the business of behavioral health. And that's what this move really is, the final transition, moving the 7th floor completely out of there over to Shoreline. And now it is time to begin again. So thank you, Johnny. Thank you, Sylvia, Chairwoman, and Dr. Blow and company. I think we'll probably need another update maybe in another quarter, just kind of keep us going here. Today was the big one. Now we can move to more succinct briefings. And, but this is very, very good. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you all. Bye now. Have a great day.
Okay.
Judge,
Thank you. Yes,
would
do you
it
have a
be-
request?
Yes, ma'am. Scott Cross is kind of hanging
What I
around.
heard,
Number-
yeah.
Number 11.
I'll move it.
That's all right.
I'll move it for you, Commissioner Chesney.
Thank you.
Did I hear something?
I said thank you.
That's what I thought.
Thank you again. You think-
No, I just didn't hear you.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
Scott, we understand that you have a change order number 5. I read this for the clerk's edification. It's from Mako, and it's related to concrete repairs and fiberglass reinforced panel vendor price difference. This change order has a cost, and you recommend it, is that correct?
Yes, I do. And we vetted this change order with the county attorney's office and with Michael in purchasing, and Michael and Kent talked about it as well. So under the statute, we're good to go for y'all to approve this. If you want any other details about this, I got some notes here I can read for you from Scott Mears, but other than that, unless you want the full details, I'm just recommend approval.
And before that goes to vote, I would like to ask that we have an executive session discussion on that item.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Never mind, we will do
Okay.
that.
Sorry, Jenny, I didn't know you were going there.
But you can, we'll zoom you in if we need to, Scott. You
Yeah,
don't need
well,
to
I
hang
think
around
you've
for
given
this.
Okay.
us the
But
correct.
the most
Sorry, I
important
didn't
thing to
know
know is that Judge, and I know you've been concerned about that. You've been out there, you've seen what's going on we've turned a corner. And we've been at this project for a long time. There've been all kinds of product delays. There've been TDI approvals that we had to work around with products not being available, finding the certified people to install some of these products. So we've turned a corner. We're making progress. I assure each and every one of you, I'm there every single morning, and I'm at every single weekly meeting. And I told the guys, I said, I don't care if you're waiting on a product to come in. Walk around with a 2x4 on your shoulder so you look busy. I don't want to see anybody standing around. So
And I think we'll take it to executive, but just so that we won't need you too much, really the backup is page 3 of 3. And I just want to make sure that we know what the funding is. We don't have to talk about the particulars, but the funding, Scott?
yeah, the funding is all there. You've
That's what
already
I wanted to
approved
make
these
sure.
line items. And even in addition to that, you approved the insurance proceeds to also go towards this building. I will tell you, we've been tracking these costs. We're on budget.
Right.
I'm actually gonna be, I'll keep my fingers crossed,
Cross
but
your fingers.
I'm actually gonna be coming to you at the end of this project and probably giving you money back.
So Scott, that's what I needed the court to understand is we'll talk to Jenny about the contract.
Let him bring
But
it
the actual contract, gentlemen, the actual contract is paid for. In other words, what you're asking this court to approve is within our budget. I
Yes.
just want to get that out
Yep.
on the record.
Yep.
So it's within our budget, which is good.
Commissioner Gonzalez wrote that down that you're bringing money back. I'm just
I
trying.
said, keep your fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Oh, no, come on, Jag.
You shouldn't say that out loud, man.
Right.
You know.
Well, I'm optimistic. The
Yeah.
glass is half full.
And Commissioner Chesney, it really has turned the corner. I would say 3 months ago, I had serious concerns. Everything has changed. We're out there, I'm out there every weekend. It's looking really good, really strong, major achievements on the windows and what I'm calling the outer envelope. If you see something that doesn't look good, it's because it hasn't been done yet. So for example, you don't like the way the staircases look, or maybe some of the concrete underneath, that's on its way. So I'm very satisfied with the progress, quite frankly, thanks to Scott Mears and
Yeah,
Scott
yeah.
Cross, who really listened to what we had to say, I had to say, and thanks to Mako, it takes everybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you gotta have the leadership. So this is really, in keeping with what we think will gets us an
And
executed
thank you for
project.
your help with CASA engineering.
Well, I think that was huge. I
Yeah.
do. I
You-
think that was big.
So,
Anyway.
okay, I'll
all right,
go.
thank
I'm
you.
leaving.
We'll
All
just
right,
have to
thank
table,
you.
not table it, but take it to the executives, Kara. Mark it as a don't forget to come back on, all right? Okay, I'm gonna go back into the regular order. We're gonna receive the calculations of the no new revenue tax rate, the voter-approved tax rate, and the fund balances from Dale right now. Of course, we got a little sneak peek, right, earlier in budget workshop, but Dale, would you like to make those announcements?
So, Your Honor, Connie, if you can bring up the schedule we have for these on, should be part of the agenda.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Judge, while they're getting ready, can I just ask real quick? I did not get the backup. If I got it late last night, I didn't, and I just got it forwarded to me today on 13. It is not because I do not support. I just have not had a chance to read it, and if it came in late last night, I didn't see it, so I'm just getting it re-forwarded or forwarded on 13. So I would like to make a motion to table that to the 17th, because I haven't had a chance to read that based on not seeing it last night and just getting it this morning.
Commissioner, I would support that, only I need IDA to weigh in and call them, because again, they're waiting on it. I don't
I
mind.
just don't want them to wait. I get it. I haven't.
Let's do this. Can I pass on it for right this second? And when we take our little break, we can talk to IDA about it?
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, because we could always maybe also take it up in executive and get a lot of information.
I just haven't read. It's 15 pages, and
I
I
know
just
it
haven't,
is.
I mean.
How about I say yes, but just hold for it? Hold for that moment until IDA can do some texting.
I just don't wanna-
I
yeah, I
don't think
just-
it should be a problem.
Yeah, just, if you can just check and make sure if they're okay for one more week under the same, and we probably, you're right, we
The
probably need the
same-
same
that-
motion
that
we
you're
made
gonna
last
pay
time.
for them.
Or that we're gonna pay for whatever they need to do this week. So if we could make that motion and then table it, would you be okay?
Yeah, I would rather
'Cause I
you have
just-
the information
Yeah, I'd
and
like to read
rather
it, because
talk
it's
to
some
them.
good information that they're putting forth. I just need to read it.
All right, that's fine.
You got a
It's fine
question,
with
Karen?
me. I just need her to get that.
You got a question or what?
Commissioner,
She's raising.
I know, but Kara, just, as I say, let me know and I'll be happy to help you. Tell me
Okay.
what it is that you need, because he's not.
13th, are you tabling it, or?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is, I would make this, on 13, I would make the same motion that we made, I think it was last week, that says whatever they do this week, we would pay them for. And then I would make a second motion, if that one passes, to table it to next week so I can read it, please. So can I make is that okay? Can I make the first
I mean-
motion to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I'll go ahead and we can always, if there's an issue, we can always, bring it back up later this afternoon for reconsideration. So go ahead and do it.
Okay, so my motion would be the same motion as last week, which I believe was to pay them for the week between now and then, for any work done between now and the amendment being finalized. That would be the first motion. So that,
Hey, Haggerty.
with Haggerty, yeah, on number 13, right, I'm sorry.
Just to clarify, just-
Discussion, okay, sorry, let me try it again.
Thank
This
you.
is 3813, this would be a motion to pay Haggerty Consulting for the work they do between now and August 17th.
Okay.
That's the motion.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Now I would make the motion to table number 13 till August 17th for this.
Motion and a second.
To table the supplemental
Second.
agreement with Haggerty Consultant for disaster response and recovery support, discuss
Okay.
for
Motion.
August 17th.
Motion and a second is on the table. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, please, Ida, let Joel and Patricia know, I'm just looking at my text here, that they'll be right after Dale. That way they can prepare, and I know they're on a noon deadline, so they've got to do something else. We'll take up their item on TWIA next, soon as Dale, finishes.
Yes, Your Honor, in accordance with the tax code 26, we are required to provide you with the no new revenue tax, the voter-approved tax, as well as we're going to give you the last year's valuation of tax rate. And when they pass the law, they allow the county to use what we consider unused increments. What that means is, if we adopt a rate in the current year below the voter-approved rate, we can use that unused value if we so need it, and we'll give you those numbers. But before that, I'd like to go through a few of the valuations. Connie, can you go to page 2? Now, the key valuations that we wanted to go is what our taxable values are and what we went through this year. You'll see the values on the screen from tax years 2021 and 2022, and you'll see the changes for each of the balances. Now, the key issue is at the very bottom where you go total taxable value. We had an increase of $4,516,000,000. $319,349 of increase in value. Of that, $623 million of this is new property. So the largest amount of this is the increases in values for those that have homes and businesses within the county. That represents a 13.76% increase in value for the general fund. The hospital district and the farm to market roads are on here as well, and they saw the significant amounts. There are a few minor changes within those numbers. I'm not going to go through those individually, but that's where our increase of values are. Kind of, you go to page 3. Page 3 kind of shows you how we do a calculations when we get everything completed. The actual calculation reports, summary reports for all three, for the county, the farm to market, as well as the hospital district, will be part of our website, showing you exactly every line that we go through for calculations. As you see, our total appraisal values is $38.5 billion. We still have property under protest as $1.2 billion. We have railroad tracks in the county. We have railroad buildings, as well as the vehicles that roll on the railroads, and that comes from our comptroller, and that's right at $12.9 million. We currently have a freeze that we have for the county at $2.48 billion. So our net taxable value is $37,333,990,598. As we know, we currently have 4 tax increment finance zones, or CERTs as we so call them. We have the downtown zone, we have the Padre Island zone, we have the one coming up in the near the A&M where they're going to build that Besiege buildings, and there's one other one I'm not quite sure where that is, but there's our R4, and this is we reduce from our taxable value this tax increment value because any captured appraised value above a base goes into a fund where it's managed to provide certain areas either for reimbursements or to entice other counties or other buildings.
And may I stop you there just for a moment?
Of course.
This is why I've been trying to get the TERS number 2 folks from the city to come and give us a presentation. How are we supposed to really understand what our budget is on that particular TERS, because it's up for renewal in November, if we don't have a decision made before budget? I've been asking for this for months, and Belinda really has been asking on our request. And I just want to make you aware that, Commissioner Chesney, I'm glad you're back, that TERS number 2, we're talking about the TIF. You okay?
Back's bothering me, sorry, go ahead.
We're talking about the TERS number 2 and how important it is to be able to understand our budget, because it has the opportunity for renewal. And I've been asking for months for them to come and give us a presentation so this court can go ahead of budget, make our decision. In other words, even though it won't happen officially till later, we get to make our decision now so that we can run our budget now. And I would like your help on this. I would like for you to join me in making certain that on August 17th, that they come, they give us what they're thinking, because we could go 75-25, we could go 50-50, we could go, you see what I'm saying? It affects that number. And, I mean, I just don't think that we should wait till the middle of the year when budget is, some of those dollars could really help.
Judge,
if we went 50-50.
No, Your Honor, for this particular information that we're talking about, these are TIF values as of January 1, so they won't have any effect this year?
Till next year?
Till next year.
All right, well, there we go.
And I think they're.
But I
yeah, I've
still want to
seen-
know.
No, I've seen,
Have you seen a recommendation?
no, just some preliminary,
Numbers?
gosh, and I can't think of the person who sent it to me. But
Heather Hubert?
no, it was the man who runs, Jay
Oh.
Gardner, sorry, I drew a blank.
ISAC.
Sent me Pardon? Yeah,
From
runs the
ISAC?
He ran
Okay.
some preliminary, and I don't know if they're the cities or what,
You
so
get them to IDAY?
I've got to go find them, but you bet, absolutely.
Because that's really what we need. And even though, you're right, Dale, because it's really of January 1, so unfortunately, it wouldn't take place till the
So
next
It doesn't
year.
affect this budget.
It won't take,
It won't affect this
it
budget
won't
because these are
affect
numbers
this
as of
budget
January
because of the
1st.
January 1. Okay.
Right.
But we still need to know, because we're looking at projections, right? Because we're talking about how to sliding scale things and all that. So, okay, Dale, well, now I know that this budget is going to be exactly what it is on TIF.
Yes.
And then we'll move to the next budget.
And as you're saying, with the properties out, and if you do a renegotiation and continue this, then you need to determine whether you want to keep the same base value or increase the base value.
That's what I'm
And
mainly
that's where-
concerned about.
Where the main, because we pay anywhere from $1 million to $2 million into the TIF every year.
Right, commission, in other words, it's two questions.
Right.
It's, it's percentage, which I'm super flexible on, but it's the base value where we must recover. And that's the trick, and so we need to know what their recommendation is, and that can't wait anymore, because it's gotta be done by November, and we really need to know now so this court can start thinking about it.
Now, to continue off, we were able to subtract that TIF value on there, so that we'll do a small adjustment to our taxable value for our rates. As we say before, we're trying to compare last year's numbers, this year's number for the same property already in existence. We get to subtract the new improvements. As I said, the new improvements were $628,461,868. And as I've been telling you the last few times, this is significantly less than we've had in the last few years. And a lot of this is timing. This will be something we catch up again next year. On average, in the last 3 or 4 or 5 years, we've been averaging anywhere from $800 million to $1 billion in new property. So this is a little bit lower. So when we start actually getting in taxable numbers and what we're going to bring in, this affects our new property. So kind of if you go to page 1.
Page 1?
Page 1. Now we're getting the values of what our taxable values are. We have to provide you with two tax numbers. Those are the no new revenue tax and the voter approved tax. Now we're going to provide you also with the last year's adopted rate, and we're going to provide you with what we can use as a tax rate if we so choose to use 100% of the unused increment that we currently have available. Now that's the maximum amount we can use with what we currently have. It can be less than this, but these are the maximum numbers. So as we go from left to right, our last year numbers for 2021, 2022 with adopted rate, we had a general fund tax rate of 0.261948. Our debt service was 0.044752. And our road fund was 0.003745 for a total taxable rate of 0.310445. If we go to the next column, this is a 22-23 no new revenue tax, which means it's the minimum rate that normally we can count. You can't go lower than this, but this is the rate that kind of gets you the same amount of revenue from this year to last year. And for this particular time, our general fund is 0.231651. Our debt service is 0.037020. And our road fund is 0.003283. And our no new revenue tax for this is 0.271918. As you see, that's right around a 2.9 to 3 cent decrease in value, in rate, excuse me, rate. If we go to what we call the voter approved rate, which we used to call rollback rate, it's not necessarily that voters are not going out and doing an election for this, but this is the highest rate you can charge without requiring an election. For 2022-2023, the general fund is 0.240035. For the debt service to be fully funded, which means we have 100% of the value we need to pay for the 100% of the debt requirements, is 0.042069. For the road fund to fully fund this is 0.003431, for a total voter approved rate of 0.285535. As you can see, that rate is below our current adopted rate by around 2 cents. Now, if the county can and will use the maximum amount of voter approved rate with the unused increments, those values are the far right. The general fund of 0.240035, with the debt service of 0.042069, the road fund of 0.003431, and the unused increments is 0.006124. So if we so need to use those rates, the total maximum amount we can use without requiring an election is 0.291659. As you see, that is still about 2 cents less than our current adopted rate of this fiscal year. Those are the rates for the county and the road fund debt service. We also do the debt service of the calculations for our hospital district, and those are the ones at the very bottom. Last year's rate for the hospital district was 0.111502. If we use the no new revenue tax, it's 0.097385. And for the hospital district, they still can use the 8% rollback rate or voter approved rate, and that rate is 0.106188, and you see that's still below the last year's adopted rate. Those are the rates and calculations we have to present to you for the balances. We just provide you with a list of our fund balances for the year. For the general fund, we have 24.7 million. For our road fund, we have 2.6 million. You don't have that on the list, Connie. For the fairgrounds, we have 2.4 million. The law library is showing a small deficit, but we'll take care of that as a negative 28,000. The airport is 190,000. The inland parks is 195,000. And the coastal parks is 1.5 million for a total fund balance of 31,816,382 for the fund balances we will be working with through our budget for this fiscal year. Now, these are just estimates. Again, these numbers can increase, and we expect them to. But these are the balances and the rates we have for the fiscal year 2022-23 coming up. For the next Commissioners Court on the 17th, we'll actually present a proposed rate. And that proposed rate will then determine whether a requirement for public hearings are necessary. Then on September the 7th, we'll actually go through and adopt the tax rate that the court so chooses to adopt. Those are the rates and the valuations for this fiscal year, Your Honor. I'll be glad to answer any questions you have.
Okay, got a few here. Commissioners, what you got? Commissioner Chesney, you said first.
Just, mine is kind of related to the debt service rate, right? So, since we are not proposing, and I don't believe anyone, I don't know, I haven't heard of any proposals, and I certainly don't want to do it, but I mean, since we're not proposing any new debt coming on this time around, have we calculated yet? I know what you calculated that it would be under these scenarios,
Yes.
but my question is, have you calculated what it's going to be just naturally?
If we wanted to provide 100% of the requirements, and I believe our requirements are around 14 million, if I'm not mistaken, to be able to fund $14 million for our debt service requirements, we need what we're saying, the fully funded, 0.042069 will get us 100% of the value we need. Now, we can reduce that if we need to, because we have some fund balance of around 3.8 million in the debt service fund, so we don't have to go up that high. But if you look from last fiscal year, we were at 0.044752, so that's almost a 2-cent decrease.
Okay, so to fully fund what we have would be 0.042, so that provides us, not much, but that provides us a little bit of downward.
Now, this is where it gets tricky with the tax code, because the tax code code allows the county or the city to set a tax rate for the debt service for whatever amount you need. So you'll set a number for this to this at 3.5, and then your debt service goes below that, so it's never part of the calculations of how you exceed the rates.
But it still counts in the
Still
effective
counts in
tax
the
rate
end, yes. Still
calculation,
counts in the end,
or
yes.
the tax rate, excuse me, effective.
Because sometimes in the middle of the year, some counties or cities might add a lot of debt service from one year to the next year, and we now have a lot more responsibility. This year we haven't, but we still have a small increase that we're having to fund. So we need to bring in 0.42069, because if we tax in what we call the no new revenue at 0.03702, we'll probably use anywhere from $800 to $1 million of our fund balance.
$1 million?
$1 million.
So I think, are you referring to Commissioner Chesney where it says fully funded? Is that kind of where that came from?
Yeah.
All fully funded means if we owe 16 million, that will bring in 16 million.
I got it. So 0.042069 is the debt service rate.
100% of that, and not using any fund
And not
balance.
using any fund balance.
And last year's was 0.044, so it's come down a little bit.
It's come down a little bit. But what's important to note here, and my question is on the no new revenue rate, the debt service goes way down at 0.037. And so that's not fully funding it. So under the no new revenue, you'd have to start taking from your fund balance immediately. And that's what you need to notice here. And the other thing that's important is to answer your question, while we haven't talked about it, it just hasn't been ripe yet. But because I think we were getting RFPs in the field for the software, the ERP software, but those are not eligible for ARPA funds, and therefore we would need to borrow dollars for that ERP software for the auditors.
Or reallocate some from some other COs that we
Possibly,
could
yes.
have, or
Well,
something like.
potentially, I guess we don't know that yet,
Right.
right? I guess what I'm saying to you, I wanted to at least bring that to your attention, that was one of the concerns, why you want to make sure you're on that fully funded part so that you're not tapping in today with a fund balance.
I'm just,
Now,
I was
one
just
good
asking.
question,
I
one
wasn't
question
advocating.
you might realize on our debt service rate, and that's how the calculations have changed from a few years till now. When we have excess collections, and we had a few little excess collections, these numbers go higher. So technically, the fully fund will probably get us more than we need to pay for the balances. So, you know, if we go at that high rate, we will probably increase our fund balance.
So the answer there could be that we don't have to go to the.
We do not have to go to fully funded. We can give you some scenarios of if we use this, it'll use this amount of fund balance or this amount of fund balance. And we've done that in the past to try to keep at the 4.4752, and that's been the history because our growth is anywhere between 5 to 7%. This year was 12. So that's now
asking.
quadrupled our
They're
balance.
just questions for next week, really. I'm just kind of trying to.
Do we find enough money to fund half of what you need for the,
Excuse me.
the software? Then we just borrow half? I mean, can you borrow half of it?
Court, if we can look through some and find some half of it for somewhere and need half, that's a decision for the court to make.
Okay.
Okay.
We can also try to work with the vendor to see if they can provide financing through their own, but we don't know what the rates are.
Right. And so again, let me make sure to just, and I don't have many today because we did them this week and I'm just kind of getting ready for next week. But again, the point next week is to create the ceiling number only.
Correct.
Right. I'm just making sure so that the public hears it too, so that we're creating the ceiling number only for next week. But we'll dig in pretty hard to different things and different cuts and different ads and whatever the court wants to do, or?
Yes, on the 17th, we're required to actually propose a rate. And that rate is set you at your ceiling amount, whatever it might be the case. If it's anything above the no new revenue tax, we are required to publish notices and have a public hearing. Anything above the no new revenue tax rate, so whatever rate, anything above that, whatever it is, and again, once you get to that number, that's the highest you can go. Because if you try, you can't go any higher than that without then refiling more public hearings and more hearings. So that we have to try to set a ceiling, and that's the maximum.
So then really, next week is not the not the meat and potatoes. That's really the.
No, just to say, here's our ceiling, and then we're going to go through this point until September the 7th. September 7th is when you actual vote on the rate. From that point to that point, we determine what can be taken out of the budget, what you add to the budget, and what rates we actually finally need.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, I have some questions, and I'm glad Johnny stuck around because we did not address at all Hospital District on Monday. And so I just wanted to ask Johnny if the board passed any action regarding their wishes so that we could have that for consideration. You see on the board here, Connie, could you take it back up? You could see on the board.
We'll need something for the 17th.
He says we'll need something for the 17th, but you'll see that the board, listen to me, you'll see that the no new revenue is about, I guess, $1.50 less. And then the voter approved, the 8% that you're allowed to do is still less than the adopted rate last year. So what did your board weigh in on, or how did they weigh in?
Judge, we didn't go into an in-depth discussion about that, but for purposes of next Tuesday, the hospital district would ask y'all to consider the voter-approved tax rate is the one that you won't go beyond. I'm not telling you that we're going to need that amount.
Right.
But I'm telling you that we don't know yet what our expense is going to be because the two large variables that we have in our budget next year is what y'all are going to do with the public health district in terms of what you want to commit to them, how far you want to go with them, how far you want to work with them. And the other thing that we don't have a good handle on is the cost for mental health services. Because last week y'all approved money for a diversion center. It's not clear who's operating the center, what's going to happen after this initial funding gets used to do the center. So we need some answers on some things because depending if they're going to happen next year, those things are going to drive which tax rate we come back to you for. So what I'm telling you is that if there are if there are new programs that are sizable.
Yeah, did you watch our court last week?
I watched part of it,
Yeah,
Judge.
you need to go back and rewatch it, because we
Okay.
answered all those questions, and the answer is, it's not going to affect you in this next
Okay.
fiscal cycle.
Zero.
And so you need to know that. So
Okay.
having
And then-
said that, you should still watch it. And we should still, roundtable you with Ida so you can ask her any questions. But the most important thing, and that you've answered it, because I've got to be careful, because this agenda item doesn't give me a lot of latitude, but it does give me latitude as to the rate. And so your ask is for us to consider next week, for the purposes of setting the ceiling, to go to the 0.106188, which is the voter approved.
And Judge, that's because that would give us the maximum latitude.
Absolutely.
And I think last year we used the same approach where we took the highest rate, but we came in at something that was far less than that.
Yeah, it's just for the purposes of next week.
yeah,
I just wanted to
yeah.
get it on the record that was what the recommendation is.
Yeah.
And then we can talk about all the other stuff,
yeah.
as they say, later.
And yeah, just so the public knows that the unknown variable about the public health district cost is what wants us to be cautionary and ask you all to
So we
consider
just-
that rate for next year.
So I'm loving that you're giving us the be fearful, but we just did that. That's what I was arguing about. You already won. We just gave them help me out, 1.5 million for their waiver program, and we gave them 1.7 million for the normal. They are loaded for bear. They will not need one more dollar, unless some unforeseen circumstance, happens. We're not anticipating any more than that which you have already authorized, which was the up to 2 million. We approved last week 1.7, right, guys?
Yes, ma'am.
And that included the, their CPI of 10%.
Right.
So we're good to go on their budget for this fiscal year, Johnny, and we're good to go on their 1115 waiver. So you know how there was sort of discussions about that? So that's over with. You're
And
good
Judge,
to go
yeah.
there.
And if that's the case, then next year, I'm not sure that we'll need anything beyond what our effective tax rate. I still need to go through the numbers, talk to the board, come back and talk to you all. But our concern, just to back up just a moment about the public health district, is that contract is an open-ended contract in terms of cost. And so you may have addressed costs and stuff this year, but there's next year and the succeeding years.
I'm 100% with you. All I can tell you is that we set a budget for only one fiscal year. And
Yes.
I don't deny that everything can change, but only in this year, you're asking me. And the other thing is, I would always suggest that you apply for some contingencies. We have 2 federally declared emergencies in public health. I would never recommend not, having some contingencies. So you should think about that. And then this court, in your calculations, there's a concern that we'd like to address with you regarding our mental health officers. And that was a cost of $218,000. So I'm putting you on notice right now that I think there's a legal concern there about one contract year over last being different. So that might be something to think about. But I think overall, your message is give us flexibility, and then we will come back to you after that.
And Judge, that's correct. And just one more time, just to underscore, I just want to signal to you that the district is concerned about the open-endedness of the public health district's contract. Because that cost, they've already come to you for 1.5 million, y'all stepped up and paid it. But there's next year, and there's always going to be an ask. I mean, I can tell you it's coming in, y'all. And we have been working
totally
with the
get it.
court to make sure we funded those things, and we'll continue to fund those things as we go forward. We need to work with y'all as y'all work through this contract, because it, like you said, Judge, in an earlier meeting, it does come back and fall in our lap.
It does.
And so,
It
okay.
does. I'm on your side here. I fought vigorously. It doesn't seem to go, it goes on deaf ears here. I don't know what to tell you and to tell your board anymore. I wished that things went differently. It's not a good, well-worded contract, because exactly what you said. I warned everybody. I warned you. I went to you and said, help me make better document. And now we're having to live to it. I'm 100% with you, but here's the good news. For this fiscal year, I think you're safe. I cannot predict from future years, but this year, based on what this court did this morning, protects the hospital district. That's how I see it, Johnny.
Okay, Judge, hope I've answered your questions about for next week,
You have.
so, okay.
All right. I'm going to move to Patricia Shipton and Joel Romo. It's item number 8, and it is receive the update from the legislative consultants regarding TWIA, and I'm glad you're on because there was some confusion with the message that TWIA sent out regarding opting out rather than opting in. And so maybe we can shed some light on that. It might scare people when they get those notices in the mail. Joel, good morning.
Was there a report filed? I didn't get that either. I guess.
This was just them talking to us
Which
about
is
it.
totally fine. I just didn't, it'd be good to start getting some reports on what they're doing, written like they were doing in the past. That would be helpful.
Joel, did you hear that?
Yes, good morning, yes. We can provide more regular reports. We do the monthly report, but we can
They have
provide,
the monthly.
updates on projects. And on TWIA, we wanted to give you just an update on the hearing that took place last week. We joined the delegation.
Hey, Joel,
per the
real quick.
request.
Hey, Joel, sorry. Did you say if y'all provide those monthly? I have not seen one in a while. Are you sending them, can you send those, copy all of us too?
We send those to Belinda
Okay.
and, okay? Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, they're not getting, I haven't seen one in a while. I'll ask her. Go ahead. Sorry.
That's okay.
You're not here in the.
Per the request of the court, I attended and Patricia and I have been working with Chairman Hunter's office on the TWIA issue over the last few months. I joined the delegation from Nueces County in Galveston last week to testify on behalf of the county in opposition to a rate increase. Just a few stats of 560 public comments that were submitted, 553 were opposed. Only 2 entities submitted resolutions opposing any rate increase. One was, of course, the Commissioner's Court, and then also the City of Corpus Christi. Again, I testified on behalf of the Commissioner's Court and reiterated that they're not only shared the copies of the resolution, but reiterated the opposition to any rate increase. And as you saw, the TWIA board voted not to do a zero rate increase. I do want to share, there was a lot of positive comments from the board, which I hadn't heard in a while, about wanting to work with our delegation, wanting to work with the stakeholders in terms of future legislative needs and potential funding opportunities for the TWIA board. Chairman Hunter is going to pull together a work group in the next few weeks and asked us, both Patricia and I, to be part of that in terms of not only legislative solutions, but also some funding mechanisms for TWIA that he's asked us to kind of provide some input in on behalf of the county. But again, I just want to reiterate, it was Chairman Hunter was very appreciative of us being there, testifying, and we joined other folks from Nueces County in Galveston, such as the United Chamber, the city, the port, business leaders, and the RTA. So I'll stop there and see if Patricia has anything to add.
No, Joe, you've covered it really well. And I do think you're right. The TWIA board, uncharacteristically being open to suggestions, all that, I think it's 2 things. I think Abbott has finally made some appointments that are more favorable to coastal communities. And then I think it's the select committee on TWIA that the lieutenant governor and the speaker have finally made their appointments to. And it's in anticipation of having to work through those hearings that I think has got the board's attention. So it was overall, I think, a positive.
That's good. Patricia and Joel, I received a letter on August the 8th, and I sent it to Chairman Hunter, and he was going to follow up, and he did with me and with TWIA and the Texas Insurance Board. But it basically is advising TWIA policies that they're going to receive an automatic increase of approximately 11%. And that the premium for most policyholders could be less than 11%, so very confusing. And then finally, they say that this increase is voluntary, and the premiums will increase only for policyholders who accept the increase. But how misleading is that? That means people who don't have the normal, opportunity. Have you seen this, Brent? You've seen that? I sent it to they just get to everybody. they basically make you opt out. So for the average person that doesn't have a familiarity with these documents, i.e. a lot of our population, it's going to be terribly confusing. And so I'm very upset about this. And I think it's very cruel to make people opt out. They should make them opt in. And so I just wanted you to know that I sent this to Chairman Hunter. He immediately called the delegation, immediately made all the calls. But I want to see them, you know, put some sort of messaging campaign out that this is, in other words, they're going to have to opt out instead of opt in. And so I'm sending this to you right now. This came by and just like I said, 2 days ago. And I was hoping that they would auto-correct, but they haven't. No other advisory has been released, so very tricky, very, very tricky.
We'll follow up with both Chairman Hunter and the legislative
Thank you,
team
Chief.
over at TWIA.
Yeah,
some
really.
clarification.
Yeah, I'm very upset about it because I think a lot of our people who aren't familiar with these types of documents and have difficulty understanding their meaning are going to get stuck with an 11% increase. You know, so, well, thank you guys for giving us that good report. Anything else for them, folks?
Judge, I was kind of curious when we were gonna, I didn't, and I mean, I guess I can put it on as easy as anybody else. If we were looking at a time to put together a legislative agenda.
I think IDA has it slated for upcoming.
Okay.
To A, say, we direct you to help create one, and then B, what are the bullet points that, you know, we would like to see on a legislative agenda? And then hopefully make that a you know, September, October finality.
So then, yeah, maybe.
Commissioner and Court, Patricia and I are going to start calling your offices to schedule one-on-one meetings to go over any legislative items. We do have some visits we've had, and I know I don't know how much we can, this was a TWIA update, but you know, we just real quick on terms of legislative, we may have some requests from Scott Cross we've been visiting with him on some dune issues. The Coastal Bay folks, we're gonna have a call with them on Monday regarding some funding issues. They've already taken to Chairman Hunter. So we would like to bring forward a draft agenda to you, probably perhaps late September, after we've had time to visit with each one of you individually, as well as any other departments of the commissioners.
And that's what I was gonna.
The county as well.
And I appreciate that, Joel. I think that was what I was gonna suggest too, was that IDA, she's not here at the moment, but IDA send out something to all department heads that says, okay, is there things you want the court to consider, you know, putting on their legislative agenda? Because, you know, they work for the county, and I think we should look at anything that county clerk or the tax assessor collector or whoever might have and see, and I know they have their own associations and they do a lot of the work themselves, but on some of them, I know Kara does and Kevin and that kind of stuff, but if there's ways we can help them, you know, assist them, then certainly we want to be able to do that. So I would like for IDA to send something out to all the department heads that just said, hey, look, we're formulating this in the next 30 days or so. If there's some legislative things that you want the court to consider, please do that, you know, so that we can get some input from all the other department heads, and maybe especially electeds, right? But certainly department heads too can weigh in.
Sure.
But just to get that, and then because that would certainly help us. And then what I'd also like to see, Joel and Patricia, as y'all are doing this, is starting with the last one from 2 years ago, and seeing, you know, what got accomplished, what didn't, and is that a starting point? You know, maybe sending that all around to all of our offices to kind of start weighing in on some of that, you know, refresh our memories on, excuse me, some of those things. And then just also for Joel and Patricia, you know, one of the areas that, and I've talked to Patricia about this a little bit, is, you know, some of the things that I'm hoping that y'all can also spend some time focusing on is some of those buckets of money out there and things that, you know, we need to have y'all looking at from the state level as well. So just to kind of get some initial input on that from me anyway, that would be great to get that rolling in the right direction. So.
Yes, sir, we can do that. You know, and actually we have an email we put out 2 years prior to the last session that I can take a look at, refresh, and share with IDA and get it out to the whole, per your request, all the departments. And we did, you know, as to your point, as a result of that email and visits with not only you, the commissioners, and other department leads, we did have some agenda items added to that legislative agenda as a result of that process. And that's what we will get done this month over the next.
And I think it'll be a good process, Joe. We'll get it started with our own agenda from the county. And then we anticipate interim studies and interim charge reports to come out in October, November timeframe. So that'll give us a chance to bring you some of those legislative recommendations for y'all to consider that we would then add to it before the session started.
Sounds good. Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. I think, Ida, I don't know if you heard that, but if we could get their reports sent to the Commissioners Court, there's monthly reports that are coming in. There's a request to get them to everybody. And then second, a request to get, just to assist, I mean, they're gonna call everybody, but just to assist Joel and Patricia with having individual meetings regarding legislative agenda. And then third.
Do you have monthly reports that you've gotten?
No.
Okay, so who are those reports going to, Joel? Because Ida says she doesn't have them. Are they maybe going to Belinda, or are they?
I mean, everything that I normally receive, like, hey, FYI, I normally send those
Right, I mean,
emails.
you do send stuff out left and right, so, do y'all know where those could possibly be?
Well, they,
Maybe, I guess maybe resend the
do
ones
you
you've
submit them with your invoice?
We do. I submit mine with my invoice.
Right.
Where does the invoice go?
Oh, I have to ask the lady that sends the invoices.
Okay, so.
I don't get
that's-
the invoice.
She's not getting
But
invoices.
I get the documents then.
Right.
Okay, so could y'all submit those reports to Ida, please, separate from the invoice, because the invoice goes one
Sure.
place and the reports go someplace else, because she doesn't have them and we haven't seen them, and I'd sure like to see them, please.
Yeah, on mine, one of the ones I sent, Belinda and Ida are copied, as well as Teresa.
Okay.
That's right. And I probably have failed to copy everybody correctly, Joe, but I will correct that.
So maybe you might just need to resend them all, because somehow they're not around. Yep.
Sure, we can do that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. And I sent you a copy of that letter, as I said, that just came out like 48 hours ago.
Good.
So
Thank you.
again, I mean, I think I'm not sure if their genuineness at the meeting was genuine. Because I think they should have brought forward that email. It had to have gotten approved by comms. It had to have gotten approved by the board. There's no way that email would have gone out without their knowledge. And it's terrible. So I'd like to see a retraction and a real explanation. And again, I told Chairman Hunter, I think it's meritorious of him holding a press conference so that we can show people when they get their bills what they need to do to opt out.
Yeah, because I just got mine, I didn't know.
And Commissioner Chesney says he didn't know, so.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank y'all.
you.
Thank y'all for.
Okay. So item number 9, we went ahead and said we would wait for, I just don't know if we can call Scott Mears and ask him. We can skip 9 and have him be ready. That's the IGSA, the task order number 1. I don't know why, but I believe he was gonna join us. He's not gonna join us? Okay. All right, so task order number 1 is for the fire hydrant work related to the IGSA task order. And it's a quote. And of course, we approve it, and then here's Edward, he can explain. And then it goes to NASCC for approval. So we act first, and then it gets sent to NASCC. But I do believe that you can explain and then also tell me that Scott this is good to go with the captain.
Pretty much good to go, Judge. Essentially, we're working with their personnel. This is the first part in the process, so we, in this scenario, we've procured a local company, which is the Shoreline Plumbing, to do the work out of a purchase order or purchasing program. So we get a bid for it, we get a pricing for it, we take it to them, they decide whether it's too high or too low, then we bring it back. If it's too high, they'll tell us it's too high, we'll bring it back, and then we'll go through another process, in this case, maybe competitive bidding. It takes longer, but in this case, what we're trying to do is shorten the process so we can get the work done as quickly as possible for them out there.
And then also, I would turn everybody's attention to the back of under tab 9, first page, turn it over, and you'll see that Nueces' direct costs are $18,000, we'll recover those. The indirect costs are $684, and then our fee will make $7,000 on this project.
And are we
So-
keeping that, like Dale, as like a line item to show we can, so that there was some skepticism about this program going in, and just so we can show the public that it is working and we are making actual dollars on it and we're getting
We'll have
things
a
recouped.
separate line item, we'll have a separate department showing the amount of revenue we receive from these agreements, and then according to the Commissioners Court, that revenue can be used for whatever source. Right now, that revenue will be going to the general fund, because that's where they most need the funds, so if you also choose, we can move it to a different special revenue fund, if you want to keep it separate to use it individually, but right now, it's assigned to go to the general fund.
Okay.
And I'm not saying it needs to be moved out of the general fund, I'm just saying I'd like to have some sort of way to.
It will be a separate line item, and we'll be able to tell
Right,
you how
just-
much there each year, yes.
Yeah, so that we could pull it out for a year and say, okay, this is how it went. We spent $100,000 and we got $130,000 back, or whatever. I can't remember the percentage, but you know what I'm saying. Just
We
so
will
we
be
can
creating
show.
a separate department just for this particular issue, and that department will only have this function in it with revenue and expense.
Because there's a lot more value to this than just us making money. It's what we're doing to help our military presence. And I think that's the main value. But it's kind of new, and it's new for the county. And I think every once in a while we ought to just pull that out and show the people that, hey, it's working.
And what's really
Well,
great is
it
you get our people's time back,
Yeah,
right? So you've got a budgeted, you're bringing money back into the budget for people's time, and that includes Belinda's time, Edward's time, auditor's time. It's accounted for, so that's really good. So, all right, so thank you, Edward. I guess the description, yeah, here it is. The description on the actual work is on the following page,
And the
and the
agreement is in
contract
here.
follows.
So,
So,
move passage.
thank you.
Judge.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
There's two
Two action items, you're right. I'll let him make the motion for the first, which is,
Discuss, or move passage to consider task order number 1 related to intergovernmental services with the Naval Air Station Corpus Christi.
okay, and his motion is to approve, and then I'll second. And then all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Then the motion would be to approve the goodbye, number 227N000 with Shoreline Plumbing Company.
Second.
Okay, and for task order number 1. And if there's no further discussion for Edward or questions, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. And then, item number 10 is Parker Pool, and you had asked us to come back. Edward, is everything in order here?
I have to comment that Commissioner did a lot of good work on this one.
Thank
It was a good project. We're getting our funding back. We had a lot of happy people because, as you know, COVID and with the heat and everything, we had a
Right.
lot of swimmers. We're planning for next year, but Commissioner helped us greatly in getting this funding from the city back to pay for No Swim for this last year.
Well, let me, as you're using your word, I'll continue my bromance with Edward too, because he did a great job and he's really done a great job. I don't work with Edward a lot because I don't have a lot of inland park projects, so this is really one of the few, and he's really kept this running, and quite honestly, this is one of those ones we're gonna have to kind of look at down the road a little bit, because we've kind of shoestring this and piecemealed this, and we probably need to even look at some different stuff maybe in this budget, but he's really done really well, and Flow East has been unreal, and her board, and this has been a real, you talk about a community effort, this has been this, so I appreciate it, and Edward's made this easy, and he knows when to call and go, okay, he doesn't bother sounds wrong, he doesn't call on me much on this, but when he does, I know I need to get involved, so I appreciate you doing your job on this, Edward, and going above and beyond too, so thank you. I would move passage
So you,
to,
right, okay, so you move passage, and this is just the agreement, Edward, right? And this lets us go forward into the future.
We should get a check probably within the next week.
and
Awesome.
they passed it yesterday.
Okay,
City
so
council passed it
motion and a
yesterday.
second.
Monday.
They passed it
Discussion.
Or
yesterday.
Monday,
Real quick,
Monday or
just-
Tuesday, I can't remember.
Okay,
This
hold
week.
on, we've got some discussion.
Just kind of loosely connected, but to better understand, I know that you handle Parker Pool, but it's probably 2 miles from the coast. Is that statutory? That's, or is that
Not a
just how we're
coastal
set
asset.
up internally?
It's not a coastal asset.
So-
Coastal parks is defined statutorily as to what they can
So,
and can't
okay,
do.
so I'd like, Patricia and Joel are off, but I'd like for that to be considered. Now, I don't know if that impacts funding. I'm just wondering if they're still available by funding. I mean, they're literally right there. Parker Pool's like, the bay is like right there. The back
Walk over
bay
there.
is right there. I mean, I can't imagine, there's gotta be plenty of funding opportunities. I'm not saying the work that y'all are doing is great, but to have inland parks from Flower Bluff all the way to Jim Wells, Nueces County line in Agua Dulce, and all points north and south is crazy. It's just, and then we have Coastal Park, just the strip. Like I said, you may want that, and if you do, that's fine, we can keep it. But I'd like for us to at least explore that. And if it's statutory, where we can't change it, if it means that there's not funding opportunities that we could seek, even if we started including them in coastal parks, right? Because I do believe there would have to be something changed, maybe in a local bill. But I'd love to be able to see that, right? Not wanting to take more work from you, Wade, but you already got enough. And I think if Scott's right there, it makes sense. Why not just have coastal parks within a mile of the coast, or 2 miles from the Gulf of Mexico? You know, I think that makes better sense in how we're structured. I'm throwing it out there because I know this is not part of the agenda, but I wanted to clarify on your involvement here, because that just does not make sense. If so, Judge, and if Belinda's listening, if you can convey to Belinda, I'd like to see this as part of our discussion in the future, right? Not trying to undercut anybody, but I just think if it makes better sense for us to be organized, then let's do that, right? And if it means you taking on more and keeping that, then that's fine. But let us have a healthy discussion on that individually with our lobbyists, and then as a group when we plan out our agenda later in the year.
I was just gonna say, if you take Edward away from this group, you may have mutiny on the bounty, and all of Flower Bluff may show up because they love Edward, and Edward's
Hey,
done such
we
a
love
good job.
Edward too, but
No, I know, I'm just saying, I'm just being a little
makes sense
funny.
if you're closer. That's all I'm saying.
You know, that's for another day, but.
Yeah, that's another day, obviously.
No, I get it, but I'm just saying, anyway, he's got the
So-
thing greased.
So just so I know, guys, but this is the interlocal.
Yes.
And when you say they're gonna give us our money, is that for last year?
This year.
This year. Last year, we got a check.
I'm sorry, but when we say this year, can y'all help me say this fiscal year?
Like right now, I had to supplement some funds
That's-
for this
do
year.
we give you that back to you?
Yes, ma'am, I had to.
Does it come back to you?
Yes, that was the.
Okay,
that's the
thank you.
intent, yes.
Thank you. And so next year, Edward, we're gonna put at least the proposal is to put $25,000 in to Parker Pool on our budget. FYI, as they say.
Well, that's great, because what happens is we have a period of time. What really messed us up, we were doing really well prior to COVID, and then the city kind of helped us but didn't help us when they went to, okay, they went all their pools to zero funding so that they don't,
For
so
free
nobody has to
swim.
pay.
For
It's
free swim. Yes.
So they went to that, so they wanted to include Parker, but that kind of threw us
Off the loop.
loop off. So all our collections, all our donations, all that kind of got thrown into a morass, so to speak. And then when COVID hit, then you're trying to provide things for people that really can't afford it at this point in time. So now we're trying to get back to normal. And Commissioner, that's what I was gonna tell you, is that we're working on a budget. I think we'll be solid this year. There's gonna be some monies returned to the account, so we should be good going into next year.
And we don't anticipate this for next year, for 2023. So we have to put some. We don't, this is the end of this deal. And so we're being made whole by this. City passed it yesterday, or Monday or Tuesday, I can't remember when they met, and they passed it. We'll revisit this going forward for next year. Thus, part of the reason for the request, because I don't think we have any money funded for Parker Pool. It's kind of weird anomaly that needs to be looked at overall, but that's not for today either, so we're getting a little off track, I apologize, but again,
And since you have such a great relationship with the city, you might talk to them about their bond, because they've got more money set aside for parks and rec, which is awesome.
well, but this is our
maybe
pool,
can-
though. I mean, this was
So
a
it was
weird
their
deal.
pool that we took over, right?
Right, this is kind of a weird deal because we didn't really, we weren't going to do this, but we didn't want to be the only pool in town charging for free swim. So we went to the city and they agreed to include us in that. But I don't, necessarily want to be reliant on the city to run our pool. So we need to figure out how to run our pool, but financially. And so we're going to work on that. We're going to come forth with a plan. Edward and I have had conversations. We'll continue to. So this is just to get made whole on this. That's all this one is.
Correct. Thank you, Commissioners.
Excuse me.
Okay. Did we vote? All those in, Commissioner Miles, we're all good? I mean,
No, we did not vote,
Hernandez?
I don't think.
All those
You
in
take the
favor
vote?
signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Okay, we've already done number 11, and so now we're gonna do number 12. And what I was really hoping is maybe we could get all the way down to 21. But I would like, before we hear from, before we work on number 12, is it possible to take our 30-minute like we did last court? I think it really helps for those of us that don't get up out of our seats because we can't. Could we do I could do 12:30 to 1, and I think in the next 30 minutes get to the rest of the regular agenda. Could I get a motion for that?
Motion.
Thank you. I'll second. Any discussion? Any opposed to that concept? I'd be willing to reconsider if there was a better time, like you wanted to do it right now. Okay, well then, all those in favor of taking that 12:30 to 1 break signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we'll see how quickly we can move. I bet we can. So the first one is the discuss and consider the approval of the supplemental agreement on engineering services between Nueces County and LAN. And are they online? No? No? Okay. Relating to the adjustment of hourly rates. This is a contract, I'll just refer to Jenny. In their contract, they have the opportunity to bring before the court very much like a CPI, right? It's just an adjustment of the rates based upon consumer, I would say, economic situations.
Yes, and this
How do you
was
wanna
one
phrase
that
this?
did not pass last year. They have asked that it be brought again, so now they are in their second year without any change. For the court's consideration, we are offering up two different alternatives, which is, as they presented, it becomes a shall, that it'll be reviewed and raised, I think, every other year. And then we presented with the court with the choice of leaving it as may, so that the court has a choice as to whether or not to raise and review that going forward.
Okay,
I think it ought to be May in everybody's contract because, depending on how things go. So, if you're asking.
and do we do this, I know that we voted on a couple already this year where we did make the adjustment, and my concern is just the whole equity of it. If we do for one vendor, what's the philosophy on not doing for another? Do you have any information on that, or?
I don't remember even anybody else coming and asking us.
No, we did it here, because I pointed it out when we did it. We've done some adjustments. Juan, can you address that? You brought somebody up for an adjustment of hourly rates. I don't remember the name of the company, but we've done it before in this court in the last few months.
Judge, the one you're talking about is,
Do you remember?
it's for Absolute Waste. It was for,
Absolute
for
Waste.
construction purposes. Well, not construction, but they're the ones that do the garbage, their trash pickup.
Right.
So we had to, on theirs, they had the CPI index.
That's right.
But they're the only ones that have requested.
Yeah,
There's
I was
no,
gonna say, I don't remember.
there was no professional services,
we don't
that
pay
we've
for that.
approved. Sir?
No, we don't
Yeah, we
pay
don't
for
pay
that.
for
No, sir, you don't pay for it, no, sir.
Right. So that was Yeah, I don't remember us doing any, that's what I'm saying, I don't remember us doing any adjusted rates for any professional services contractor, like maybe in, I'm gonna say 8 years I've been here, but I may be wrong. I don't remember doing any of it. I mean, whatever it is, and whatever it was when we contracted, it was like, let's talk about the new ones that we added. What's in their contract? Are they gonna come back and ask for
So
adjustments? And-
Not that I know, Commissioner.
No, because
Not in any contracts do we have the
Well, like
stipulation.
we just added some more program managers, right? So
Did you
what-
look in their contracts?
I'm saying not that I'm aware.
Not you're aware of?
Yes.
Jenny, do you remember? I'll be honest with you, typically it doesn't come to court, because usually, I mean, not come to court, typically it is a part of the contract. CPI is a part of the contracts, and the reason is it's the prevailing wage. So it's not something that's unusual. We've seen, at the Port, I saw it all the time, but I don't know what we have for our future contracts. Maybe that's something to look into. But
I think
know
that's
that,
something the county is gonna see
Yeah, I
offered
mean-
up more often.
I mean, the economy, this is not unusual is what I'm saying to you. The question is, do you want to do it or not?
Well, the
And
question is, no,
we'll
I think your
just-
question of equity is a fair question, Judge. That's what I'm trying to address. So I think what I'd like to see is, I'm not
see what
for
other-
or against right now. I'm more, like, I'd like to see what the other contracts are, and if this is, you know, and what these other, like, we just added a couple more, I'd like to see what's in them, because what I don't want to happen is,
You open up a door.
yeah, that we get 3 more that it's not in their contract, and we're gonna have, you know what I'm saying? I just want, because you're right, it needs to be equitable, so can we,
We can do a survey of those things. As far as I'm aware, I have not seen that as a common thing or a recent thing. But let me put out the feelers and I can have more information before the end of court.
I appreciate that.
okay, so we hold on this one, I guess, for now, but yeah, especially those program manager ones that we just added, those would be the most comparable.
Right. Well, anybody that would have an hourly rate.
Sure, but especially these would be apples and apples,
Well,
right?
that's true.
Right, just.
Okay,
but-
sounds good.
Hold on.
All right, well, we'll hold on.
Sir?
No.
Okay.
Okay,
I just have one question, but.
go ahead.
I mean, I don't understand, we come to a point where we're gonna start raising the hourly
you
rate
add-
for.
get closer?
For contractors and other engineers, whatever it is, everybody, just, you know, I have a problem with that. I mean, I'm having a problem paying our employees, you know, more money, and here we go, trying to give our, you know, our contractors, making already $200 and some an hour or something, and, you know, I don't feel very comfortable with this here. I think we need to go back and see what our budget has, and, you know, what are we gonna do with our employees, and, you know, we're gonna increase anybody, we need to increase our employees before we do anything else. So,
And
I don't, you know, I've never heard about, we're not, as long as I've been here, I don't think we ever done this.
And Commissioner, if I may, you know, and that's the reason back in January and December of last year, I could not recommend it. Because if you look at the increase in pay for each individual person or request for each individual person that's on here, like a project principal, it's an additional $21 per hour. The QAQC, it's another $18 per hour. The senior project manager, it's an additional $21 per hour. And then for the senior project manager, it's an additional $16 per hour. For the project manager, it's an additional $17 per hour. And for the project manager, it's an additional $15 per hour. And then for the engineer 7, it's an additional $22 an hour. And then for the construction manager, it's an additional $16 an hour. And the project coordinator, I think it was an additional $13 an hour.
So
there's-
JP
so
Grom
there's-
is on the line. Would you unmute, JP, and just, those dollars reflect a CPI index? Could you tell us what the percentage is that reflects, and whether or not that's in all of your contracts that you do in the state, or is this one unusual? And what is your opinion with regards to how other engineering, we're gonna take a search for others that we have here in the county, but what can you tell us as to what the industry standard is?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I did join just in the middle of Juan running down the different amounts. So our agreement with the county was a multi-year agreement, and it was structured in a way that the initial year stated our rates, and the agreement indicated that every year those rates would be subject to adjustment. We attempted to have an adjustment a year ago, and we were turned down by the court. We have this year asked again, and as a way of helping everyone find comfort in the number that's being recommended, we have tied that to the index that's referenced in the amendment. And we think that's a fair way of representing our increased costs as was contemplated in the original agreement. LAN, when we develop our annual salary adjustments, we benchmark against that rate. And so I can tell you that our folks have received raises over the last 2 years, and they are at or below the rate stated there in the adjustment.
So
And it's not uncommon in an hourly arrangement that spans multiple years for there to be an escalation clause. If the court would think about this for a moment, in a multi-year agreement, if we charged what we anticipated the final year of the agreement's rates to be, then the county would have paid more than what we were paying our folks in the early years, and in the event of some termination or something would have overpaid effectively. So that's why an annual index is recommended and used in the agreement.
Okay, that helps
And
us.
and you know what, Jenny, the other one that I would like to see on this is, the other thing I'd like to see is what the rates are, because, and what he just said made me think of that. What are we paying other program managers in our contracts per hour? Again, to look at the equitability of that too. And so I'm going to say that's a lot of information that I would rather wait till next week on, because I don't, because I'd really like to see like how this compares. And full disclosure, JP did reach out to me, and I just have not had time to get with him. And so I apologize. And I was not trying to ignore him. I'm just beyond swamped on this. So I didn't know it was going to be on the agenda until I saw it, and that's my bad. But I would prefer to get all of that information and look at it, and to try to be fair, because I'd like to see what these other project principals, all these other people are making on that we just hired too, because I think it's a fair look. So I'm not trying to
All right.
circumvent any
Is that a-
discussion, but if there's
is
a,
that a-
I'd like to.
motion?
Is this increase based on, also on their performance evaluation?
Well,
No, it's not a performance-based, it's CPI, it's the consumer price index that's established by the government and the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And as our economy changes, we adjust the CPI. And typically, when you his point is that when you negotiate a multi-year contract, you typically don't put year 4 in year 1. And so this contract was designed differently because it's a multi-year contract, and in year 1, your price was lower than in year 2 or 3. We didn't make it mandatory because there was an implication that we would do the right thing and make the adjustments. Last year, we did not make the adjustment, and he's saying, this year, we're asking you to please make the adjustment because of economic forces. We've already had to adjust our pricing with our employees, and that was to benefit you guys early on, that we would have a lower level, and then over time, we would get to what the economic adjustments, which is, again, produced by an index. This is how it's done. So, again, it's worthy of the look to see how others are doing it.
And our office is ready and willing and able and doing right now the legal analysis. But as far as the business analysis on what has happened, we're going to have to seek the assistance of the court.
right, and so I would like to motion to table this to
All right.
actually to the 31st, because I don't know that I'm going to have any more time between now and the 17th with all this budget stuff to do anything else. So,
All
but what
right.
I would like is, well, before I make the motion table, let me, because I'm not supposed to discuss once I do it. So let me withdraw for a moment and say what I would like before I make my motion to table is exactly that. I would like to know what we do for every other program manager that we do. Cost-wise, have we ever done these increases? I don't remember them. I don't remember these CPI increases being in here. So I'd like that historically from whoever, Jenny, and then on the business side of it, I'd like to see what we agreed to pay these other program managers, like on a side-by-side, so that I can see, because there is an equity question, but there's also, I don't remember us ever doing these CPI increases on professional services. So that said, that's what I'm asking for, that I need. I don't know who to ask that from. I'm gonna ask it to you, because you're the county manager. You go get it from whoever you need to get it from. If you need Peyton to help you, that's great. If you, I don't, but I'm gonna ask you to get it, and well in advance of that 31st meeting, so that I can, really understand what I'm doing and ask questions before I get here if possible. And then, so that's the ask of the county manager. Now I would make my motion to table to August
Okay.
31st,
All right.
please.
In a
Or
second.
to whenever, I'm sorry, whenever whenever that last meeting is, because I think we have to talk about that last meeting in August.
No, we haven't discussed whenever the last meeting is.
Yeah, to wherever that last meeting in August is.
29th, no.
So, and again, if someone else wants to discuss this, I can wait on my motion to table. I'm not trying to quash any discussion. So if someone wanted to discuss it, I can pull that back for a minute. But if not, then that would be my motion.
Okay, so that's the motion. We've got a second. All those in favor. It's whenever we do the last
Okay. the
week
last
in
meeting
August, okay? We haven't talked about the meeting yet, so just make it that way, generic. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're gonna move on to the county attorney software. And, that is called, HQ. And I put it on here to discuss its funding through the American Rescue Plan Act,
Which one, Judge? Sorry.
item 14.
Okay, thank you.
And item 14 has been vetted by Haggerty as being eligible. And so I got to turn to my number because I don't have it memorized here, but let's see.
Judge, can I, no, go ahead. I'll get, but before you go to the next item, after this one, I have a question.
Actually, I don't have it on here, but I don't have it on here for whatever reason. But I believe it's on our spreadsheet. And Jenny, maybe you could help me, but it's, my motion is to be able to authorize thank you, authorize this to be paid for. And then, of course, we'll have to work with Michael to do the proper procurement, get the right language. We're learning a ton about the right language. Our procurements follow our normal procurement, but you still have to satisfy the ARPA piece of it. So
Judge, I don't
today
have
is just
any-
an allocation.
I don't have any, was there backup on this one?
Yes, sir. It came from,
It was part of that.
it's part of your, this was part of your Haggerty piece of it.
Oh, from last week?
Right, you have a whole thing on it. It's basically,
How much is it? I remember the discussion.
70, okay, here, let me just read it, okay?
I remember the discussion.
Okay, it's $7,000, 7,800 one-time fee, okay? 7,800 one-time fee, okay?
This was the one where we had to check to see if we needed 2 licenses for. Is that this one?
Yeah, okay, so we need our own, okay?
Right.
So here's the gig. If you wanted to take it all the way to 26, it's 240,000.
Right, that's what, okay.
That's everything, all in, blood, guts, and feathers, that's what we call it. $240,000.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
And that would basically get us all the way through 2026. Now,
Motion to pass, Judge.
Okay.
I remember this now.
you remember?
Yeah.
Okay.
The motion is to approve the funding of the HQ office. So here's the deal. When I say motion, I've done this way for 7 years.
no,
I
no,
know.
no, and I understand
No,
that,
no,
but
I'm just
then-
asking why, because I'm not being,
The reason-
like I've been, no, hold on. let me
Don't
because
fight
I've
with
done-
Kara.
No, I'm
Thank
fine.
you, Judge.
I'm asking because I've been doing this way for 7 years, and I don't know why. If I'm doing something wrong, I'm saying, tell me how to do it better, because I just say motion to pass what we're talking about, which is discuss and consider funding of HQ office management software for county. So if you need me to restate that every time, I'm happy to. I just need to change the way I do things.
Can I answer?
Yeah, sure.
Well, the reason being, sometimes you tend to go off on these tangents.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Of motions, and it's not really always clear, so.
Okay, I'll
when
try
we
to be
go
more
back-
clear.
Correct, and also, when you just say move approval, then it's not clear really to the audience.
So if I
they're
say
just
motion to
watching.
pass item 14?
Right, in the dollar amount,
So if I say motion to pass item 14,
but we need a dollar amount,
right, and
and so that's when.
Right, which she just read. Okay, that's fine. So motion to pass and the funding of the HQ office management software for county attorney's office in the amount of $240,000 through the American Rescue Plan Act.
Through 2026. And that would,
Sure.
you know, that includes through 2026. That's
To
the
be
intention.
effective September of this year?
Yes, ma'am. Well,
Okay.
you know,
Okay.
when you say effective, you mean we're going to
It'll be
go,
effective today.
right. This is just the allocation, Jenny. What I'm hoping is that this will prompt now Michael to bring back the procurement and get us all lined up. Fair enough, Michael? Today is allocation only.
Yes, I'm fully in favor of the court choosing this modus operandi of approving funding first and then bringing up the procurement. If we happen to already know the procurement at the time we're asking for funding, we'll enter a semicolon and we'll include that information with the agenda item. So if you don't see procurement method with the item and we're just talking about funding, then that's all you're going to be approving at that time. It's just the funding source.
Yep.
So,
And this is going to be my template. Well, so I've got a motion and I'll second it. And now I'm calling for discussion.
And this is for 240,000?
055, 240,055.
And then someone needs to let, I don't see, unless I'm missing, I don't see, oh, no, I do see, there's Rachel. Okay, so Rachel's online, so make sure that she gets that we did this to put that in her
In her.
calculations.
Yes.
Sorry.
And now in the discussion piece of it, I believe, Jenny, this will serve your office, if they'll work on this, it will serve as an awesome template for two things. You'll see me, I won't rush it, but you'll see me putting on in maybe the next court, 2 more case management softwares that are needed. One is for the public defenders, and the third is for the medical examiners. The medical examiner has a cost estimate that's already been established. I guess what I'm saying is when you do this, you're really helping us set the template for the others as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, you know, the procurement, the language, all that stuff. Okay. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Revolutionary moments are happening every week here.
Judge, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So one of the ones that I'd asked about earlier on tabling, which was 3C1,
Hold on,
and I just got
3C1.
handed about 60 or 70 pages of backup. So I'm going to ask again on
Okay,
this.
so-
What's this?
3C1?
So on this one, Commissioner, we've already approved this document. All they had to do was go out and execute it. So that if you want to do subject to looking at it, but remember that we've already selected, approved, and this is the contract that we told them to go get.
And I'm not trying to call it out of order. If you want to wait, I can
If you don't
wait.
mind, just so
That's
that
fine.
maybe we can
Yeah,
get.
that's fine.
Through
I'm
our
sorry. I
lunch
did not-
break, we
I'm-
can get a
okay.
little more info to you.
That's fine.
Okay. Item number 15 is discuss and consider prioritization of ARPA projects, including projects set out, allocation of ARPA and related matters. And so,
Can I?
go ahead, who said
No,
yes?
I was going to ask a question,
Go
but I didn't
ahead.
want to jump you or anything. Did you? I didn't mean to jump in front
Well,
of you.
I was going to jump into, go ahead, just go ahead.
So this is an item that would allow us to also continue to, it's all allocation of funding. One of the things that we talked about at one point and that we didn't do anything for, and I think so I just want to bring it back up because I want to make sure there's opportunities for allocations in these ARPA funds for charitable contributions. If I'm not mistaken, that was.
That's correct.
And we as a court have not set aside any funding at this point for that. And as we're getting down to the, nitty and the gritty, my thought is maybe we should have that discussion. And I can't remember where we are on the dollars. I should, but it's gone so fast. And maybe we should set aside some for charitable contributions that this court could entertain and vote on, or set aside some for each commissioner to use, because, and I don't remember the what qualifies those charities, because we haven't talked about that in so long. So I kind of wanted to talk about that today, because I know we're all interested in helping where we can on those. I certainly don't want to, take away from drainage and roads and things that are just absolutely crucial, and I don't know what the right amount is here to do for charities, but I think it bears discussion before we end up spending all this money.
So I just wanted to answer one of your questions. So you're not the only one, I'm not the only one that does compound questions. The first question is 501c3, all right, is what qualifies you under American Rescue Plan Act. So you're good to give if it's a 501c3, all right? So that's your first answer. And the second is it just to remind you, not that we have to do this, but there was that in the community survey, that is definitely highly ranked as one of the, community, yes, priorities. And then third, if we wanted to do that, we could do it ourselves, or the United Way offered to be our administrator of the actual funds to the charity, depending on how the court wanted to go.
I don't know.
And then finally, I don't know what the proper dollar amount you're thinking of, but I very much like the idea because I think that American Rescue Plan Act is really, reason they aimed at that is they knew that for 2 years, people weren't able to raise
Right.
dollars.
Right.
So I just wanted to say that in answer to some of your queries.
And so the main one was just, and I apologize for being compound, but the problem, the main thing was just, I wanted to throw that out and hear from everybody on how we thought we might want to do that. I'm assuming, and I shouldn't assume, but we know what that does, right? But I think everybody here has expressed an interest in helping the charities, and so I think it's a fair statement to say that I think everybody wants to do that. I just don't know how the best way to do it is, because I don't think any of us want to get 30 phone calls tomorrow from our favorite charities saying, okay, put us on your list. Not that I'm opposed to answering all those people and talking to them as I regularly do, but I'm trying to figure out what the best way to do it, and I really don't come into this with an idea other than that, to say, what do y'all think, and do we come up with an amount, do we let them all apply, and then we vote how to divvy it up? I mean, I just...
So we don't really,
Like maybe allocate $100,000 to each commissioner to work with that, or are you saying that maybe?
well, I feel like we have outside agency funds that does that. I'm really thinking that if you want to do an allocation today, you pick a dollar amount that you might want to, like, I'll be honest with you, I'd like to just throw out, for example, the Black Chamber of Commerce. They actually put forth a proposal. They're a 501c3. Their proposal is for, call it what's the right word for those, museum quality graphics that they use to develop history, kind of like our iMuseum over at the Coastal Parks. There's a word for it, but the graphics, it's just the graphics. They're trying to create their Black history in a way that people can come learn about it at Solomon Coles. And they actually came and were part of all our town halls. They're listed, and that would be an example of a good thing to bring forth.
And there's 100 others that if we put this out there, that we're gonna do it, and how much we're gonna put forth,
Well,
we're gonna have a lot of.
that's
so
correct.
What I wanna do today is, if we're doing anything, is we come up with an amount, and we come up with a mechanism, because otherwise we're gonna get bombarded with calls, and that's not a bad thing, but if we know what we're gonna do and how we're gonna do it, then, if we said, for example, and this, hey, we're gonna set aside $1 million for charities, right? But then, if we do that, then holy cow, everybody's antenna's gonna go up. In my opinion, we should have a mechanism that's fair and impartial, and that we don't all get into a horrible debate over something we're trying to do good for, right? So I really don't know what the answer. I'm really
We could
truly
use
coming
the
to you
Coastal
this-
Bend Community Foundation. One of the things I had suggested, Commissioner, is that if we did this allocation, that we do so and actually vote the week that you have the day of giving, and that way, every one of our dollars could be multiplied by another dollar.
Well, they only go up to a certain amount, though. They only match to a certain amount, and they always reach it. But no, it's a great concept. That's what I'm saying. I don't know, I don't come in with an idea other than I want to set aside some for charities, a significant amount, and I want to come up with a mechanism to where we're all comfortable, and we don't, that should be the last thing that we get into a heated debate over, is how we give money to charities, right? I don't want to turn it into something.
Well, why don't we make an allocation
We could do the allocation, figure out
today,
the process.
and then figure out the process? And I will say that both Coastal Bend Community Foundation and the United Way are both awesome, because they actually look at the whole piece of it, like they'll actually give, create metrics, create compliance, get, Anyway, we could do the process later, but this agenda item basically just does the allocation, the prioritization. So if that's a motion, I think that's a good motion.
I would make that motion to set aside, just so Kara has it really super clear.
Yes.
I would make a motion to set aside $1 million of our ARPA funds for charities, with the follow-up being that we work on the processes later.
Maybe 30 days, give you 30 days.
And I would make that part of my motion, that the county manager come back with a recommended process for the court to figure out how to disperse those funds. That
I
would
think
be
that's
my-
that's a good
Second.
motion, and you're going to get a good second here. That's a good motion. And if there's any other any other discussion, this would be a good time to talk about that.
And during that process, when you're looking at it, look at, like, make it a detailed process, a recommendation, right? I'm not saying we won't change it, but a recommendation, because maybe there should be some caps. Maybe there should be, so that there can be no more than, or that one doesn't get too much more than the other. I realize needs are different. I don't have a suggestion on this other than I need a suggestion. And we need some real guidelines here,
Right.
because there are so many great charities that none of us are going to want to there's not one of them that we're all probably not going to think is a great suggestion. But we've got to have some parameters so that we're fair to all of them. You know what I mean? So.
And I think that when we went to the national
hard as
conference,
heck.
and when we went to national conference and we saw how other people are spending ARPA, they actually, and Haggerty was one of the leads on this, they actually have created templates. Because one of the things that we haven't really talked about much, and we really need to, is exactly what you said, is process. In other words, just because you say, I've qualified, a project is eligible, guys, that's when all the work starts. Treasury requires all kinds of justifications and letters exemplifying all the work that we're doing. So you're right about the process being key. So I think that's a very good suggestion, and
Get with Haggerty and make sure, because,
it exists maybe.
Yeah, make sure, everything.
Yeah, with everybody.
Yeah, but, okay, that's,
And also, I just want to say that each of us have dollars, and if there is a special project above that, like, let me just suggest to you that, like, MHID is a 501c3, okay? So there could be projects outside, since we all have our own funds, that could still be beneficial, Commissioner Chesney.
well, and I'll be honest with you, that's part of why I'm doing this, because I need to figure out how to do that with some of the funds that I want to do, because I've already gotten some big asks that I don't know how I'm going to be able to accommodate. And so I'm trying to figure out, I'm hoping your process will help me develop a process, that if I want to take some of my own, not mine, sorry, precinct allocated, just like you, everybody has, and use some of those for charity, that I can kind of use your process to help me with my process, because this is a tough thing. I mean, this might be the toughest thing we do with these charities, because we all love them so much, and, we're going to.
Yeah, just
so the
remember
process is
that,
really-
that you can, again, lean on best practices, but most importantly, this is not your run-of-the-mill, I'm giving $10,000. The ask is, what are you doing with these dollars that's going to create transformational change in your community? ARPA is different. ARPA was designed so that each dollar was leveraged in order to make a community better. So you use outside agency dollars for a different way than you use these. So I think when you develop your process, part of the discussion I have here is, what is it that you're asking for, 501c3?
And why?
And why, and how will these dollars last 10 years from now? Does that make sense? It's not for operations it's not for operations necessarily. Does that make sense?
Right, just for
I
services.
think that's fair.
It could be if it had a real
It's just like now-
explanation.
it's just
Well,
like
and-
right now, I mean, I do, Amistad, and I do the Coastal Bend, for services.
For outside agency.
For outside agencies, so.
Right, but I think here you would want to say to Amistad, if we give you $50,000, are you going to build a clinic that will last for the next 20 years? In other words, it's a different question, and I hope that that's how these dollars get used.
Well,
What
and I
can we
think
do today?
transformational is still, transformational can be defined in lots
In
of
a
different ways.
different way. You get the
And that's
difference,
what I'm saying,
though,
we
as
just want
opposed
this to be
to,
super positive, and this may be the biggest presentation for me, this may be like the biggest presentation you make to me for a while, because this is important stuff, and these charities need our help, and every project we do is impacting and transformational, and this can be no different. And I don't know what that definition is yet, but I agree with the word transformational. I just don't know how to define it. I'm gonna let you take a shot at it.
and the good news is that our charities have been watching us, and they know what we're looking for, which is nice. They know where our aim is. All right, well, if there's no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, item number 16. Thank you, Kara. It's 12:35. I'll recess until 1:05 per the court's earlier directive. 1:05, just because we were 5 minutes off.
Thanks, Carol.
The record, and it's 1:19, and,
Okay.
all righty. So let me come back to my agenda. And we were just about to discuss,
16.
yeah, item 16. It's kind of funny here, maybe I took it with me. I wonder if I grabbed it, I did. Could I borrow your agenda real quick, like? I'm not sure, I apologize, but it was here and now I don't see
I
it.
think there's one in the front pocket of your binder.
You're right, I got it, I can use this one.
have one?
Yep, thank you. All right, so item 16 is the executive session meetings, and we've had this one's kind of come back from time to time, so the question is, I think I have a legal question as to whether or not privilege exists. What happened? Oh, time is let's call it 19.
Okay.
It's 1:20 now, 1:19. The question I had pertains to executive session, but for the court, just to hear it, is whether or not each one of us has the right to have our attorney-client privilege be protected. And so if any of us, Jenny, want to have that privilege preserved without recording, what is the law on that? And so that was my question. I'm happy to tell it in front and in executive session if you want to answer it, but that's the question. In other words, even prisoners have a right not to be recorded when they're talking to their lawyers. I don't know why commissioners would have any less of a right, but again, it's the attorney-client privilege that belongs to each of us, not us collectively. And so, and we exhibit that time and time again, when we object to discovery, when we say we have an attorney-client privilege with each of us, and therefore, I don't think the technical piece is hard, right? We would just ask Daryl to come in and talk to us about that. But first, we have to decide whether or not that's something we want to do. And I know that I want to preserve the attorney-client privilege for future courts, not just this one, in a sacred way, which is not recording.
So recording executive session is clearly articulated and set out as how to do it in state law. So therefore, it has been articulated in state law. It also talks about the only, in the Attorney General opinion that was circulated, that says the only one that we can designate that keeping of those two is the county clerk, is how I read that. So this has been addressed in state law. I think it is absolutely, I don't believe we have individual attorney-client privilege. We have collective attorney-client privilege because we act as a body. And again, it's been laid out as to how you do it. So it's already been contemplated for and indicated that it's legal to do. We've kind of gone through the reasons as to why, and there's disagreement. To me, it just needs to be, at this point, brought to a vote and moved on. I think, one of the things, too, that I didn't say when I was asked the last time by it, that I thought about afterwards, because it came up, was I think it's very valuable, because a lot of times it's real easy to go back and watch what we say on the camera. A lot of times things get articulated and we forget what we say or how it came out in closed session. So I also think it provides us as a court to have the opportunity in closed session to review what was said at the prior one, because we forget, or 2 months before. So I think the transparency is very important on this. I think having this as an opportunity to have this real recorded, and I think it's also could be a very helpful tool to be able to say, you know, we talked about this in executive session. You know, we have a lot of disagreements in executive session about what we talk about. And we can't sometimes even agree on what we've talked about in executive session. So that recording could be a humongously helpful tool to say, no, let's go back and review it in executive session and let's see what we talked about. Oh, yes, here's what we did say. Oh, you know what, you're right, I did say that. So I think there's a lot more important and valuable resources here. And I just think we need to, you know, we've kind of hashed it out. We've talked about it. If it passes, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I just am ready to move on from it. Darryl said the cost is pretty much nothing to do it. And then the only thing we need to do is if we want to designate the county clerk as the keeper of those records, which I think is what the law provides. And if you think otherwise, Jenny, on that, let me know, but that's how I read that opinion.
So can you clarify what Commissioner Chesney is citing? That has to do with a specific instance where the statute addresses certain contracts that are to be negotiated and they set forth the parameters.
Well, there's two different sections, or
Okay.
there's two different things. The law requires that if the commissioners decide that they need to negotiate a contract, not legal questions, in a closed session, that needs to be recorded. The court is responsible for maintaining that itself, and the only person they can designate that to, if they vote to do that, is the clerk. Now,
Correct.
the other question that's being discussed, which is separate, is the recording of all parts of the executive session, which again, the court would be responsible for maintaining, which is different from what we discussed prior with my office maintaining those records. That is not possible. The only person they can designate that to is also to the clerk. There are stiff penalties for viewing, for disseminating, for any of those things that would help to maybe satisfy the court as to the safety of that, as far as motivation for disclosure. And Darryl would be there to satisfy the court as to the logistical possibility of maintaining.
And where in statute does it refer to the second piece of it? So if,
Recording of executive sessions?
yeah,
That's back in the Open Meetings Act that we were looking at before.
so, but where does it say that we get to waive? Do you agree that, is it your opinion legally that we don't each have an individual right to attorney-client privilege?
Now,
Because I
as
can't
far
have
as that
anybody waive it.
issue, you're bringing that to me right now.
Yeah.
I am going to save that. If you want to have that.
Yeah.
I
Well,
would
I'm
rather you
exerting.
bring that to me beforehand so that I can bring you
Well, I'm-
something that's
Sure,
developed.
but I've talked to you about it before. I even mentioned it the last time in executive session, that I believe that nobody can waive. I used the prisoner analogy, I know before, so I know we've heard it before. Nobody can waive my privilege for attorney-client through discovery or any, it's my privilege. I can do it, I can waive it, they can waive it for themselves. But no, they cannot waive it for me. And so therefore, I do not believe that, I think that the court, it sounds like the statute gives us a way to do it if there's agreement to do it, but you cannot have another commissioner waive attorney-client privilege for me.
Nobody's
And-
waiving anybody's privilege,
Well, I am if I don't want to wish to be recorded.
but that's not your.
It is. I'm telling you, I believe that's a privilege that should be exercised.
Well, then, my motion would be simply to consider recording executive session meetings, identifying a funding source for the needed equipment and related matters, which has been done, past that. We can certainly add, subject to any legal discussion that Jenny needs to bring back at a different time, but I'd like to just move this item forward because
Well, we could do it for the contract piece of it, no problem.
the contract,
That would include the county clerk.
The contract negotiation. I don't know why the county clerk would want to assume such liability, particularly when I'm asserting that I think that this it's a terrible idea because of the
But it-
possibility of disclosure. I mean, I don't know if we've even discussed it with her.
But it's not, there's no waiver of anybody's privilege
Well, you-
even in
that's a
this.
legal question
No,
that
no,
hasn't been
But there's
answered.
no waiver in here because, like we said, it can't be disclosed unless, I mean, the way I've read this, the law on this is, it can't even be disclosed to their lawyers. It just goes to the judge for review. So if it gets out, there's all these stiff penalties, so there's no privilege being waived because there's no privilege being waived because we're all in the room together. Nobody's waiving any privileges. The only way this gets out is illegally or
You mean like-
by court order from a
Right.
judge who gets to review it pretty much in camera.
Right.
So-
The problem is, this court
I don't
has,
think there's
this
any waiver
commissioner's
issue.
court and courthouse has a pattern and practice of revealing privileged information. Jenny, did you guys do
Yeah,
TAC?
I don't agree with, I don't know anything
Well,
about that. but
those are the facts.
But this is, but we're
This
tightening
commissioner's,
this up.
this commissioner's court has revealed, information of executive session multiple times and has been
But-
caught on
but
camera
someone
doing it.
Someone can do that without sending the recordings
I
out.
realize that.
So,
It's-
so the point
I
is,
do.
the law is very, like, there's nothing that prohibits a member of a court from going and talking to the media about something if they want to. That's free speech. This is actually tighter because the tightness of this says these recordings, now, again, if someone wants to go talk about something, then that's not advisable, but free speech allows it. But this is very tight. This is very tight procedures that have been allocated and set up to protect these things from that happening. And in fact, if those things got out, it would be certainly easy to trace, certainly easy to penalize, certainly easier to fine than it is if a member of the court just goes and has a conversation with somebody about it, right? So to me, this is an even better protection of those things than what we currently have now. So that's my motion.
I
If
don't
there's-
think that with all of the discussions that we have for legal strategy on all of our legal cases, you would ever want to record your lawyers and have a record of your lawyer's legal strategy. I can't believe that a lawyer, a litigator, would ever think that's a good idea.
I know.
I don't know if there's any other county in Texas that does this for legal strategy. Have we checked into that?
There are some that will turn it off for purely, for attorney-client consultation.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Right. And then there are some that record the whole thing. So,
Who? Do you
But-
mind me asking? Like
me,
which counties?
the ones we talked to, I think she's Bear County? I was.
Francisco? I know.
Yeah, we were talking with Bear County and the court knows, for what it's worth, you may have issues if counsel is to be engaged for outside counsel. That may be a deterrent to the outside counsel that the court wants because they may not agree to do that. And so, there are issues.
Yeah, I don't know of any litigator that would come in and want to be recorded on legal strategy and have a record at your county clerk's or anybody's records. It doesn't make any sense. And
Well, but it
so,
does,
But not
Judge,
everybody
because
will have
if-
access
if-
to those videos or, really, right?
Records.
Right.
Believe me,
Judge
as a
Chanel?
litigator who's advised many clients, if one of my clients said, I want to record this, it wouldn't bother me for a second because it actually protects the litigator and it protects the client because then the client can say, hey, they never gave me advice. And the litigator can say, the heck, I didn't. And here's the recorded version of it and vice versa. Again, there should be no problem with
Again-
any of this because it's so transparent and it preserves the record, just like these discussions preserve the record. That is a record that bears protecting as well, because 5 years after here that I'm gone, I don't want someone to say, well, Chesney said in closed session, blah, 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 and I'm not here to
but they
defend
wouldn't be able
myself.
to get that,
But
Chesney.
but
They wouldn't be
it
able
could
to get
said.
that.
No, but it could be said, and I
No,
could say,
only in
right.
the realm of litigation.
Right, but
Yeah, Kara.
exactly, and I would rather have some protection as to what goes on than to be purely at the will of what everybody remembers. So
Kara-
again, I think this is super safe and I like it.
I know you do. I don't think it's been thought through at all from a litigation.
Because we've delayed it for a long time. I've thought about it a long, long,
Well,
long time.
we know that it's been on the agenda. You're right about that
Right.
part. It's been on the agenda multiple times, and I've reiterated that there's been no real discussion about the legal implications. I don't think that our county attorney, if we're being transparent, has recommended this.
I agree. We're being super transparent about it. I know she didn't recommend it, and we said it out here. I don't agree, and I've said the same thing. I agree with 90% of what the county attorney does and recommends, and a lot of times I don't. But as she says, we're the policymakers, and she doesn't recommend it because it's not legal. She recommends it because she thinks there are some policy issues with it. I've read it. I read it clearly. I've had conversations with her. To say it's not thought out, Judge, is completely inaccurate. This thing has been on the agenda many times. We've had many discussions about it. I've thought about it. I've talked about it. So it's been super thought out, to the point of which it needs to be voted on, because we've talked about it, in my
I hear
opinion,
you.
ad nauseam. So that's
No,
all
I
I'm
think
saying.
it's going to
But-
happen today.
Well, no, I get it, but I mean, I just don't want you to say this hadn't been thought out, because I have spent
Well,
a
I
ton
brought
of
up the,
time.
well, I brought up the privilege argument, and Jenny said she would have liked to have had that in time. So she can always bring that back. I mean, there's nothing
Right.
harmful about that. But you're not going to get any real dialogue or any real direction, because as a lawyer, I think it's fundamentally almost malpractice, negligence, to be able to talk about legal strategy and record it. I don't think any outside counsel will participate in our executive sessions, and therefore this court will be uninformed, and that's not fair to Nueces County. And I don't want anybody else using a legal argument as an adversary to come in and get our perspective, because it would harm us.
Yeah, if lawyers aren't willing to back up what they say by recording, I don't want them.
Well, that's,
I mean, that's just my
I don't
feeling.
think that's a I don't think that's a fair
We're on the spot all the
assessment.
time. We have to back up everything we do, because everything we do is right here for the public.
So Commissioner,
Everything those
let me
lawyers
ask
do ought
Kara.
to be,
She
absolutely
wanted
ought
to
to be
weigh
held
in.
accountable.
Commissioner, let me ask Kara. She has been waiting. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So regardless of how you vote, but I can assure you, I do have a track record of following the law. And I can assure you that anything that is kept I'm the custodian of the records, it will not get out. I can assure all of you. Because that is a proven track record, and we'll keep it in the safe under lock and key.
And I have confidence that you will.
To it unless a judge orders it. And 5 years from now, I believe the records are they need to be destroyed. They can be destroyed after 2 years. That's a retention. So,
Okay.
so just want to
All
assure
right,
you that.
again, I think that, I think you've given us some background and information and probably what we should do, because anytime you do something like that, just write a policy. If it passes, you need to have a policy, so it's recorded and, people know, hey, this is how I handle this particular item, and this is, who has access, and, try to tackle it from that policy perspective.
Judge, and I would also, as part of that motion, add that the county clerk be designated as the keeper of those records, so that that's clear as part of the motion as well. And I don't know who seconded it. Sorry, I don't know if that's acceptable to whoever seconded it. I can't remember.
Did you make the motion?
Yes, yeah,
I'll
maybe.
second it.
Pardon?
I'll
Okay,
second.
oh, thank you.
I have a Robert's Rules question. Can it be brought up for reconsideration if you abstain?
The
Or
winning
just in the
party,
affirmative?
if it's in the same meeting, the
Uh-huh.
winning vote side needs to bring it up. If it's at the next meeting, anyone can bring it up.
Anyone can bring it up in the next meeting? Okay.
Because the sessions, it can only be brought up within the same session. And these court meetings are structured so that each individual court meeting is a complete session. Unlike committees who meet annually for 5 days in a row, those would be where you couldn't bring it up the next day, because it's the same session. These court meetings are all their own session.
I'd like to review that. That's not how we've ever operated
so.
before. So I'd like to review that. Could you provide me?
Well,
just
that makes a big difference on how I vote, Commissioner.
No, that's what I want to make sure.
Yeah,
I'm
And
sorry,
my understanding also is an abstention
I think it's
is
right.
legally a no vote too, so I do want to
No,
make sure.
that's one question, but hers is even more.
No,
It's-
right, but I mean, my understanding has always been an abstention is not a no vote, but it acts like a no vote.
Well, it means
because-
you're not here, technically.
Yeah.
It's not really a no
Well,
vote. It's
right,
you're
the
not here.
practical effect of it is a.
It's not a no, just you're not here.
Okay, so
But you are here.
I would, I'd definitely like to know, that's a separate issue, and I get it. You have to, and I get it if you wanted to, because my understanding was you can't bring it back up if you're on the losing side, period. That's what we did it forever, but I'm not saying, I could be wrong, right? But that's how we always did it at council. That's how we've always done it up here. So I think that's a fair question that we need to review. But, and then Judge, certainly if you only want to vote yes out of precaution with something
I
on the
do.
record that says, I don't like it, but I'm doing it so I can bring it back.
No, that's the Chesney motion. I don't do
Well,
those.
well, no, I mean, you can do it.
I
mean,
know, I'm not gonna do
That's
that,
not a
though.
Chesney motion. I justify a lot of my stuff for the record, but I don't vote yes just to bring it back. I have not done that before, but if,
Well, I want to be able to bring it back once I get better legal advice, you know? Because
Judge,
I
I'll
do
be-
think
how
it's
about this?
concerned.
If you want to bring it back and you can't, you want to vote no today, I'll bring it back for you as courtesy, and I'll say that on the record right now. If you want to ever discuss it again, I'll bring it back. But if
No,
if you're
I
not-
think, I appreciate that, but I only trust,
How about just,
it's okay, Brent. I appreciate that offer, but I'll just vote yes and I'll bring it back myself. I like doing things myself.
how about-
Thank you.
Or I can, that's fine, Judge, if you want to do
Okay.
that. Or I can put it right now as a motion to bring it back. if
It's
that'll
okay,
make you feel
Brent.
better.
No, I appreciate that. I
okay.
know what you're doing and I'm okay. I'll do it myself.
I'm
Thank
just
you.
trying to
I know what you're trying to do.
Trying to get you to
I
be able to
got it.
discuss it the way you want to.
I got it. I know exactly what you're trying to do. I'm good. Thank you for your generous offer. I'll just go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Wait, who was the second?
I think
He
Commissioner
was?
Hernandez.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. It's like chess around here. Let's go to the very next one. It's item number 17, and that is this is an executive session request, Jenny. I'll move this to executive session.
Which one, 17?
17.
Oh, I didn't know that was back on.
This was Commissioner Hernandez put this
Okay.
back on.
Okay.
Item number 18 is executive session, and I'll just let you know, there's nothing, we're going to actually just
Judge-
pass on it. There's no update.
On 18?
Yeah,
On
we put
18?
it on as precaution.
So
Item-
are you tabling it?
Yes,
Or do you need
tabling
to?
it. Yes, thank you. You're going to want to know a date. I'm not going to be able,
You
how
can
about
just-
August 29th?
Well, you can just indefinite, just put it on when you
All
want
right,
it.
indefinite.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
told that by the end of the month, we should have the update.
I'll just do
What number is that?
Oh, sorry, I'm gonna stay out of it.
18?
I'd like to have it back on
Well,
the
it,
17th or the end of the month because
The end of the month.
I got some other related matters, so.
okay, August
You wanna discuss it?
29th,
That's fine with me. I just-
31st. Okay. Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
What was the motion
To bring
finally?
it back.
On?
Well, I said the last,
Whenever we meet?
whenever it
Okay,
is.
that's fine.
I'm
That's fine.
confused. It's 29th.
That's fine.
The last meeting in August.
Whenever
is
that
better.
is. Because I know
All
we
right.
have some.
Yeah.
Item number 19 and 20 also are contracts that have been requested by the court manager to go to executive session. But we have a copy of them, right, guys?
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
And then the next item is 21, and this is when we talk about the date. So we are scheduled for the 31st, and Commissioner Gonzalez, you're invoking the rule?
No, no,
Would-
no. That was the one where I think we have to meet for partial because of the budget, right, Dale?
The bills,
Or what was the,
the medical.
I thought whatever we do on, oh, I'm sorry, the budget's not till September 7th, I'm sorry.
Correct.
But the public, was there something on the public hearing or?
There is if on the 17th, y'all propose a rate higher than the no new revenue tax, we were required to publish notice and have a public hearing on
On a regularly scheduled.
Well, no, it could be any day you need, but it has to be a public hearing.
I thought you, okay, which is the one that has to be on a regularly scheduled meeting?
That's actually the 17th and then the 7th.
Okay, so then,
Not the 31st.
okay, so then,
So August 31st,
We'll be ready for the 17th?
What's that?
We'll be ready for the 17th as far as.
17th is when you're gonna propose a rate,
not to exceed.
not to exceed.
It's the not to exceed rate, not the actual rate.
Ceiling rate.
The ceiling rate. But so then again, on item number 21, our regular scheduled meeting, our posted and noticed meeting is August 31st.
Right.
And so that's the next date. And Commissioner, you're not going to be here.
No, I have a medical appointment I can't miss.
All right, you have a medical appointment, and so therefore, we're going to have, are you asking for a meeting on the 29th?
29th or the 2nd, one of the two.
Well, hold on, I cannot do the 2nd.
Okay, 29th be fine.
I'd have to get with the other commissioners right now. Can you,
I'm available on the 29th or the 2nd, Judge, but you said no to the 2nd, so I'm available on the 29th.
Commissioner Hernandez, are you available on the 29th? It's a Monday.
Yes, I believe I am, Judge.
All right, and Commissioner Modis, would you happen to look at your calendar? Would you be available on the 29th?
29th, yes, ma'am.
Yes? Okay. All right, the consensus is that we will move the regular meeting, and we will post a special meeting for the 29th due to the medical appointment of Commissioner Gonzalez.
So
Okay.
basically, the motion would be to move the August 31st meeting to the August 29th. That would be the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right?
Aye.
Okay. And now, I'm going to, say that again? Okay, I'm going to move Michael up so he can get to where he needs to go. And this is something that we just got handed, which was the subject of Commissioner Chesney's, let me take a look. And I did get a chance to talk to the county attorney. This is discuss and consider the award of the agreement with HJD Capital for CSP 319222 for generators. And Jenny can help Michael, but go ahead and tell us, this contract has been negotiated by both parties?
Yes, it's been negotiated by both parties, agreed to, and also reviewed by legal. And we got the final version that we sent to y'all this morning.
Okay.
And if y'all want particulars on it, I'll give you kind of the overview. The overview was.
I think that'd be good.
This included the original infrastructure construction that we had talked about. There was a piece that we added in a recent court where the court authorized NRG Engineering to redraw the piece on the auto shutoff switch, which they completed. And then we were asked to get a quote from HJD for that service, as well as a price for the resilience piece. And so they provided a quote back to us, and that price was very low. I want to say $31,200 for the auto shutoff piece that we added to the project.
Got it.
So that's not a substantial increase in scope to the project, so we're able to move forward with that today.
This is a low bidder?
Yes.
And just to acknowledge him, John Rodriguez is here from
Yes.
NRG.
Yes, John Rodriguez is here
Thank
from
you.
NRG.
Just to wave at him
Who
here.
provided all the drawings plus the additional ones that we asked for recently. And then Shane Peterson is here from LEN on any technical questions that you might have.
Okay, now I need to turn to Jenny and just have her confirm that we are good to go.
Yes, the major changes from what you saw before, or from what we handled in the last day or two, was 45-day movement in section, or on page 5. That's a change.
I couldn't hear you. What was in page 5?
There's a change of the number of days for a payment schedule. I mean, these are very small items that were changed and put and then given back to us. So they've made all the changes that we requested.
And so this is also the service agreement? I just got it, so I'm sorry. Is this the I know it's a revision, but is this the service agreement with them too?
If I may, Commissioner, let me let Shane kind of break it down for you.
And
This does not include the resilience piece that will come in later on.
pull that mic up, will you, Shane? Thank you.
This does not include the resilience piece that will become later on. That will be a contract and negotiation between resilience and the county.
This is just install?
This is just the install portion of it. But
Okay.
resilience is tied to putting their equipment in there ready in case it needs to be used.
And Jenny, you're saying that this reflects all the changes that needed to be made, this passes legal sufficiency, this is not unfavorable to the county, et cetera, et cetera?
Correct.
Okay. And the only reason I don't just move to table this one too, because I just got it, was because I know we're in hurricane season and we need to get moving, and so I'm nervous about that. But I'm just asking again, if, I'm uncomfortable with getting these things
Yeah, me too.
at way past the 11th hour. I know everybody's under the gun. I'm going a little on faith here, but again, I know we're in hurricane season and we don't have these generators, so I'll let everybody else weigh in that wants to weigh in.
How much time are we looking at this? How much?
How long,
what's-
Shane,
what's
will
the
it
time-
take? Is that what you're asking? How
What's the
long?
time that we're looking as far as for installation?
The main install will take 162 days.
Okay,
And what's important also about finishing phase one is that we have grant monies involved in this project.
That's
And that's
correct.
why we have to get that completed before the end of the year, so we really can't delay really any longer.
right. And again, we've been negotiating this contract for 2 months, guys. Yeah. Okay, all right. Well, I think it's important that, that Jenny got those changes done, and you're recommending that we move forward.
Yes, we recommend
All right.
approval.
And there's no financial change.
And
or
there's no financial change.
And forgive me, is this the one where we went back and put in the?
Well, excuse me, there is the $31,000 change.
For the-
$32,000, remember,
Or the
that was the switch.
That was the switch?
32,000.
Right. No, and that's in here now, where we're getting
Yes.
the automatic turn-on switch to where.
Correct.
We don't have to wait for someone to come from San
Yes.
Antonio to turn it on.
Yes,
Okay, Which was a
exactly.
good.
It's a
was
good, it was a
It's,
good.
it's
it was a
good, and we
change.
didn't know how much it'd be, and thank goodness it's a low cost.
Okay, that's, then, on faith, I'm gonna make a motion to pass this, and not just faith, that sounds wrong. I mean, I know we've been working on this for a long time, I just didn't get it till 30 minutes ago, or whatever, Michael handed it to me, an hour.
Yeah, and
So-
I'd just like to give a big thank you to Kent and Jenny's office. He worked really hard on, under very short time constraints to get this properly reviewed before we brought it before you.
And again, I do wanna reiterate, this is coming in under the budgeted amount that we
Yes.
had budgeted, which is outstanding. This is coming in with a better product because of the automatic turn-on than what we projected. And I know everybody has been working real hard on this, and I too appreciate the purchasing and the county attorney's office on this. I do think this is a really big step in the right direction for this county to have these put in place, and I think this is definitely a success for this court. So I would move to,
I have a question.
I gotta make the right motion. Hold on, I would move to, I can't find the item, sorry.
3C1.
C1, that's why I can't find it. I would move to pass the execution of the agreement with HJD Capital for CSP number 31922-22, infrastructure construction for emergency generators for Nueces County Courthouse, main jail, and jail annex. That's my
Seconded.
motion.
And there's a second, and then we'll call for questions or discussion. Commissioner Hernandez? Karen,
Yes, just
we're
in
good?
case this project is not done by the time you said it would be done, 100 and some odd days, do we have backup generators that we can go to?
Yes, we do. We have those in place right now.
Okay, that's all I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Do we have the cost?
Aye.
Aye.
Sorry?
Add the amount?
Add, if
The
you want it
award
for the
date, yeah,
record, say 31,600. Is that correct, Shane?
No, it's the whole execution.
The whole thing, could you just,
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were just asking for what we talked
no,
about.
what you
Well,
approved,
it's approving this, which has the amount in it.
the entire amount?
It's approving the
Okay.
contract, yeah.
Okay. I'll just
Yes,
add it in.
ma'am.
Add it in.
And really, you can just refer to that,
Okay.
that RFP,
I'll do that.
Or just, you want it?
CSP,
Copy of it?
let me see.
Just to have?
CSP.
CSP, sorry, not an RFP, but a CSP. Okay, thank you. Kara, could you do me a favor? Someone was saying, did we not vote on, remember 19, 20, and 21?
Yeah,
We're holding,
Yes,
but we
I think they're
did do
taking two
votes.
to executive.
Correct, but did
Right.
we do the vote on 17? No, 17 was executive as well. You got
did.
that marked down?
Put that in
And then did
executive,
you get a
right.
vote on 18?
You tabled it.
Yes.
We tabled
Yeah,
it,
you
but
did
did
table
you
it.
get our vote
I
for
did,
it?
yes, 5.
Thank you, just appreciate it. I'm just double checking because someone's seeing how quickly I'm moving through here.
You're going fast.
I am, sorry about that.
Oh, don't be sorry.
And
okay.
Judge, did we get a vote on this one, C1?
We did.
They just
Yep.
voted.
All those
Oh,
in
no,
favor?
Yeah, no, you're voting now.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Yeah.
Pose same sign.
did.
Okay. And then,
3C2?
3C2, discuss and
Jane,
consider.
thanks. Also, I want to say, I didn't mean to leave
Who?
you all out. Thank you for your hard work on this too, so thank you very much.
Yeah, and,
Shout out to Shane and JP and all the guys. We've been working really hard for 2 months and moving a lot of different moving parts to get here.
yeah.
And so,
And I hate to give you guys all these new assignments, but we'll want to have a maintenance contract as well.
yeah,
And so I
that's,
know that you guys need to work on that. So if you don't mind, get us geared up for that, maintenance contract next,
Right.
okay? This one is discuss and consider the approval of procurement for architectural services related to the Nueces County Medical Examiner's Facility And so I think I've got my order here. I think that's what y'all were showing me.
Know what?
And so, you're recommending an RFQ.
Well, I'd like to recommend we table this thing, because I just got this today too. I thought we had tabled this thing to the 17th. Giving the day a chance to check with Haggerty or Tom.
Yeah. Well, we did. We did.
Well, we never heard anything about it.
And I thought it was supposed to be
Yeah, it's
RFP,
supposed to be for the 17th, though.
Well, we checked on all RFQs, all RFPs. You have to RFQ with price for all procurements. It wasn't like just for this one. We checked on all of them.
So
Maybe I'm getting confused. I thought Leatherby said we had to do an RFP on this one.
So
yeah, I believe he may have said that to y'all. I wasn't here that day that occurred, but professional services per 2254 have to be procured through RFQ method.
Per our
Without
own
price, it's based on
procurement.
qualifications only. We're not allowed to bid professional services.
Okay, so-
And then we would include those ARPA required elements in the RFQ when we publish it out. And with the subsequent contract would include those additional terms.
But why are
in
we
the contract.
including the ARPA when we're not going to pay with ARPA funds?
Well, because what he said last time, what Leatherby said last time was, if it is a funded, ARPA-funded program, that any ancillary service has to also be
material.
RFQ'd, and what he said was RFP'd. So that's what I'm concerned about was, he
So-
said it doesn't matter what funds it comes from, and that was where we tabled it to the 17th, to get Jenny to go look at that, and Idea to go look at that, and so I don't know why we're doing this today either.
Well, we can hold it. I just want
And
you
I
to
don't know if y'all
know.
are ready to tell me what the answer is either, because if you are, then she's shaking her head no, so
Okay, well,
I
we
think
can
this is
hold it.
premature.
I just want you to know that, that we quizzed him on the P right after the meeting, and, and Grants was on the line, and trying to remember everybody else. Anyway, the bottom line is that what he said was that you follow your procurement, which is what Michael just said. However, because it's federal funding, you have to have the ARPA language, and the ARPA language says you have to include price as a factor. And that is where it gets a little tricky. So what he's asking is, from now on, before we do any expenditures of funds, before we get any procurements, that he work with procurement, which he did, to make certain that it's the right kind. And in this case, it's an RFQ, because that's what our Texas procurement statute says, but that price and ARPA language be considered, because it's a federal fund. And,
Okay, and then,
and we can
But
get that
Judge,
for
I'm
you.
okay if we want to come back
That's
next week.
fine, we can come back.
well, and I do, but the other question I have before that motion to table gets made is, this also has in it to appoint several members to an evaluation committee, which I felt like this court had kind of said we weren't doing those evaluation committees anymore either, so
There's no members of Commissioners Court on that committee.
no, I thought we were just saying on stuff like this, we were just gonna bring it back to the court.
Y'all never said that. What y'all said was that you made a rule of your Commissioners Court rules that said no member of Commissioners Court shall participate on a selection committee.
Right.
And I've honored that by not bringing any of your names on these lists. So the judge is not on there. It's just gonna be Ida, Juan, and myself, I believe.
Right, but I thought we had talked also about doing away with any kind of thing that wasn't, and I get it, maybe it was more on the construction, or on the construction type projects where we said we didn't
Yes,
even want to have.
on a construction project, that's gonna be like an IFB, low bid item, and there's no committee on that. We just get
Okay.
the bids in my
So
office,
on-
and I come back and bring them to the court, and we show you, here were all the bids, and here's the low bidder, and then we
Okay.
have the engineer of record plus the county engineer come and tell you why they support or not.
That's
the
fine, that's fair.
recommendation.
I stand corrected. I know we talked about on the construction projects, then that's fine. I don't love the committees, but whatever, go ahead. It's fine for now, but that's fine. Okay, so
But what,
we're gonna bring it back on the
we're gonna bring
motion.
it back on
Is
17.
everybody done talking, and I'll make a motion? If not, I don't want to quash any discussion. So, well, hold on. Everybody okay? Judge, you okay?
Yeah, and I think, Ida, what we need is a document that you can circulate so that it talks about the, right, and this is just what happens when you have federal funds, right? We got to follow our procurement, the Fed's procurement, and so price will be a factor. We need all that documented, so that we can get it to everybody.
And for our purposes, judge and court, when we are evaluating the process or the, anything going forward, we have to know at the very beginning, what is the funding source? Because if you are using ARPA for part of that, then that does change the analysis.
I think that's the intent. I don't know where to, I don't
don't know where we got everything. From the beginning, we said no ARPA funds. From the beginning, we never said we're gonna do ARPA. It was either my funds or, we had one has already had something set aside. So, I mean, I don't know where this got, every time we talk about it, we talk about ARPA funds for the architect, but it was never there.
But I think.
Do you have anything to add to this?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, go ahead. I was talking to
Visiting
we're having
with
a second
you.
conversation, but sorry about that. So what was the question? I'm sorry?
Do you have anything?
On the architect, we never said any time, any point that we're gonna use ARPA funds for the architect.
No, sir. No, we never, that was never discussed that ARPA funds were gonna be used. I think the only thing that was gonna be used was for on the construction side. Yes, sir. But no funding for the architectural part of it.
And Juan,
For the ARPA,
right, and just so you know, on the federal funds, we're gonna get the information, but even if you use non-ARPA, if it's in conjunction with using ARPA, you have to follow the procurement. So that's what we're going to bring to you, is that the federal laws on the guidance that Treasury gave on this is different than normal. So even if you have a different funding source, you still have to follow a certain procurement, even though we normally can just select.
So I got a question. I know that we're saying this at this time, but I know, are we using ARPA monies for Hilltop and some of these other projects?
Right,
So they've already been selected, so how's that gonna work?
So that's a good point. We've already we've been bringing.
I'm sorry, and
No, it's good. We asked the same question.
Yeah.
And the truth is that we already looked back and we did RFQs for Jacobs Engineering for Bob Hall, and for David Richter, I don't think that we did.
Did we do that?
But they don't have ARPA language in the
there's-
RFQ.
Right, so we have to go and address the things that we've been talking about with Haggerty, is the importance of that. And again, sometimes it's the devil's in the details. So you're right, all of those are being reviewed. We've actually
Okay,
looked
no,
at
I'm
them.
just- I'm
No,
just-
you're absolutely
Just
right.
kinda making sure what.
I wanna make sure too, because if.
You're right.
We're gonna bring one back, gotta bring all of them back.
That's correct. The only thing I wanted to share with you is that,
Yeah, we did bring that up, right, on the
The-
ARPA stuff, but did we RFQ Jacobs?
we did.
Okay.
We did RFQ. I specifically asked him about Bob Hall, and we're good there.
Okay.
But the one thing I wanted to share with you is, hold on, let's see. Oh, the architectural fees. So typically, 10% is not out of the realm for an architectural fee. So
No,
I'm
wait,
just
no,
curious.
whoa. Architect, maybe an engineer, not just architect.
No, architectural fees usually run about 10%
Of a 10%
of
for
a
architect
project.
fee? Really? No, that's.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner. Go ahead.
Are you suggesting that it's not 10%?
For an
It depends,
architect?
it depends on the size of the project.
It
And then
does,
it
but I'm saying,
depends
do you
on-
have a range for us on this one? I'm just asking. Typically, it's 10%. Could be
Ju-
8.
Judge, if I threw a number out,
You
know.
wouldn't know. Would you
No,
mind?
I know, but I just don't want to influence.
Well, plus it could
people that
skew
are
the
gonna be bidding
process
on the
too.
project.
You don't
Okay,
wanna
the
get-
only reason
somebody-
I say that is because if you know that there's a funding source that's not ARPA, we also need to know that, so that person, the entity, in this case, would be Commissioner was saying he had a funding source.
But you don't want to, I don't know if we want to talk numbers.
No, I will
when
not
we're-
talk
Right,
numbers.
Okay, because
But
that.
you have a funding
We'll
source,
come
but
back
if,
on the 17th, we can talk about the funding
Okay.
source.
Yes, sir.
Because
Right.
I think 10% for an architect, I've always heard
That's usually what
10%.
it is.
Architect and engineering is more like combined, so I'd really like to know.
I
'cause
don't think so. But we'll check it out. We'll check it out, but
$700,000
yes,
for, no, I don't,
that's
that's not.
very typical.
I don't think
It
so.
might be different for a,
Let's talk general terms, Juan.
Yes, sir.
Let's don't talk about this one. So let's ask general terms. What in general terms have you seen for architect and engineering combined percentage-wise?
In general terms, I'm just throwing a number out.
No, yeah,
I'm
don't
not
talk
gonna-
about
I'm
this
not gonna be strict-
project,
I'm not
just
gonna be-
general
I'm
terms.
just gonna throw it out.
Don't, generally.
If it was a $100,000 project, I'm just gonna throw a $100,000 project out there. You're probably looking about maybe anywhere from 15,000 to 17,000
For everything.
for everything.
For a $100,000 project? Well,
Yes.
that's 15%.
No, but for engineering and,
For engineering, you got
And
architectural, engineering, you got the multiple disciplines in there. If it's architectural, you have an MEP, you have a civil engineer, you have structural, you have geotechnical. So that's the reason why the rates would be a little bit higher on an architectural fee, because you're looking to be between 15 to 17%.
but that's architect/engineering and all those
That's
elements.
turnkey.
Okay, that's
turnkey.
fine. All right, that, I think that's
No,
high
it-
too, but
yeah.
that's okay too, but that's all right. Just,
I'm
let's
just
just,
kind of throwing, but it depends. I mean,
So I'll be honest with you. I mean, we've built a lot of things in this community and anywhere on, super high, 12%, but I've seen it. Reasonable, 8 to 10%. And I think if you start asking, and I'd like for you to do that one, ask your architects, you've got Govind here. 8 to 10% is for a medical facility would be clearly in the realm. Please go and find out, because that might shock Commissioner Gonzalez that he needs to put that kind of money away.
And honestly, Judge, I would be violating, am I correct in saying this, Govind? I would be violating rules through engineering. I can't really ask him for a percentage, and I can't
No,
ask
no,
them for a
it's
percentage.
called, it's just, what is
So-
the
so I
industry
can't really-
standard? Okay,
I'm
just
not-
Google it, just Google it.
Let's just-
What is the norm?
I-
Google ALO.
Okay.
Google ALO, because everybody in town
but
knows
that's why we
that it's
weren't ready.
8 to 10%.
That's why we weren't ready to have this today, because
Yeah,
we
'cause
weren't
I'm
supposed to
not-
have this whole talk today. So
Yeah.
like, we're all gonna bring it back and I
Yeah,
would hope it'd be
okay, bring it back.
Right? I mean, that's. so
Bring it
motion-
back, but
motion to-
get it together.
Motion, well, no, it wasn't supposed to be on today.
It's gonna be 8 to
I
10%.
don't know. I'm just saying, motion to table to where the time it was
All right,
supposed to be
thank you.
tabled.
All
to.
right, thank you.
Second.
Wait a second. Motion to table,
Motion to
Kara.
table this item to when?
I guess the end.
The
17th or the last one?
last one.
Okay.
The last
motion to
one.
ta- Motion to table this item till
29th.
August 29th.
All
This-
those in favor, motion and
And
a
it's
second by Gonzalez.
3C2. Yes, ma'am.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Okay, we've got 3 items. Juan, you want to stick around? We've got 3 items. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's do yours, Juan, the ProTech one. You've got a very good buy board proposal for ProTech, for Keach Library. Everybody remembers that their library AC went out. You still doing okay with what you've got?
Yeah, we're just recommending the buy board contract. We, county attorneys reviewed the proposal. We've also coordinated with Caton, the CPA, making sure that we could use ARPA monies for this project. So we're recommending the approval of the proposal from Protec for the
And just remind us, 631-20 for
Yeah,
Kara.
the total amount was for the AC units for the Keach Library was 114,624.
And the funding source?
It's gonna be ARPA, this is gonna be ARPA,
Okay, if it's
gonna be what?
ARPA,
monies.
okay, now I'm worried. We can't
But
we
this
can't
is-
do it that way.
We talked to, and you have a copy, we talked, Ade and myself talked to Caden, and I think she
You
talked
did?
to Ade, she talked to, Dale, and said that
And
we
we're
could use the
okay?
monies. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I'll be honest with you, we had this discussion yesterday that every buy board contract had to have the right ARPA language. They may have it in there.
And I think the county attorney, am I correct in saying that, Jenny?
I'm told it's good, but let me confirm that it has the ARPA language in it.
Okay,
Can we-
let's approve it subject to.
Subject to the motion would be.
Rachel, you're online and listening. Please make sure that you get, it's in our packet. It's item number 2B2, under Public Works, the buy board proposal for Protec. Since we're using ARPA money, and it got approved as ARPA money. Is that right, Juan? It got approved as ARPA money in
Yes,
court?
yes, that's correct.
Then,
Judge, I would just make the motion that this amount, this Protec contract in the amount of 114,624 be approved, subject to the ARPA language necessary to be in the contract.
Second.
Is that what you were looking for?
yeah, I was just trying to get that,
Okay.
that back up. I wanted to make sure it was
Yeah,
in
and
our
just as a
spreadsheet.
reminder, Commissioners, right now, we're on temporary unit, AC units, so
Right. No, we need to get it done.
we're about 4 weeks behind.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I mean, I want to get it done. I just want to make sure that the language, that you don't, I won't sign it anyway until I make sure the
Yes,
language is
ma'am.
okay.
Yes,
And if
ma'am.
Jenny says the language is okay, then we're good to go, right? Right?
Please.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, all right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And even if, Juan, even if it's not right, you can get it right. The vote means we want to do
Yes,
it.
ma'am.
Just get it done
Yes, ma'am.
correctly.
We will, we will.
And Rachel is, like I said, listening, so somebody can get it to them. I happen to have the summary, the SLFRF summary. And Rachel, this is for you. It's on there, okay, Juan? So that's
Okay.
good news.
We're good? Okay.
Okay, it says HVAC upgrade 114624, which tells me they've looked at it. Now it's just a matter of the language, okay?
Good.
All righty, let's go to the next one, which is the engineering services contract with Govend
Yes, Judge and Commissioners, this is just,
Development, sorry, Govend Development.
this is just, since right now we don't have a mechanical, electrical engineer on board, Government Engineering will be assisting us with an engineer, electrical or mechanical, to oversee journal our projects, to
Okay.
make sure, to assist us with any,
You
help
can
that we
call
need.
on them if you need them.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And what about the funding source for this?
The
I think the
funding-
court gave it to you, right?
Yes, ma'am. The funding source was, we're gonna be using,
It was approved in court.
sir?
Right,
It was approved in court.
That's right,
It was
just the
already
funding
approved in court.
source.
We're gonna be using some of our monies that we're gonna be saving from,
That's right, salary.
I'm
salary.
sorry, Judge, this is number 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
So moved.
there's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
The motion is to
This-
pass.
the
item
motion
number-
is
I know,
to-
I know. And then one quick item on the agenda item, and it was my bad. There was a description was on there that we're gonna be using the, project manager that was approved in court a while back. But, on our end, we put the language wrong on the discussion, on the, description. But it's not, it's gonna be monies that are gonna be used from our, salary.
Okay, so you're making a correction, but so
Yes.
Kara, the motion is to execute the engineering services contract with Govend
Yeah.
to provide program management services, but it's an error. What you're saying, it's meant for mechanical engineering services. Okay, so the motion is,
No, for everything.
Discussion on
it's
this. too.
MEP, just,
Yes, MEP.
it's MEP.
EP.
Discussion.
Okay, discussion. Well, do we have a motion
Yeah, I think somebody made a
and a
motion.
second?
Yeah, make-
I'll second.
Okay.
Okay, and then go ahead, Commissioner Chesney.
So I'm just looking, but I didn't, I'm not trying to, but I mean, I didn't see any CPI increases in this one, right?
Well,
Nothing
this
here.
is
Oh,
just
this is
an
not
ME.
one of
This is
those.
not a program. This is an E. ME.
So, yeah, so what Juan was trying to tell you was that the language that was in the discussion section, or the middle section, the background, was inaccurate. It was reflecting the program management that the court awarded to both Govend and Freeze, and that contract is not before you today.
So the agenda says to provide program management services. Is the agenda wrong? And the agenda items wrong?
Correct.
So then how do we, how do we,
Just make your motion to be for the accuracy of it.
For the
Oh, you're
mechanic-
saying it wasn't noticed properly. Well, you know,
I'm asking that. I'm
I
not
mean-
saying it. I'm asking if we're okay,
You
county
just
attorney.
Just explain it, what the word.
No, I'm just asking the county
right,
attorney.
he's saying that it wasn't noticed properly, but I think
No,
it's
I'm
just a
asking.
mistake on one, not both, right, Juan?
Yes, ma'am. And yes, ma'am, that's correct. I mean,
It's not, it's just on the agenda, but not in the backup.
That's correct.
So I think it's just, that's a little bit, Jenny, I'll defer to you,
So
but
what is the question?
The question is,
Can
so
I
is
change
this,
it?
is this program management or not? You're
No.
saying? No, right, is what you said?
it's not program
So the
management.
agenda item says program management. I'm just asking if this is properly noticed to the county attorney to make sure that we're okay. And then in this, so this isn't program management, this is,
MEP,
what's MEP stand for?
Mechanical Engineering and Plumbing Services.
Okay, but it's still with an engineering company, right?
Yes, sir. That's
Okay,
correct.
but there's, okay, so there's no, I'm gonna start looking at all these, there's no, because I don't know how long this stuff, I mean, it shouldn't last long, but there's no CPI stuff in this one, right?
No, sir. No,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, and then, my question, back to my question on this, Jenny, is, are we okay? Jenny?
I'm looking.
Okay. Making sure.
And just so Govan's here, and thank you for being here, the issue is that when we make the mistake on the agenda part, it doesn't put people on notice exactly what we're doing, and that's why we're asking Jenny. The good news
It's a
is,
different role than what
Yeah.
was noticed.
the good news is we're back in court next Wednesday, and we can do it next Wednesday. And if you needed him between now and next Wednesday, you can just do it on a PO.
Yeah, I would think that's a better part of valor, because the motion has to reflect what the agenda item is, as Kara has so notably pointed out. So, no, I mean, no, that's good. That's a good positive thing. So that's what grabbed my attention. So I would say that we would table this till the 17th so that it's posted correctly. But as the judge said, if you need to use him, we authorize a PO between now and then to be done.
Yes,
And I think that takes care of the same thing we need to take care
Yeah,
of.
we can do a PO.
So
I
is that
would prefer a
clear?
PO.
So first, my motion would be that
Yeah, so we can't
Some-
do anything with it for this time. We
Someone
just
needs-
have to,
well, we
because I
can.
will be honest with you, the contract also has the wrong language.
right, so Judge, someone needs to potentially.
I rescind the motion.
Okay, so then my motion would be to provide, then my motion would be to provide a PO for whatever work is needed between now and next week, so that we can keep the process rolling, period, like I'm voice texting. And then if someone seconds that one, then I'll make the motion to table if this one passes.
Right.
So is there a second? Okay,
Okay, so to
Judge,
provide the PO,
yes, for the
Okay.
work that needs to be
Approve.
done, so we can keep the process going.
okay.
And just so you know, I mean, he can do that at any time.
No, I just,
Yeah.
yeah, I agree. Okay.
But I just want you to know that when you bring back the engineering services contract that next week or the week after,
We'll correct it, Judge.
you'll correct it.
Yes, we'll correct it.
Yeah, and just make sure that Jenny takes a look at it. Okay,
Judge.
thank you.
All right.
I need to
Sorry.
vote on that one, Judge.
Motion and a second. And again, the motion is really just to table.
No, it's to allow for the work to continue to be done on a
How
PO.
do you get to do that? I think he can just do it. It's not noticed. You can't do a motion to, I mean, he can just do whatever he needs.
No, it's,
He can just do it. Yeah, I don't think we can create a motion that doesn't have a relevance to an agenda item.
I think normally, you know, if you are, you feel you've been given direction that you're safe to do a PO.
Yeah, go do what you need to do.
Okay, we'll
But
take
bring
care of
back the contract next week, because it won't take you, but it's just
okay, I'm
a,
pulling my motion then, Judge.
yeah, it's just a replacement of words, right?
And then I'll make a motion to table this item to properly post for next week. Is that
Yeah, absolutely.
August
Shouldn't
17th?
take
That would
you-
be my motion to table on this item number
To
3B3.
to amend and repost.
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Okay,
second.
yes, sir. Thank you.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, now, Shane and Company, you are here to give us, it's item number 1, Kara. It's just an update. There's no action item here. Give us an update on how we're doing with the energy savings performance contract, the schedule of projects, and we just heard about the generators, but if you want to add to it, you can. And introduce the team when you think it's appropriate. Give us a status on, I would like to hear all things fairgrounds, courthouse, annex, juvenile.
Okay, give me a second here, and we'll just roll through these projects real easy for you.
Thank you. Do you have any, any aides?
Yes.
All right, Connie can help you.
The only file on there? I'll just pick one at random.
Sure, all you're gonna show us the contract that we've already approved.
PowerPoint?
That's it.
Here.
Okay, the first thing we'll talk about will be the schedule as it pertains to all the projects that are happening out here. This schedule originally started in August 23rd, 2020. This project, for the whole project as a whole, with everything including change orders, is scheduled to be finished providing all the materials and equipment show up for the HVAC changes that are here by April 11th, 2023. We're currently waiting, as you guys will all remember, the court approved the change orders for the 11 units in both change order 1 and change order 4 for changing the HVAC units out at the jail. Now, these units require quite a bit of work in order to get them to be replaced. And during that time also will be the smoke purge system that will need to come out and be replaced back into the jail. And the only way to get the new units in is to pull the smoke purge system out. So ABM will be having Protec now be the person that is doing all this work. Originally, they had Byers Mechanical. Byers Mechanical has now been finished on all of their portions of the work that they're doing now and been changed out to Protec for the remaining work left. So currently, give me 1 second here. Currently at the jail, the lighting has been completed, the new dishwasher has been installed. ABM has removed Byers from any more of the work on the jail. The jail's given the rest of the work to Protec, installing 27 VAV boxes. They have 11 new HVAC units, which were part of change order 1 and 4, as I said, doing the smoke purge system at the same time. The work will take place starting in March, as when the equipment will arrive for the smoke purge and the HVAC systems to start. The 11 VAV boxes in the jail will begin in a week. That is scheduled to take a month in order to finish for the VAVs. The last thing that's left inside of there is some JCI programming and the Colligan water purifier to be connected. Next, we'll move over to the courthouse. Give me 1 second here, because
Okay.
my computer has a tough time running through here for all this. Currently, the lighting has been finished at the courthouse, except for the pole lighting that needs to be out in the parking lots. That is scheduled to be happening within the next 3 weeks. The transformers, there are currently 6 that have to be finished replacing. The transformers have arrived, and ABM's contractor will be starting the install next week. And then the boilers that are part of this thing were just certified by the state yesterday. So now when you walk into the boiler room, they are currently have the red state sticker on them. We just had the engineer of record walk this project, and we're waiting for his write-up for everything that's happened between the courthouse and the jail for any install work for ABM's contract. Next, you go to Galahar Juvenile Center. Galahar Juvenile Center has had the roofing completed. The roof has been walked. It has not been signed off yet. We're still waiting for the final 4 letters, but it was walked with the windstorm engineer, the engineer of record, the manufacturer, Johnson Manville, and the contractor, and everybody has signed off certified that the installation is correct and complete. So as soon as we receive those letters, then they'll be turned into Public Works. The final thing that we've asked for as part of the process is we've asked them to flood the roof to make sure there's no ponding on the roof at any time. We do know that it's possible that there is some rain coming. If the rain does come, they will go up there and mark out the spots to show that it dissipates water within a 24-hour period per John Manfield's installation inspections. The next portion is the parking lot to Galahar. There are 3 phases to this. There is the back parking lot that is being replaced by the roofing contractor because it got torn up. And that will be paved, and that's supposed to be starting in the next couple of weeks for that portion, basically the end of the month. The next portion is the front half of the project. The front half of the project is going to have to be broken down into 2 parts, and that is in order to allow for people to still park for the building. So originally, ABM was expecting to finish by September 30th, but with the having to break this down into 2 parts, they're probably not going to finish until the middle of October with that. The lighting has been completed at Galahar. It has been inspected and signed off. I walked that and turned on every single light with Rocky. And then that completes everything that's going on at Galahar. The next one would be McKenzie Jail Annex. McKenzie Jail Annex is currently waiting on the final punch list walk work to be done by the contractors. And then we also had the walk with Ron Wheaton, the engineer of record. We're waiting for his final report. Once that is done, then there'll be a walk with the county in order to sign off everything for finished. We have brought up some items already that needed to be addressed. Some of them have been addressed, some of them have not been addressed yet, and are expecting to have everything addressed by the middle of September. Next would be the fairgrounds. The fairgrounds currently has Phoenix 1 doing the water intrusion work. That work is expected to be finished by the end of the month. They're expecting the window frames and the glass to show up next week, and they will install the 11 windows. They have currently finished all of the water intrusion work for the banquet hall, and they are working on Berry Pavilion right now and putting the band around that goes between the metal building and the brick. You also have the paving going on out at the fairgrounds. They are currently working in the change order phase 4 work area, where we had redone the parking lot area for the buses to enter when they come into Exhibit Hall B. They're working on that portion and finishing up by the end of the month, and they're also expected to finish the last bit of paving around where they've placed the concrete around the equestrian center. Next, you have the landscaping going on. The new curbs, concrete curbs and everything have been installed, and they are currently working on the sprinkler system that is being installed out there right now. Once that is done, the planting will go in, and that job will be complete. The final portion out there at the fairgrounds that is currently ongoing right now is they're working on the artistic lighting. They have 5 light poles that they have laid out and found out that they end up either in one of the new curbs for the design landscape or in a rock or something like that. So they are in the process of moving those and then changing the lighting work and conduit work for that, and then we'll start installing the artistic lighting. That's expected to be finished by the end of September.
Yeah, and I mentioned this to you before. We got asked by Veterans, Service if that would be done before Veterans Day. I know it's a lot to ask,
Yeah.
but we would really like that.
And
Okay.
we will press that again
Yeah.
with the contractor.
Okay, thank you.
That's it.
Okay, that's the summary of the Galahar, McKenzie Annex, Courthouse, and Fairgrounds. Are there any questions for Shane? And could you leave it back up there in case there are? Thank you. Back on the, yeah, there you go.
Shane,
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
just in case, I noticed you mentioned ABM in everything. ABM has the contract to do this, all these projects, $33 million project,
Yes, they do,
but
sir.
they subcontract with other companies?
They are the prime contractor on all of it. They have subbed the work to other contractors.
Okay, so if anything goes wrong, who do we go to, the subcontractor?
You go to
or
ABM.
ABM?
Yes, your warranty and everything for the year is set by ABM. But like the roofing warranty, which is a 20-year warranty, that goes to Johnson Manville. And that's both at the fairgrounds and at Galahar.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, it's presentation only, Shane, today. No action required. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to D1. This is the auditor. It's kind of an important one. It has to do with jail transport services. As an addition to the vendor payments exception list. This was really as a result of the sheriff asking us to have this on. I want you to know. So Dale, our jail transport service, you're asking the court to make sure that we can get this done without Commissioner's Court approval. Is that correct? Yes.
Which one, Judge?
Okay.
The jail transport?
Jenny,
Yes,
is that right?
you're which one are you?
I'm on the discuss and consider jail transport services as an addition to the vendor payments. Is that correct, D1? You know, I used my
Yes.
agenda that was here in my book, and I'm still right, D1? Okay, so Dale, you just want to make sure that these are paid promptly because the sheriff asked us to please get these payments done.
Well, this year, we've been having to do a lot of transporting of inmates and two different, this has nothing to do with the ARPA funds where we're transferring between Aransas County and Victoria. This is other transportation. We got behind on a little bit, then this transportation company wants the money as quickly as they can.
Motion to pass item D1.
Okay,
as
thank you.
Put forth on
All
the
right,
agenda.
motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Now, Dale, you've got one budget change order.
Yes, Your Honor, budget change order for your consideration. There are some large numbers. Let me go through the large numbers on 1280. 1280 is where we fund some overages or get paid back from our vendor for Texas Associated Counties for unemployment. As you know, last year when we had COVID, we had a lot of large claims, even though the people found that some of this was fraudulent, but because of the way the rules were changed, they required us to now pay them back. So we have to do a budget change order to cover some of this cost. The other largest cost is down in 1900. We've gotten a lot of our fleet cars from our enterprise rental, and it requires to put some other additional costs in these are large, but the funds are available for these changes. So I submit budget change order 17 for your acceptance and approval.
All right. Are there any questions regarding this budget change order? Hearing none.
Judge, I would move
There a
to
motion?
pass to approve the budget change order number 17 for the year 2021, 2022.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the next one is the fire marshal description as we come into the budget. We thought this was very important to make sure we review it, and Chief Clack had the opportunity to look at it. And so I guess I just want to make sure that it looks good to me.
Judge.
I just needed to make sure that Chief Clack, this is the version that he had recommended.
And I'm trying to get that verified, if you could just pass
Pass
on that
it for a
just for a
second.
minute. And I'm trying to, he sent me one with a red line version, and I'm just verifying that this includes the red lines, because I thought the red line would be in here, so.
I think it's been updated.
I think
Can
it has
you-
too, but I'm just.
Can you
I'm
double
ask-
check it?
I'm getting taken to call Chief
But
Clack.
can I ask, we will pass it, if it is the red line version, is that the version that met with your approval?
With Chief Clack's approval, and
Chief Clack's
and
approval,
Chief
but you're-
Becerra's approval from Flower Bluff as well.
Right, in other words, but I guess what I'm saying is we're using
If
an
they're-
expert to figure it out.
If they're good, I'm good. That's
All
what
right,
I'm
that's
just.
what I'm trying to get to.
Yes, ma'am. I'm
Go
just
ahead and
trying.
work on it, and I'll move on to the salary evaluation for the employee positions, and Julie's here. This is for the county attorney's office. This is inside our personnel manual, section 3. And Julie, can you come and tell us how you would go about doing this? And what you're asking the court, I think the court's needs to give you the instruction if we think this is keeping with our policy.
This is Jenny's item. Were you going to speak on this one, Jenny?
Sure.
Sure. This is what we're asking to do. This is an independent process from budget. We had sought to start it before the budget process, but regardless, we intend to ask for it because we don't know what will happen in budget, and it's important that parity be maintained through the similar job descriptions within the county. And we're asking that processes be followed for the county attorney's office and staff and attorneys, just like it's in the personnel manual.
Okay, and Julie, I think we can, I'll make a motion to have that done per the personnel manual, but how would you go about doing it? Well, let me ask, is there a second so we can discuss it? Second. Okay, second. Now, how would you go about doing this?
As I discussed with Jenny, a salary evaluation was done 2 years ago by an outside agency, Korn Ferry, that we hired to do, to look at our professional positions. And since then, I don't know that our position structure on our attorney jobs have changed much since then. So I would like to go with that section of Korn Ferry regarding our attorneys to keep them the same as what they're recommending.
In other words,
And they're-
are you saying that we would take the Korn Ferry study, you'd call them, double check that the timing is, that hasn't been materially changed, and that we would accept that as a salary study?
Correct.
And then, just out of curiosity, Jenny, you could take a look at it and also call them, because there might be an index that might change.
It's half Korn Ferry and then it's half Nueces County practices, okay?
Tell me more.
We're happy with what Korn Ferry says. We know it's 2 years out of date, but the county has a history of practice. It has things that our office was asked to adhere to, and we're asking that in turn, we receive the benefit of that.
Okay,
So it's my hope that Julie will be able to provide the court with a process and an outline of what has transpired in the past 18 months so that the court can see line by line where it is that parity needs to be
Got
brought
it.
back.
It's really taking the Korn Ferry study and doing something with it.
Right.
Okay, so I think the motion that I have is to direct you, and again, it's per the personnel manual, to take the study that exists, but now we need a document that says, now, if you're gonna follow this study, right, this is what court you need to be doing. Is that correct, Jenny?
It's
it
really,
more than
really,
that?
it's equally the Nueces County Personnel Manual. Korn Ferry helps show nationally where there's parity. It also, where there's discrepancy, excuse me. But it is within Nueces County that we're asking for parity, and that's the measurement that is important to us.
Now, Your Honor, for just one clarification, as we go through our budgeting process, what we're considering talking about right now is being addressed and being added to it in our budget discussion.
And as long as it is, that's great, but the personnel manual provides for this to happen independently of budget. So if it were, and again, we did ask for this to start, and we've gotten to, it's taken us a little while to get to this point before budget.
I just want to make sure
Basically, what
that-
it is keeping jobs that are similar at the same pay schedules, same pay rates. So like a senior clerk 2, for instance, I'm just gonna say the tax office is the same pay as a senior clerk 2 in the district clerk's office. Our grounds workers at inland parks is the same as a similar position in coastal parks.
Depending on what they do, right? So, but the attorney thing should be a little easier to do because if what we need is an instruction to bring something back to us to look at, which is really what I asked Jenny for the other day when it came up, was I wanted to see it anyway. So if this is just an instruction to bring it back and let us look to see where the discrepancies are between the two offices, then I'm all for that, if that's what we're doing today. Because I've already asked Jenny for that information anyway. I think the whole court needs to see it too. So if you want an instruction that says bring that back, I'll make the motion to instruct the Human Resources Director to perform the salary evaluation for employee positions within the county attorney's office as contemplated in the personnel manual and compare them.
Kara,
Or add
get
to
after
that.
him,
And-
Kara.
I'm getting really, you wanted it, you got it, and compare them to, no, Oh, you
It's
made,
okay.
but did you
Go
second it
ahead.
already?
I yield to you.
No, no, no.
The
Did you
judge
second?
already made the
Was there a
motion.
second? I apologize. I didn't hear your motion. No, no, I take it back then. What was your motion? Go ahead.
Thing.
But
Go
was
ahead,
it-
go ahead, I like
No,
yours.
what was it? Comparing it to the DH? No, 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 I'm
Oh,
sorry.
compared, no, we didn't add that piece
You
of
can
it.
amend it.
That's all I
We
was
can
gonna
amend
say.
it.
Okay.
That's fine, I'll amend it to,
And I would,
And compare it to the DA's office?
and just compare it and show us what the, not
because those
just,
are our only other lawyers.
right. That's all I was asking.
Okay,
Sorry,
and is
Al.
there a
You
second?
have a second.
I should have asked it as amendment to your motion. I
Yeah,
apologize.
okay, second is, I heard it over here.
Second.
Okay.
You're okay with that?
I got you
amendment?
already.
No, if that's,
I wasn't sure Brent had second.
I didn't, I was just, no, I was just asking, can we amend that? Accept, does the motion maker accept that amendment? That's all. I
She
should have
does.
asked. My bad.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, pose same sign, okay. Good practice. The next one is the supplemental pay for the interim office administrator. And Julie, make sure that we understand that this is not the current, brand-new position, and tell us what your recommendation is here.
This one was also asked for by the medical examiner's office, and they're asking that the supplemental pay that was already granted to their employee Minerva Rios as the ME coordinator to be extended through August 19th. She had already received it through July 17th, so they wanted to pay her from July 18th through August 19th.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've slept since then. Why are we doing that?
Because of the vacancies that were in the medical examiner's office, she had to step it up and take some action to handle the day-to-day activities of the administration department.
And we already have a new administrator, so this is just for that very specific amount of time, very small amount of
It's through
time.
August 19th is what they're asking for.
How much is it?
It's $280.80 a pay
you wanna
period, so that would probably
make
been
that
2 pay
motion?
periods, about
Don't you wanna make that
$600.
motion?
Commissioners,
pay the-
I'll second.
All right,
Commissioners,
motion.
very
Supplemental pay.
specific.
Till August 19th.
Motion and a second.
The supplementary pay.
Through August.
For the two pair-
19th, from July 18th.
July
you said?
18th
Yeah.
through
To
August
August
19th.
Right.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, pose same sign.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go into executive session at this time, and for the
Judge,
clerk,
one
yes?
thing,
Did I
sorry.
miss one?
So-
Oh, we were going to go back.
No, I was gonna tell you what I found out was that was not the red line version. I've asked Peyton that was just the original one. I've asked Peyton to make a copy of all the red line versions for everybody to look at the red line versions. If that means everybody needs time because that red line version didn't get in there, I'm happy to table it. If you wanna look at it and decide if you need more time, whatever, but I'm gonna get you a copy of the red line version that Chief Clack sent. It's not my red line, it's Chief Clack's red line, so everybody knows.
I mean,
It's up to y'all. I'm just gonna give it
yeah,
to you.
I
I'm just
mean, go
letting
ahead
you
and give
know.
it to us, and then we can make the decision
Right.
after
That's all I'm
executive
letting you know,
session.
in the same spirit. It wasn't in there, it was supposed to be, that's on me, so if everybody wants to table
Okay.
it, that's fine.
All righty. Okay, we're going to go into executive session, and for the clerk, I'm going to ask you to probably give us 30 to 45 minutes.
Items.
We do.
They're taking in there. Okay.
Yeah. And so executive session is given that Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session at this time pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Government Code, and in accordance with the authority of Vernon's Texas Code, Sections 551, 71, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8687. We're going to hold this session to consult with our attorney relating matters to litigation, real property, personnel matters, termination, county advisory bodies, economic development negotiations that may be discussed in executive session. We'll come back afterwards, take any appropriate action that has been discussed on items discussed inside executive session. We are off the record. 241, we'll ask everyone not needed here to please clear, as well as and we're back on the record at 4:19 p.m. I feel like it's a.m.
So do I.
But at any rate, we are out of executive session, and we do have some motions to make. And Kara, we're going to start on,
Consent C, Judge.
yeah, thank you.
Two C.
Consent item C, that was pulled earlier for clarification and information.
Yep.
And there's a motion to,
Listen,
Commissioner?
Motion to approve the payment of that bill.
Okay, and I'll second.
So authorize all of them.
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
C.
I'm sorry, you're right. Motion to authorize payment of all bills on C.
Okay.
And I'll second that, Kara.
Okay.
And if there's any discussion, we'd like to have it at this time. Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes there. Opposed, same sign. I didn't ask, but, okay. And then we also have an item on item number 19.
17.
Commissioner, is there an item, is there a motion to ratify the First Amendment agreement with Dr. Ray Fernandez for services? Okay, motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. On item number 20, is there a motion to,
Motion to table to August
Second.
29th, please.
motion
For
and
number
a second? Is there any discussion? Okay, none. At this time, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
What,
opposed?
you got 17?
Same
on the
sign.
table?
17, Judge.
I'm gonna come back. Opposed, same sign. Okay. And then,
It's just a,
item number 11 was also taken, but it was for information only. No issues there, correct?
Right.
Okay.
I think there's a motion
Go
that we
forward,
need
yeah. Go
to
forward.
Oh,
approve.
that's
the-
right.
Right,
Did we
to-
not, we didn't approve it at that time, Kara?
Okay, no, you got to.
Okay, so let's
Correct.
do that. I'll need a motion to approve the change order number 5 from Mako Contracting regarding IB McGee Park Office renovation.
I'll second your motion.
Thank you. And any other discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. And there was the ProTech one as well. It was item B2 under Public Works. It was a consideration of the approval of the buy board proposal 631-20 with ProTech for labor equipment materials to replace 3 condensing units at Keach. And what we did was we checked with the county attorney, and they were able to confirm for us that the ARPA language that we were wondering about was contained inside. And therefore, there's a motion to approve such by board proposal. Is there a
That was,
second?
that was already,
Approved it.
yeah, we approved it subject to the language.
Oh, subject
You
to.
did.
Okay,
good.
well, that's what I was asking.
Yeah,
Okay,
we're good.
sorry.
Yeah,
That's
you
what I
did.
thought. Okay. Well, great.
You're right.
So we're good.
Yeah, we have a 17.
And then we have item number 17.
Motion to table till August 29th.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay.
Okay. Looking through here, Kara, doing a double check.
That's all I got.
Good.
I think we're all good
Oh,
here.
fire marshal.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
E1.
That was E1. We were able to receive a red line version, and it was emailed to us. And
Table?
I'm
Up to
happy
y'all.
to,
If everybody wants to take a chance to look at it, that's fine. But I would just ask that everybody, this is your backup, and if it doesn't get in again, that this is it. So whatever y'all want to do, because.
well, I wanted to point out that the red lines are in there.
These are,
And I'll just tell you, it's really, the big one is ESDs. And so what this person would do would be direct, the add-on has to do with ESDs and the coordination of the fire marshal with the ESD, and then
And the
also.
certifications.
And the certifications, and then the membership of the Nueces County Fire Chiefs Association, and the certifications, and,
Again, just for the record, Judge, this was Chief Clack, and he consulted with Chief Becerra out at the Flower Bluff ESD.
yeah.
So these
I'm
were-
just saying that I'm fine, they're real easy to read.
They are, yeah.
And
but-
I'm fine with all of them, but I would like to reiterate what the changes were. They were to coordinate with the ESD employees and the certified personnel to assist, serve as a liaison between the ESDs and EMs, and that they be a member of the Nueces County Fire Chiefs Association, along with certification of the fire protection, and NIMS 100, 200, 300, 400, 700, and 800, plus the basic peace officer certification.
Judge, what I'd like to do, if the court's going to table, is that we put this on and also the posting so that we can get it posted for the next time.
Just add it.
What?
Just table this and then add it on the agenda.
Right, I'm just saying, put that on as a separate agenda item, so I'm just, whatever the court wants to do, so.
Yeah,
if
I
you're
mean,
not-
I'm okay, I mean, I'm happy to yield from their time, but I'm trying to, every time we add things to the next agenda gets long.
But it's, this
I'm
was, I
okay
don't know why
with-
this didn't get in, so it's
With
on.
promoting these changes. And again, if there's any reason, I'd be happy to reconsider it next time, but just to keep us moving.
If no one's gonna make the motion to table, I'd make the motion to pass this with the red line version, but if you wanna table it, someone
I'll
needs to tell me.
take that, I'll second your motion.
Discussion, just
Sure.
clarification on page 3, under education and/or experience. I support all the other red lines that have been added by the chiefs. I would like some clarification on last sentence, I'm sorry, on the third sentence of education and/or experience, and 5 years of experience in firefighting or investigating required. Is that criminal, fire, criminal and/or fire? What? What kind of investigating are we talking about? Because I think that kind of.
I think he meant fire, but I agree with you.
Can add the word fire?
Can we
I
add the
want
word?
fire added in there.
Let's
If
add
that's
the
what you
word.
want, I want it in
Let's
there.
add the word fire.
Okay, I would, so I would, let's see,
On paragraph, I would amend my motion to include the red lines as well as adding the word fire investigating in addition to the experience. So it's either one or another, either 5 years of experience in firefighting or 5 years of experience in fire investigating.
that would be, I don't remember who made the motion, but I would accept that as part of the seconder, or if I made it, I can't remember who did.
Okay, I
There
did,
again, I
but you
don't-
can be the second,
Okay.
okay? And all those in favor?
Wait.
Okay,
Carol's asking something.
go ahead.
I do have a question. So when you, it's vague about the red line items and it wasn't a part of the agenda, can you give us, that way for the minutes, it can be, so
Sure.
people
Iday's got
can
'em.
see what the difference is. We can
Yeah,
include it
that's-
with my
sure.
minutes.
So then-
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So basically, the motion made by the judge would be to accept, and that I second, it would be to accept the red line version provided by Chief Clackett with the additional word fire in front of the word investigating on page 3, under education experience.
And what I'll do is make sure with IDA that we get a clean copy
Right.
to HR with both of those additions. And I'll make sure when I, sign off on it, that it's got all of, I look at this one plus the additional words. I think that's a good catch. Just to be
Good job,
complete.
John.
Okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Okay, and I think you heard it, that we'd like to see the posting next time. Or really,
I'll send it to
you'll
Peyton.
make that
Yeah,
request.
I'll get it on.
Okay, now, do you want to take a quick look again? See if we're all good? I think we're all good.
Is everything, those were tabled? No, these were passed. I just
Okay.
have a question about the one item.
Yes, I'd like to bring that back. There was a question about item number 16 regarding the needed equipment. And
Which one, Judge?
item 16, the clerk wanted to discuss
Oh, okay.
the equipment piece of the, and so
Go ahead, sorry.
as it relates to funding and the actual type of equipment. Go ahead, ma'am.
So I did remember, thank you, Judge, and I remember the discussion where Daryl from IT had said something about a laptop and digitally recording and having to get all this equipment. And so if I'm the custodian, right, of this, I think, if you don't mind, I'd like to keep it as simple as possible. I think recording it on a laptop digitally and having all this equipment, that really just plays into, some fears of it getting leaked out, right? And so I think the simpler, the better, which is a cassette, and they still sell them, by the way. Because really, you only keep it for 2 years.
The fact that they still sell them.
They do. They still, cassette, good old-fashioned cassette recorders with the microphone. I was on Amazon while you were in executive session. And it's simple, and I also think, you know what? We could buy a safe. I will have the combination. My staff, we're the only ones, and we can keep it here. Right after executive session, in front of everyone, take the tape, mark it for executive. You can sign off, this is a certified copy. We put it in the safe. And it's, you know what, and it's there, and it's transparent, and it's safe. And
It
that's
just
just
means
an idea I
you
have.
or someone
I just
from your
think
office would have to be in there recording that, so, in the executive session recording that, so
Okay.
that would be the intent. Look, I don't care how it gets recorded. I mean, and if you're the one that's gonna be charged with it, if that's what you
Right.
wanna do, that's fine
Well,
with me.
And I don't want to risk it, because remember, it falls on me, and I'm one to protect it. I'm gonna protect that recording.
Right.
And it's not only the law, but it's the right thing to do.
And you would be the only one with a combination?
Correct. But the safe will be here.
Okay.
Right, so
Safe would be where?
it could be back here.
I don't know. No, we need it back here. I don't want a safe in the back hallway. You're supposed
Why?
to keep it. You keep it. No, you keep it. You got all that locked up stuff.
I
and-
do, but-
Yeah, no, I don't,
And we can talk, can we,
I would prefer that.
yeah, I don't want it, 'cause I don't want anybody to think I
Thank
got
you.
the combination somehow.
Yeah.
So I don't want to,
Well, we can do your thumbprint.
I just don't want it, I don't want it back here in an open hallway. Who knows?
I didn't say, I meant in the,
No,
Here
I
in the
think
courtroom.
In
if
the
you're gonna keep
courtroom.
it, you keep
But I'd
it.
rather-
I think if you're gonna keep it, you keep it. You being the county clerk. I mean, you lock up stuff now, so it's safer if it's locked up in your office. So anyway, do we need to change anything in regard to the motion that was made? Was it not clear? I mean,
well,
you
I
need to be in
think,
executive session, you need to record it, you need to keep it. So was that
well, I
not
just didn't know
clear?
y'all had already had Dale, I'm not Dale, I'm sorry. Daryl was,
Kara, if you're
looking
gonna,
into
I
it.
mean, anybody have any objection to it? So I
What,
don't think we
Daryl?
need to
I
spend
know.
money if we don't have to. I mean,
I don't think, it's
that
not gonna
okay?
cost a lot.
okay, so do we need to clarify the motion?
I would think so.
Okay, so what does it need to clarify?
So that we're not gonna go through IT, it's just gonna be a
don't-
primitive device
Mm-hmm.
that
Okay.
records and that will be stored in a safe with only the county clerk's ability to open that safe.
So moved.
Second.
What she said.
All those
That
in
cover
favor?
it? Does that cover it?
I think that does, how are we gonna do the recording of it?
And all of this
And
has
that you're
to
gonna
be,
have to be in there to record it. You or whoever, you're gonna have to be in there to record it.
no, she can't be in there to record it.
Why?
Yeah, should be in court.
That was the
Custodian
whole
of it.
idea.
She has to, there's a chain of custody issue. She can't be responsible for it if someone hands it to her that didn't
Executive
record it.
Well, that breaks the privilege right there.
No, she's a county employee.
Jenny?
Unless she has an interest counter to the county, she's an employee that you could choose to have in the room.
Absolutely. We,
Yeah.
yeah. Because I don't want someone to say, well, we gave you the wrong tape,
Yeah.
and then that gets.
Well, I
That's
mean,
true,
all
because
you
that's
have to
actually
do
true.
is, well, okay, so I think that's,
How about subject to, unless there's something that prohibits her from being in there, the county clerk I would make a motion, the county clerk be in there to record that, because I don't want anybody having to hand it to her that someone then accuses
well, so,
of.
I mean, you could have a deputy in here for all that matters. I mean,
That's-
I don't think it's a good idea to have another elected official in here. I don't think it's a good idea. I
Well,
think
she's
that
bound by
protects her.
attorney-client privilege.
These are records.
Well, but the deputy has to be in here then, Judge, too.
Well,
Deputy's another
again,
employee.
what I'd like to do is get some guidance from TAC. Let's call Texas Association of Counties and let's see what they recommend.
Again, I'm
regards to
making the
that, I mean,
motion subject to legal, I'm making the motion.
Record, she needs to be here.
Right. I don't want anybody touching it, but whoever the record keeper is. So I'm making a motion, subject to any legal thing that Jenny finds that's a problem, that she be in here.
I've never heard of this, but I just don't think I don't think that was contemplated in the statute, and I don't think you can create that,
And that's, that. again,
executive
subject-
session. I mean, we have to be very careful.
The county clerk is not required to be in executive session, but she can be in executive, or he can be in
Anybody
executive
can.
session.
Any resource.
At your,
Yeah,
Right.
any
that's-
resource can.
So my motion is subject to anything the judge finds, or whatever the case may be, anything legally that we find, but subject to, I think the person who's the keeper of it needs to be in there, and so that's my motion, is to have the county clerk, whoever that county clerk is, to record the session and be involved in, and be here for executive sessions. That's my motion.
Second.
Okay. I
Subject-
don't
with the
think
subject to-
we should be making these motions until the legalities have been discussed. I really don't, but, I mean, I hope that, again, I hope that by voting yes, what we'll do is be able to vet it properly legally and then be able to report back to the court. And I wish we had done that, before, but alas.
But we did do it before, because I got this from Jenny's advisory that she circulated, so that we did do it before, Judge. I wasn't gonna give it to the county attorney That was where.
Okay,
we were-
well,
I was
anyway,
trying to
let's
go.
move on. We'll just, all those in
Okay.
favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, I'm gonna abstain because I don't have any legal advice, and I've never heard of this ever before. I've certainly, you can bring in any resource person, but, it's, be careful. You just made yourself a witness. That's the
To
problem.
what?
To anything.
She did not make herself a witness. She's
Yeah,
covered by
I-
attorney-client privilege, Judge.
I don't.
She did not make herself a
I
witness.
don't,
She's
not
covered by-
everything we discuss in here is attorney-client privilege.
Of course it is.
No,
That's executive session is.
well,
It has to be all attorney-client
for
privilege. It's
contract
executive session.
negotiations, there's things in here that, well,
Judge,
again,
it's all attorney-client privilege.
Do you have any problem being a witness?
She's not a witness.
No,
Don't-
but the judge says she is.
No,
But
she's
the-
not a witness. She don't even.
I don't, I
But the
mean,
judge
we've,
says
we've
she
already
is.
discussed this.
If y'all do something illegal, then would I have to be a witness? Well, yeah, but I wouldn't, I mean, y'all act like you're back here and you have, yeah, what is?
Conspiring thing.
There's
You don't want us
privileges.
to hear nothing.
There's certain privileges.
Well,
First of all,
Well,
executive
I'm a duly
session-
elected official that
I
I
know.
do know that the
That-
public
that's
trusts me,
right.
so
But-
I
but
would
there's-
not question
but you're
whether or
not-
not I can.
No,
And
but,
you're very
but
important.
Kara,
Thank
it's a
you.
good idea to get some background before we make major changes that have never been had before. We can always have any resource here when we have an agenda item, but I don't think it's unprecedented to have another elected in here all the
Actually,
time.
not, because the clerk, there are several clerks that go into executive,
It's already,
We've
So
never
it
done
just-
it here, though.
right, but it's,
but it's not unprecedented.
Okay, so.
It's actually in the statute, because if we ask,
For
clerks
the
always
contract
ask,
pieces.
do clerks need to come in? Do we have to attend? There are several clerks that go in and they actually keep the minutes in executive, the certified minutes.
Right.
But it's up to the court.
So
So
I
that-
thought the
that's all I think
statute,
that-
so the interesting thing is, like, can you get the statute for me on the certified minutes? Because it's my understanding that it's the county judge's minutes. Can you double check that for
They are, and
me?
you
It's the
sign
court-
off, but
it's
if
the
you
court's
want.
minutes.
I have the court's minutes.
And the court's responsibility, and the only person they can delegate it to is the clerk.
we've checked this all out, Judge. This is not unprecedented. We have checked this out. I have looked at this over and over and over. I've spent a ridiculous amount of time on this, and this is absolutely all legal and has been checked out and has been thought out. And
Just
is
so you
not
know,
unprecedented. It's
just so you know, I'm asking for just additional information. I don't think there's anything wrong with getting additional
Absolutely
information.
not.
So I'll
But-
just abstain,
Oh, yeah.
and we'll get some additional information. And I'd like to make sure that we get, we get some information, that's all. In fact, I think you can have executive session without your attorney, which maybe we have not done, but could also be done, because you're just the resource as well.
There are portions that you would,
And that's what I meant
that-
when it's not always attorney-client privilege.
Right.
Because there's many times where I've been in executive session with no lawyers, and therefore there's no attorney-client privilege because there's no lawyers.
I have never been in executive session without attorneys.
I just
I've
want you to
never-
know that I've been in it,
I've never
in
been in
other governmental entities, that's done all the time, just so you know.
Never done at city.
I know,
It was never
at the
done at
port,
city Or here.
there were many, many times where there was no lawyers.
I don't just, I don't.
I mean,
just-
the executive session is us, right? It's not, you get the advice of counsel, but it's us too. So, okay, so where are we, guys? Anything else?
Adjournments.
Adjournments.
Adjournments in memory, you said you had one, Commissioner Chesney.
Yes, ma'am. Just one today. James R. Jim Harris was born on May 19th, 1931 in Crawfordsville, Indiana, the only child of Paul Arthur Harris and Edith Weber Harris. Mr. Harris was proud of his Christian faith and attended the First United Methodist Church in Corpus Christi. He was a former member of St. Luke's Methodist Church, where he taught Sunday school for over 50 years. He was married to Betty Jo Fisher on a blind date in Dallas, Texas. While within the year they married in Corpus Christi, he was stationed at Ramstein Air Force Base. After completing his tour of duty in the Air Force, he and Betty moved back to Texas. They lived in Austin while Jim attended the University of Texas Law School. He won the Hildebrand Moot Court Competition, was the recipient of the James R. Doherty Scholarship, and served as the student assistant dean to Dean W. Page Keaton. After graduation, Jim and Betty returned to Corpus Christi, where he practiced law for 60 years. He was a very accomplished attorney, designated as Texas Super Lawyer, Best Lawyers in America, and was selected a member of the American College of Trial Lawyers, founding partner in Harris Cook, Browning Jordan, then Hayden, Harris, and Thomas, and finally Harris and Greenwell. He was known as, quote, the Bulldog, unquote, because of his tenacity and success in the courtroom. He was proud of his athleticism, jogged every morning for 49 years at the Ray High School track. He loved football, but especially his beloved University of Texas Longhorns. Tireless worker who continued working on business projects even until his last day. He loved going to work and gave express directions to give unending thanks to his loyal employees, including Linda Johnson and Margaret Calloway, whom he considered to be an extension of his family. He was an avid adventurer and with an intrepid heart. He once searched for buried treasure in Mexico with a map found in his father's basement. He found none. He followed Kipling's travels throughout Central Asia and explored China and Japan. However, of all his impressive achievements and rich experiences, Jim was most proud of his ever-growing family, which he viewed as his greatest legacy. He embraced his role of great-grandfather. With brio, he loved to cuddle and hold every new baby and was a constant presence at every celebration. He was predeceased by his parents, Paul Arthur and Edith Weber Harris, and his loving wife of 59 years, Betty Fisher Harris. Survived by his 2 children, Jeffrey Scott, Suzette Harris, and Betsy Harris, Andrew Greenwell. His 7 grandchildren, William Fisher, Meredith Harris, Elizabeth Greenwell, Christiana Elizabeth Harris, Mary Abigail Travis Keel, Frances Caroline Harris, Christopher Michael Bethany Greenwell, and Andrew Edward Mary Page Harris. He was especially proud of his 8 and counting great-grandchildren. He will be fiercely missed. Cheers to a life extraordinarily well lived. Our condolences to Betsy, their family, Jim, Andrew Greenwell, and all of those touched by Mr. Harris. And he was indeed, as Judge Canales knows, a bulldog in regards to his tenacity and success in the courtroom. Condolences to the Harris family.
Amen. Anybody else? Yes, some judge.
Okay, we stand adjourned. The time is 4:41 PM. I got it came back. We forgot there was the, we got in order to do the payments properly on item 13 on the supplemental, remember you said to keep that going while we tabled it? That was item 13?
Oh, we'd approve it, but if you.
Right, but there's an actual, there was correct language that needs to be in there.
Go ahead, Judge.
God dog it. Give me a second so I can,
It was from IDA.
here it is.
We made a motion, but, on that, but, the Haggerty folks suggested an alternate way of saying it that sounded reasonable and would make it easier for them. IDA sent that to us. And
Did it come from IDA?
I think so.
Yeah, I sent an email, Judge.
Okay, let me just call you up so I can read it.
I think
On
it
the
did,
17th.
Judge. Didn't it come from you?
The email I sent, yes.
Yeah, and then you sent it to me, Judge.
Is there any way you could resend it to me? Could you just read it and I will?
Here it is. Let's see, I'd be most comfortable with a motion to approve extending that provisional supplemental agreement until the 17th to permit the county attorney to work with Haggerty to reduce that to writing for appropriate execution with the understanding that this provisional supplemental agreement would extend the total NTE by, what's NTE? I don't know what that is.
Not to exceed.
Oh, not to exceed by 15,000, which would ultimately be a portion of, not an addition to, any not to exceed increase provided for in the supplemental agreement number 1. That would be my motion.
Yeah, and that's just to clear, we'll have to provide it to you, Kara, but that's to make sure that the language is in keeping with the correct FEMA language.
Oh, okay.
And what we did was
So
we
that-
just said, oh, pay them, but this is the right language.
So I guess what we need to do is, first of all, I guess needs to have a motion to reconsider that item, right?
I'll make the
Since-
motion to reconsider,
Second, and then,
and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
and then the
Pose same
motion
sign.
would be what I just read into the record that will get to you out of here.
And I'll second that. And again, Kara, item 13,
I'm sending
that's
it to you,
correct.
Karen.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign.
I just sent
Again,
it to you,
just
Karen.
it clears up, it puts the right language in the record. And we got that during our break. Okay, all right, now we stand adjourned, and the correct time now is 4:44. Thank you. We'll see everybody.